Guys, subscribe to my Boosty because there is a lot of lemon and hint content link in the description.
Chapter 1. This is Itachi. I only have a few minutes before I go on to the next life. Shisui, don't talk like that. I can still get you to the hospital in time. No, Itachi. The more I move, the poison will only speed up at a faster pace. I'm sorry, Itachi. The teen now named Shisui stated sadly. He and another teen named Itachi were standing close to a cliff with a waterfall. Shisui was dying from a poison that was coated on a kunai from his desperate fight for survival earlier. He had blood coming from his left eye that was shut tightly due to the swelling. Shisui felt himself become weak and began to use whatever strength he had left to remove his right, which he successfully did. He extended his hand out to Itachi and gave him a sad smile. I'm sorry, Itachi. It looks like I won't be able to keep that promise to you and Naruto. As my final wish, Itachi, I want you to keep my eye in a secluded and safe place. Do not let anyone get their hands on it. If you ever have to do something drastic, give it to Naruto. I only trust you and him with my eye. Tell Naruto that I'm sorry, but I had to do what I had to do for the village. But I know he will understand. The crow contract is also for you and Naruto to keep. They are very good for spying. Damn, I wish could have some dango for one last time before I leave to go to the afterlife. Goodbye, Itachi. Shisui finished as he jumped off of the cliff with bloody tears and a sad smile. Shisui, Itachi yelled as he unconsciously added chakra to his eyes, causing his eyes to evolve into the next version of the Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan. While doing this, Itachi made a vow to himself. I swear, Shisui, your death will not be in vain. That bastard will go down for his crimes. He thought while releasing killing intent. Time skip. Itachi, why are you here? Naruto, I don't have much time, so you will have to listen. Danzo ordered me to kill the Uchiha clan behind the Hokage's back. Mother and Sasuke are still alive. Danzo and the advisors are nothing but pure evil and they need to be dealt with immediately. I can't do it since I have been labeled as an S-rank ninja. I need to leave the village as soon as possible. He and his rude ANBU also were the ones behind Shisui's death. I will be taking Shisui's eye with me while you have crow summoning contract. I have to go now, Naruto. I'm sorry I had to do this and leave you like this. Hopefully someday we will meet again. For now, this is goodbye, Itachi said in tears as he disappeared in a murder of crows. Naruto stood there in shock. He was in so much shock that he didn't even feel the burning sensation in his eyes as they too evolved into a different Sharingan. He too gained the Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto walked back to his desk looking at Itachi's and Shisui's ANBU masks. He also looked at the pictures of them together. He started shedding tears and then burst into a loud sob that the other ANBU operatives heard. One ANBU operative, who was an captain, shushed in front of her commander to see what was wrong. Commander, is everything alright? She asked with a hint of concern in her voice. Naruto, who had begun to sob quietly, shook his head, no, and began to talk. Cat. Yes, Commander. Rise and come forward, Naruto said with stern voice that had a hint of sadness in his voice. Cat walked up to the desk while slightly nervous. She was thinking that she had did something wrong and began to think about what she did wrong. Naruto took notice of this and began talking. If you think you are in trouble, then you can stop thinking like that right now. There is something that I would like to congratulate you in. You are moving up into a new rank, Naruto said. What do you mean move up to a new rank? I'm already a captain, what could I possibly be? Cat eyes widened behind the mask. See, Commander, you can't mean. Yes, as of right now, Cat, you are the new ANBU commander. Tenzo will be the head captain. Take off your mask, Yugao, Naruto said with a warm smile. Cat, now known as Yugao, took off her mask slowly. She then looked at her commander, who still had his mask on, which looked like a dragon, and began to talk. Why me? I choose you because you are the best hard-working woman I have ever seen. Proving to people that women can do the same thing as men. You are the best female kenjutsu user that Konoha's ever had since the Red Death. You show good leadership. So I thought, why not make her the first female ANBU commander? Naruto said with a small smile. Yugao blushed at the praise that her commander gave her. It felt good to be praised by one of the strongest people in the village. She got out her thoughts and asked her commander a question. What about you, Commander? She asked. Naruto smirked under his mask and stood up. At the age of 15, he stood at 5 feet 10 and was still growing. He had a lean, athletic body which was built for speed. He had on a black, tight long-sleeved ANBU shirt along with black ANBU pants and ANBU steel toe boots. He had 2 katanas strapped to his back. He had on a hari that resembled that fourth Hokage's, but his was black with white flames that had the kanji for Commander, Si Ling Guan, on the back in white. He removed his mask and shook his head side to side and sighed. Yeah, this thing was getting uncomfortable, he said as he looked at Yugao with his violet eyes that had slits for pupils. Yugao had slight blush on her face while looking at her commander. As I was saying, Yugao, I will be doing something tonight, something that will probably change how the way you think about me. I will be sent away for a long time for doing this. So I will need you to take over for me. What are you planning, Commander? Naruto turned and looked at her with a stern face with dark violet eyes that caused her to take a step back. I'm going to kill Danzo and his rude ANBU and the advisors. Chapter 2. But Commander. Why? Yugao asked in shock. She had to make sure that she wasn't going crazy at first, so she asked him again. And like before, he flat out told her that he was going to kill Danzo, the root ANBU, and the elders. Naruto looked at Yugao and sighed. Why, you ask? They are nothing but pests in the Leaf Village. Power-hungry pests. This stays between me and you. Danzo and the elders are the reason why Shisui is dead and the cause for the Uchiha massacre. As I was saying before, they are pests that have stayed too long and should be exterminated. And I shall be their exterminator, Naruto said in a dark voice. Yugao shivered hearing the deadly tone coming from her commander. This is the first time she ever had a real conversation with her commander. She would just come to his office and get missions, give mission reports and leave. That's all. So now, having a real conversation with her commander, who was probably a year or two younger than her, was kind of cool and scary. After he was probably the only person in the village stronger than the current Hokage. I understand that they should be dealt with, Commander, but she would do this the other way. She asked hopefully. She didn't want to see her commander do something that will cause problems in the future. There is no other way, Yugao. He responded to her, this have been going on far too long. The Hokage is too soft to do anything, so I will do what should be done. He was too soft to stop Orochimaru, which caused half of my ANBU to be killed by that maniac. Ever since my father died the night of the Kyuubi attack, the civilian council has gotten more power. That shit is going to end too. They will be killed as well. You should see how they demand things from him when he's the Hokage. The only one I can tolerate is Mebuki Haruno. She was my mother's friend along with Mikoto Uchiha. And I know the old man is lying to me, Naruto said as his chakra began to rise slowly, causing Yugao to sweat slightly. He lied to me that night, telling me that my little sister was killed along with my mother and father. I know where she is. And I will rescue her. She is not to become some mindless weapon for Danzo, Naruto said with a deadly voice as his chakra started to cause web-like cracks underneath his feet. Yugao was frozen. She hasn't felt so much since the Kyuubi attack. Seeing her commander this angry put fear into her heart. She was now seeing why he was feared in the elemental nations. Yugao, come here, he said with authority, which caused Yugao to straighten up and walk to her commander with her head down. Look at me, Naruto said to her while looking down at her. He was slightly taller than her as she stood only at the height of 5 feet 7. Yugao looked up at her commander and stared at his violet eyes that had slits. His face was similar to that of the fourth Hokage's. He had shoulder-length bangs that framed his face with golden blonde highlights. She looked at him and saw that he was smiling at her. Yugao, before I go, I want to leave you with a few presents. Something for your new position into ANBU, Naruto said in cheerful tone. He then pulled out 3 scrolls as Yugao looked in confusion. Naruto looked at her and chuckled. So what are you waiting for? Are you going to unseal them? I want to see your reaction, Naruto said with glee. Yugao smiled and took the scrolls and unsealed the first one. The first one had her ANBU cat mask, but instead of its usual white, it was black with purple whisker marks. It also had the kanji to for cat on the top of the mask. This is the type of mask you get when you become an ANBU commander. These masks are indestructible. These masks also causes your senses to expand tenfold, meaning you would see better, hear better, and have the smell of an Izunaka, Naruto explained. Yugao looked with wide eyes but nodded and began to open the second scroll. In the second scroll was a folded piece of cloth, so she had to unfold it to see what it was. When she unfolded it, she was shocked. It was a beautiful haori. Just like her commanders and his father, the fourth Hokage, except her haori was black with purple flames. On the back, in purple, it had the kanji for Hellcat Herakaito on the back. Yugao stared at her commander in shock. Commander, this is... Do you like it? Naruto asked. I love it, it's beautiful, Yugao exclaimed. She was about to put it on until Naruto stopped her. Whoa, you can't put it on just yet. You have to put on with your new ANBU armor. It's just like this one, but the word ANBU will be in purple, Naruto stated, in which Yugao had an excited look on her face. Now, your last present, Naruto said with amused smirk on his face. Naruto just looked at him with a look of confusion but shrugged it off. She then opened the last scroll and had stars in her eyes. In the last scroll was a beautiful katana, still inside of the black sheath. The hilt was wrapped in a dark, but not too dark purple with golden-like diamond designs. Yugao pulled the katana out of the sheath and gasped. The blade looked black in the dark, but in the light, it was in dark purple with gold lining. Yugao began to shed tears at how beautiful the katana was and how expensive the blade looked. Her commander must have spent so much money on this blade. This blade is beautiful, Commander. How much did you even pay for this? She asked with a quivering voice. Naruto looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Who said I paid for that? Naruto asked. Yugao looked at him with a confused look and then gave a look of recognition. You mean? Yes, Naruto answered. I made that blade. Took a lot of time to make, but it was worth it, Naruto said while scratching the back of his head with a sheepish look. The next thing he knew was that he felt a pair of arms wrapped around him. Thank you so much, Commander, Yugao said with sadness in her voice. This will probably be the last time she would see her commander. The last time she would see the man she secretly admired. Naruto smiled. Please Yugao, There is no need to thank me. I'm doing this from the bottom of my heart. And please, don't call me that, for I am not your commander anymore. Just call me Naruto, Naruto said as he wrapped his arms around Yugao. They hugged for what seemed like hours. Yugao then looked up at Naruto and stared at his beautiful violet eyes that was staring warmly at her. She then had the courage and brought her face close to Naruto's face. Naruto, seeing this, stared in shock, but smiled as he too began to move closer until their lips met each other. The two had a heated makeout that was filled with love and passion for 2 minutes. After the makeout, Yugao blushed and hid her face in Naruto's chest. Seeing this, Naruto smirked. You finally had enough courage to kiss me after all this time. Naruto said, making Yugao blush even more than before. Be Baka, don't be saying things like that, Yugao said into his chest, causing Naruto to laugh. He grabbed Yugao's hands and began to talk. Listen to me, Yugao. It is time for me to go, Naruto said as Yugao began to protest. No, please don't go, there has to be some other way. You can't leave me like this, Naruto. You are all I have left. I don't want to be alone. Please, Naruto, stay with me, she whispered while having a stream of tears falling from her face. Naruto saw this and clenched his hand tightly. He had to do this. If he didn't, the Leaf Village will only become worse. He took a deep breath and sighed. He lifted Yugao's chin to make her look him in the eyes. I'm sorry, Yugao, but this is the only way to save the Leaf from more problems. I don't even care if I'm looked as the bad guy. I'm doing this for the village to be safe, so the villagers and other ninjas can be safe, so you can be safe. I'm sorry that it had to come to this, Yugao, Naruto said as he turned around and walked to his desk to get his 2 katanas. He swung them around stylishly and professionally before strapping them to his back. He also got his pouch of tri-pronged kunai and wrapped them around his right thigh. He began adjusting his ANBU vest, and once he had it like he wanted to, he walked over to his personal closet and grabbed his haori and put it on. He also grabbed his mother's necklace and put it around his neck. Lastly, he grabbed his ANBU mask. This would be his last and final mission in ANBU. This my last mission as an ANBU commander. Mission assigned, eliminate Danzo, the root ANBU, the elders and the civilian council. Mission rank, SS rank. Chance of survival, 50% assigned to, ANBU Commander Ru. Team selected, none, solo mission. Naruto said to himself, but Yugao heard him clearly. Well, no turning back now, he thought as he walked in front of Yugao for the last time. Well, this is it. Again, I'm sorry it had to come to this, Yugao. There's something I want to tell you, Naruto said as he gently grabbed her chin. What is it, Naruto? Tell me, she asked frantically. Naruto just smiled. She's the one, mum, he thought as a tear fell from his cheek. He then bent down and gave Yugao a kiss, shocking her at first, but she gave in to the kiss. Naruto stopped the kiss and looked at her with loving eyes. I love you and I will always love you. I'm sorry, until we met again, this is goodbye, Yugao-chan. Naruto said as he put on his mask covering his face. The only thing showing was those blood-red, fully matured, Sharingan eyes. He then disappeared in an ominous black smoke. Yugao was frozen. She fell to her knees and began crying. She was deeply afraid that she would never see her lover again. I love you too, Naruto-kun, she said while still in tears. With Naruto. Boss, we got her out, she's safe. A clone of Naruto said to the original Naruto, who was standing on top of the Hokage monument, most specifically the 4th Hokage's head. Good, take her, Mebuki. Mikoto is still dealing with the death of the clan. I don't want her dealing with a child while she is still mourning. Yes sir, anything else, boss? The clone asked. Yeah, are the kunai all set up in the right spot? Naruto asked. Yeah, just how you wanted, boss. The clone said with an smirk. Perfect, Naruto said with an devilish smile that showed his sharp canine teeth. He then reached back and unsheathed his 2 katanas. Well then, mission, exterminating parasites is a go, Naruto said darkly as he disappeared in a flock of bats. Chapter 3. There was a figure walking through the woods whistling a tune that echoed throughout the whole forest, since that was the only thing you could hear in the night. But not for long. If you're wondering what tune it is, just imagine the whistling tune from Kill Bill. Tonight was a night that will soon be filled with screams of pain and agony. Explosives going off, the burning of buildings, the clash between swords, the blood splattering on the floor and walls. The cries of help and mercy will not be heard, because as soon someone opens their mouth, a throat will be slashed. Bodies will be on the floor. Heads will be rolling. Blood would be painted on the wall. Screams will flow with the wind. Hearts will stop beating. Tainted souls will be consumed by the death god himself. And eyes will be taken back. For tonight shall not be known as a war, but a massacre. An extermination. Yes, Naruto thought to himself with a devilish smile as walked in the moonlight. An extermination to get rid of the parasites who have been destroying Konoha for too long. It is a path I am risking to take to keep everyone I love safe. I've lost my 2 closest friends, I can't risk losing anyone else. I'm sorry, Aunt Mikoto, Aunt Mebuki, Sasuke, Naruto-chan, Yugao-chan. But I'm doing this for you, Naruto thought as he walked in front of a huge building, causing him to look up. So this is Danzo's root base. Doesn't matter, it will burn to the ground once I'm through. Naruto thought as he slid his ANBU mask on and activated his matured Sharingan. Let's get wild, Naruto stated as he flashed to his nearest kunai. There was rattling at the door in the middle of the night. After what seemed like an hour of rattling, the door seemed to open, causing the moonlight to creep in the house. There was a fat man walking in the house, who smelled of sake and perfume. The man was drunk, but not too drunk, if that made any sense. In other words, he was drunk enough to know what was going on, but his walking was slightly off. Back to the story. He began walking through the house but quickly turned on the lights in order to see better. He walked into the kitchen and put his keys on the counter while walking towards the sink to fix him a cup of water. After fixing the cup of water, he turned the faucet off and began drinking the water. Did you have fun? A voice said, causing the man to choke on his water. The man turned around quickly and gasped. En Namika-sama, what are you doing here? The man yelled in a state of shock. Dark, violet eyes glowed menacingly in the dark. Then another light came on, showing no one other than Naruto himself. Why am I here? Well, there are certain things I want to talk to you about. But it seems that I'm not welcomed here. So I guess I'll be leaving, Naruto said as he rose up to his full height and began stretching. No, that's not what I meant, my lord. I was just shocked to see you this late. Please have a seat, the man said while sweating. Great, because I wasn't leaving anyway, Naruto said with an innocent smile. Do you want anything to drink, my lord? A glass of water will do if you don't mind, Naruto answered, ignoring the "my lord" in the man's sentence. The only reason they called him that is because he was the son of the fourth Hokage. The man nodded and fixed Naruto a glass of water. Naruto took the cup and drank the water halfway to the middle of the glass. After swallowing the water, he began talking again. So, Tomo-san, how are your wife and daughter? Naruto asked, causing the man to flinch. Well, my wife and daughter are doing fine, my lord. They are upstairs sleeping right now, the man answered. Well then, how come you're smelling like perfume and liquor? Naruto asked, causing to turn white as paper. You are cheating on your wife, aren't you, Tomo-san? Naruto asked with a voice that held no emotions. Tomo put his head down in shame. Naruto clicked his teeth and began standing. Ara tilde. But why, Tomo-san? Naruto asked as he began walking around the kitchen. I mean, you have a beautiful and loving wife, and innocent and beautiful little girl who radiates nothing but light. So why? But we'll discuss that later. For now, I have to tell you something, Naruto said as activated his Sharingan and stood behind Tomo. Tomo raised an eyebrow. What is it, my lord? Tomo asked while shaking slightly in fear as could not see Naruto anywhere. Good night and rest in peace, Tomo, Naruto said in a cold voice. Tomo couldn't finish his words as he began coughing up blood. He looked down and his eyes widened as he saw an entire arm going through his chest. He followed the bloody arms with his eyes to the hands and stared in shock. In Naruto's hand was his heart covered in his blood while still beating in a steady tune. Before he could say his last words, Naruto crushed his heart, instantly causing the man to go limp. Foolish old man, Naruto said in a neutral tone. He then went to the sink and washed the blood off his hands. He then covered his hand in wind chakra to dry his hands. He walked over and began to think about what he should do with the body. His mind clicked and he smiled evilly as he muttered one word. Amaterasu. Where are you taking me, mister? Asked a little girl who was on Naruto's back. Well, Naruto, I'm taking you to your new home, Naruto answered with a small smile. He was currently jumping from house to house in order to not be seen. What's your name, mister? Naruto asked curiously. Naruto began thinking. He knew he couldn't tell her his name due to being in ANBU. But this was his last mission as an ANBU operative. Making up his mind, he answered with, My name is Naruto, but you can call me Naru-nichan. Okay, Naru-nichan, the girl said happily while smiling for the first time, which made Naruto happy and sad. Happy because her smile was so contagious and he would do anything to protect that innocent smile. Sad because this would be last time he would see his little sister and he wouldn't be able to protect that smile. He jumped down in front of a house and began knocking, much to Naruto's confusion. Is this going to be my new home, Naru-nichan? She asked. Naruto just simply nodded. Yeah, he answered, but you'll like it here, I promise, he said warmly. Before Naruto could answer, they heard locks being unlocked until the door finally opened. What stood behind the door was a woman in her early 30s, with pink hair and an average height of 5 feet 5. This was Mebuki Haruno. Anbu-san, what brings here in the middle of the night? Is something the matter? She asked. No, there isn't anything wrong, Aunt Mebuki, Naruto said as he took off his mask, causing Mebuki to gasp. Naruto-kun, where have you been? I haven't seen you in years, the older woman asked. Naruto laughed at his aunt's antics. I'm sorry, Aunt Mebuki, I wish I could answer all of your questions, but I won't be able to. I have somebody you would probably want to meet, Naruto said as he gently put Naruto down on the ground, but she hid behind his leg, grabbing his pants tightly. Mebuki eyes widened, then looked at the boy she called her nephew. Is this who I think it is? She asked, in which she got a nod in return. She put her hand over her mouth as she held back tears. She looks exactly like her mother. The only difference is that she has her father's eyes, she thought. She got on her knees and ushered Naruto to come her. Naruto looked up to Naruto with her bright blue eyes. Naruto noticed that she was staring at him, so he looked down with a gentle smile and nodded. Naruto gulped and slowly let go of Naruto's pants and shyly walked in front of Mebuki. Hello miss. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, she said while looking down shyly, causing Mebuki to gush at her cuteness. Hello cutie, my name is Mebuki, but you can call me Aunt Mebuki. Okay, she said with a motherly smile. Naruto nodded and went closer to Mebuki, hugging her, shocking the woman. The woman smiled gently and returned the hug fully, causing Naruto to smile at the two. After hugging each other, Mebuki stood to her full height and looked up to Naruto, who was towering over her. Naruto sighed and began to speak. This is probably the last time you'll see me, Aunt Mebuki, Naruto said, causing her eyes to widen. What do you mean, Naruto-kun? She asked worryingly. I can't tell you, Aunt Mebuki, but just know that I love you and thank you for everything you have ever done for me, Naruto said with a sad smile. He then walked up to her and hugged her, in which she returned in tears. Hearing her in tears pained Naruto. Her and Mikoto were like a second mother to him after his mother died during the Kyuubi attack. He let go of the hug and got on one knee and ushered Naruto to come to him. Once she was close enough, Naruto smiled and put his hand on top of her head. Now Naruto, I want you to be on your best behavior for Aunt Mebuki while I'm gone. Can you do that for your big brother? Naruto asked warmly. Naruto nodded and began to blush in embarrassment as Naruto rubbed her head lovingly. Where are you going, Naru-nichan? She asked innocently while still having a slight blush on her face. I'm going on a very long mission, so I won't be back for a long time. But don't worry, I will come back, Naruto said as he planted a kiss on his sister's forehead, causing her to be red as a tomato. Naruto chuckled and stood to his full height and looked at his aunt, who was still in tears. Naruto smiled sadly and disappeared in black smoke, but not saying something that caused Mebuki's heart to hurt even more. Goodbye, Mebuki-san. Rude NBU base. This was pitiful, and I thought I was going to have a challenge, the real Naruto said as he sat on top of a mountain of dead bodies. He was covered in blood from head to toe. Heads were severed. Limbs were misplaced. Organs littered the floor. The walls were covered in blood. Screams of agony and fear echoed throughout the base. Naruto just smiled evilly as his violet eyes glowed in the dark menacingly. His smile grew as he saw Danzo and 5 more Root ANBU members came into the light. He could feel the fear rolling off of them in waves, which caused him to chuckle darkly. Hearing the chuckle, Danzo, the old warhawk, was reminded of one person. Madara, he thought in fear. I can assure you that I am not my grandfather, Naruto said without any emotion. He stood up and began to walk down from the mountain of dead bodies with both katanas in his hands. As soon as his foot touched the floor, he disappeared in black smoke. Danzo looked around frantically until he heard somebody choking. He turned and looked in horror as he saw 2 of his Root members choking on their own blood before dropping to the ground dead. He turned his head when he heard a scream and saw that Naruto's hand that was covered in black lightning in the Root operative chest. 3 down, 3 more to go, Naruto said menacingly as his voice seemed to echo throughout the building. And just like before, he disappeared again. He then reappeared behind his next victim and muttered, "Twin sword style 1000 slashes," and incredible speed cut the Root operative. It didn't look like he didn't do anything at first, until the ANBU fell into what seemed like 1000 pieces of flesh. He then flashed in front of the last Root operative and grabbed his face with both hands and twisted his neck, making the sickening crack echo throughout the room. The Root ANBU operative dropped to the ground twitching, causing Naruto to stare in disgust as he stomped the ANBU's head, turning it into splattered brains across the floor. Naruto turned and stared at Danzo with nothing but pure hate and killing intent, causing the man to shake. Naruto then straightened up as he got the memories of his clones, causing him to smile devilishly. Now that the civilian council and elders are dead, Danzo is the only problem left, Naruto thought while grinning sadistically. Danzo, I know you have 5 Sharingan in that so-called injured arm, and you have Shisui's eye in your right socket. But that doesn't matter, because, Naruto said as he disappeared and reappeared in front of Danzo and took Shisui's eye out the warhawk socket, causing the man to scream in pain. You are going to die. He finished. You see, without Shisui's eye, the other Sharingan in that arm are useless. So you know what that means, don't you, Danzo? Naruto said with an evil grin that showed his sharp canines. Danzo shook in fear. Naruto was like the devil. In so many ways, more than one. He was pure evil when it came to battle. It was like staring at a Madara reincarnation. And the scary thing is that he never even used his Mangekyo Sharingan. While Danzo was thinking, Naruto took advantage of this and flashed behind Danzo and cut his arm that had Sharingan implants in them. Before Danzo could scream, Naruto's katana went into the back of his skull and out of his mouth. Danzo started twitching before his eyes went grey, signifying that he indeed had died. Naruto noticed this, and added lightning chakra to his blade, which glowed with black lightning, and cut through Danzo's head as blood splattered everywhere. Naruto shook both of his blades to get rid of the blood on his blades. Mission exterminating pests, complete. Outside of the base. Naruto stood outside of the base as it began to reek of blood. He just had got done writing a letter and sent it to Mikoto. After staring at the building and getting tired of the smell of blood, he went through 3 hand signs ending it with the horse hand sign. Fire-style malevolent flames from hell. He yelled as blood-red flames came from his mouth and made their way to the tall building. Naruto stood and watched as the flames burned the remains of bodies and the building with an evil smirk. "Naruto, what have you done?" an elderly, but powerful voice asked. Naruto turned around and saw the Hokage and several of his ANBU surrounding the Hokage. "What am I doing? I am simply doing something that needed to be done a long time ago. In other words, I'm finishing what my father started. Getting rid of Root, completely. Getting rid of the Civilian Council, completely. Getting rid of the Elders, completely. Getting rid of Danzo, completely." Naruto yelled. The Hokage and ANBU looked at Naruto in horror as Naruto put them in genjutsu of what he had did. After the genjutsu was done, some of the ANBU began feeling sick and threw up their insides. The old Hokage's face was slightly green, but he kept his insides in check. He then said something that he thought he wouldn't be saying. "Anbu, arrest him," the old man said as the ANBU put chakra restraining chains on Naruto, who didn't even move. The old Hokage began to speak again. "Naruto Namikaze Uchiha, you are under arrest of the murder of the Civilian Council, Elders and Root ANBU. You are sentenced to blood prison until further notice. How to plead?" the old Hokage asked. "Guilty tilde," Naruto said darkly, causing everyone to flinch. "Any last words?" the Hokage asked. "Protect my little sister Naruko. And when you update the bingo book, label my alias as the Black Phantom," Naruto said without any emotion. The Hokage nodded. "Very well, ANBU, take him away," the old man said with authority. As the ANBU left, the old Hokage stared at the fire with tears in his eyes. "I'm sorry Minato, Kushina, I've failed you," he said in sorrow. 9 years later. "Kakashi-sensei, where are we going?" asked a girl with red hair. Currently Kakashi and Team 7, which consisted of Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto, were on ship going to an secluded place that only Kakashi knew where they were going. The Jonin and 3 Chunin were on a mission to retrieve someone from the most dangerous place, prison in the shinobi world. Kakashi, seeing that now was a good time to tell him what the true mission was, began to talk. "Well Naruto, we're heading to the most dangerous prison known to man and shinobi alike," Kakashi stated seriously. This caught the 3 Chunin's attention. "What is this prison called?" the Uchiha asked curiously. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. "Blood prison," Kakashi answered coldly. His 3 students paled. They have heard of the infamous prison. A prison where only shinobi go to when they have committed crimes outrageous and deadly. The prison was known for its brutality and harsh ways. "Why are we going there, Kakashi-sensei?" the pink kid asked with slight fear. "Simple, we have orders to go and free the strongest shinobi the Leaf has ever had ever since the 4th Hokage, Madara Uchiha, and Hashirama Senju," Kakashi stated plainly. "Kakashi, I think you need to explain more of what is going on," Naruto stated seriously, which was in shock. Kakashi took a deep breath and sighed, which he realized that he has been doing a lot lately, and began to talk. "Alright you 3, listen, because this is about to be long story," Kakashi said seriously, which caused the 3 Chunin to huddle up together to listen. "The man that Lady Tsunade decided to release is a dangerous man. An SS rank ninja in the bingo books. In Konoha, way before you 3 were born, he was in the graduating class with Itachi Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha. The 3 were tied for Rookie of the Year, which was in first in Konoha history. But this man was faster than Shisui and stronger than Itachi. The 3 were a Genin team and stayed Genin until after 6 months. They entered the Chunin exams and became Chunin at age 7 and became Jonin at age 9. The ANBU commander saw potential in the 3 boys and recruited them for ANBU. The 3 worked their way up to the ranks in the ANBU. The 3 became the strongest ANBU captains in history. But out of the 3, the strongest of them was next in line to become the ANBU commander. His friends were happy for him. When he became commander, he made Itachi and Shisui his right-hand man. But things started to get out of hand. Once Shisui got his Mangekyo Sharingan, Danzo went and took one of his eyes. Shisui, who was dying from the poison, gave Itachi his other eye and committed suicide. Seeing his best friend kill himself, Itachi too gained the Mangekyo. He was forced to make a tough decision. Let his clan take over Konoha or kill his whole clan. Itachi chose to kill his clan in order to protect the village, but in order for him to do that, he would have to spare his brother and his mother. After committing the massacre, Itachi fled the Leaf and became a rogue ninja. The ANBU commander found out what really happened to his friends and was furious. He too awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. The ANBU commander went on a rampage and killed Danzo, the Civilian Council, the Root ANBU, and saved his little sister from Danzo and killed the elders for forcing Itachi to kill the Uchiha clan. Kakashi stopped to see him team's reaction. The 3 Chunin were horrified and shook to the core. Sasuke didn't know how to feel. First Kakashi was telling him there was an Uchiha stronger than his brother and faster than his cousin. He was happy there was another Uchiha alive, but was terrified of his clansman power. From what heard from Kakashi, this man sounded powerful. Truly powerful. To become an ANBU commander at the age of 11 was no joke. Sasuke then realized that his sensei didn't tell them his name. "Oi sensei," Sasuke asked to get his teacher's attention. What is it Sasuke?" "This other Uchiha, what is his name?" You never mentioned it to us. Sasuke asked. The other two chunin realized that their sensei mentioned his name, so they listened closely. Tilda, his name is Naruto Namikaze Uchiha. Kakashi stated with an eye smile. Namikaze, why does that sound familiar? Namikaze, Naruto stated in shock. She knew that last name. It was her father's last name. She met him while she almost let the Kyuubi out during the pain invasion. Wait, if his name is Namikaze, then that means. Naruto eyes widened. Kakashi saw this and smirked. It seems you caught on, Naruto. Naruto Namikaze Uchiha is the son of the 4th Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki. He is also the heir to the Namikaze clan and is also the true heir to the Uchiha clan. Kakashi stated, much to the shock of his team. Sasuke looked at him with narrowed eyes. What do you mean he is the true heir to the Uchiha clan? Exactly what I said. Naruto's grandfather was none other than Madara Uchiha. Kakashi stated. Sasuke paled. He's heard stories about the ghost of the Uchiha. If this Naruto was anything like his grandfather, then he would have to be careful about what he says. Time skip. We see Team 7 walking with a guard sweating like he ran a marathon. They were walking down a dark hallway and the only light they had was a torch. Coming to the end of the hall, the guard looked at the team and gulped. He then turned to the door and began to talk. Namikaze-san, you have visitors, the guard said. He waited for a minute and began to unlock and open up the door. Once he got the door to open, they walked in and saw a very tall man who stood at the height of 6 feet 6 with black long spiky hair that reached to his lower back. With 2 chin-length bangs with golden blonde highlights with one bang covering his left eye. The man had on a straight jacket that had chakra repression seals written all over them. He had on black slacks and was barefoot. He had his mother's purple eyes, but the weird thing about him is that he had slits for pupils. His purple eyes glowed in the dark menacingly as he stared at the team. Once he was done, he looked the guard with a look that said, "Get out," in which the guard complied. Naruto sighed and walked to his bed and sat down and saw that the team was still standing. Getting slightly annoyed, he began to talk in a deep, smooth but stern voice. His voice is exactly like Madara's. Well, are you going to stand there or are we going to get down to business? He asked sternly. Kakashi stepped forward and cleared his throat and began to talk. Naruto Namikaze Uchiha. By order of the 5th Hokage, Tsunade Senju, you are to be released and come back to Konoha. Kakashi finished while sweating slightly. Naruto looked at his former captain with an raised eyebrow and then looked at the chunin. He saw two that made his eyes widen slightly. Little Sasuke, is that you? He asked with a light tone that made Sasuke's eyes widen. Why, you know me? He asked the man. Of course I do. Who do you think made all the things you used to eat that had anything dealing with tomatoes? Naruto said with a smirk. Sasuke thought for a minute before his eyes widened again with tears in his eyes. Naru Niai, he asked hopefully. The one and only, how's it going, you tomato-loving brat? Naruto asked with a chuckle. Sasuke had a river full of tears falling from his eyes. How? They told me you died during a mission. How are you alive? He asked with a voice full of pain. Me, dying on a mission, bitch please. All of my missions are 100% successful. I was in this crappy ass place after I killed Danzo and the elders and rescued my little sister. Speaking of which, how did they treat you, Naruto? I hope they treated you like father wanted to. Cause if they didn't, the village will realize why I'm known as the Black Phantom of the Leaf. Naruto finished with a cold voice that made Kakashi pale. Naruto then looked at the girl who had pink hair, which caused the girl to get nervous. He squinted, then realized who she was. You were that little I found in the forest crying because your friends were picking on your forehead, aren't you? Naruto asked. He found her while on the way back from an assassination mission. Sakura eyes widened as she remembered the ANBU from her childhood who took her out for ice cream and took her to the park because she was bullied for her forehead. She was then dropped off at her parents' house and she would see the ANBU once a month, but it stopped when she began the academy. Why, you're that ANBU that had cool but scary looking mask? She asked in shock, in which Naruto nodded. He turned to Kakashi and narrowed his eyes. Why does Konoha need me now? Our village was invaded and destroyed by the Akatsuki and your sister defeated them and had the person behind the invasion revive everyone including me. How? With the Rinnegan. Oh, the Rinnegan you say. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. What did you do with the Rinnegan? Lady Tsunade has them in a secret place in the village that no one knows about. Good. I can't believe Bar-chan became Hokage. How's Jiraiya-sensei? He nearly died trying to fight pain on his own, but instead he lost his left arm in the process. Kakashi stated. It felt good to talk to his little brother again after all these years. Damn bastard. He's always rushing and trying to be heroic. He's going to hear a piece of my mind once I get out. Naruto said with a sadistic smirk that would have made Madara proud. So Naruto, are you ready to leave this hellhole? Kakashi asked with a smirk. The blonde smiled with his surprisingly sharp and long canine showing in a feral way. Get me the fuck out here. Time skip. Naruto walked out of the prison in black combat ninja boots, a black tracksuit similar to his father's with white armbands and Konoha Jonin vest. He also had on his hari that was similar to his father's but the kanji for Black Phantom on the back. The hari was black with white flames at the bottom of the hari. He had on his grandfather's ninja gloves and his gunbai strapped to his back. He also had two black katanas strapped to his back. The blade was made out of chakra metal and the hand was black with white diamond designs. All in all, Naruto looked badass. Now he just need to get these seals that was off his body. Alright Namikaze-san, I'm going to take of these seals and you are free to go. Don't go out there causing too much trouble. Just get these damn seals off me so I can get out of this miserable place. Naruto said with a deadpan voice. The guard nodded and shouted, Kai. Even though his chakra levels were at cage level while sealed, they nowhere rivaling that of Nbiju, which caused Team 7 to look at him with fear. Naruto grinned as he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, which looked his grandfather's, and smirked sadistically. He burst in flock of black bats with red eyes and reformed behind Team 7. He let his chakra rise to 25%, which started to shake the prison and caused the people around him to fall under the pressure. Watch out world, the Black Phantom of Konoha has been released from hell and is ready for action. Naruto said as he burst into a murder of bats again while laughing evilly. Chapter 4. It was a beautiful sunny day in the land of fire. Cool breezes flowed through the trees, birds chirping a heavenly melody, and flowers blooming beautifully. Though, we really ain't here to talk about that shit, so let's bring our attention to the 5 people walking on a road almost 20 minutes away to the Leaf Village. These 5 people are none other than Kakashi Hatake, Sakura Haruno, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Naruto Namikaze Uchiha. But to be honest, you already knew that shit. While walking, Team 7 began to get curious and started asking Naruto questions which surprisingly, he didn't mind answering. And to add on to the surprise, Sasuke was the one who was asking the questions. So, Sasuke started, how are you related to Madara Uchiha? He asked. Naruto looked down at the shorter teen with an raised eyebrow. They didn't tell you? Naruto asked with raised eyebrow. The only response he got from Sasuke was an questionable look. Naruto smirked. Well, my father was the son of Madara. Naruto answered, causing Sasuke to look in shock. Wait, so you're telling me that Lord Fourth was an Uchiha all along? Sakura asked with shock evident in her voice. Naruto smiled and nodded. But, how did you gain the Sharingan but I didn't? Naruto asked with an confused look. Well, it's something I don't even know. But I guess I developed more of Dad's genes more than Mum's, which is probably the reason why I have the Sharingan. You have more of Mum's genes, which explains the why you have red hair and dense chakra that I sense from you. Naruto explained, causing Naruto to have more of an understanding of her question. What level is your Sharingan? Sasuke asked. The Mangekyo Sharingan. I haven't used them in so long, so right about now, I don't know how strong my eyes are. But once I get back to the village, I will have to transplant my eyes in order to get the new level of the Sharingan. Naruto finished. What level surpasses the Mangekyo Sharingan? The Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Kakashi said in a lazy tone. Indeed, the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is last and final level of the Sharingan. The only person to achieve this level was my grandfather after receiving his brother's eyes as a gift. Naruto informed the group. But they said Madara took his brother's eyes. How were they a gift from his brother? Sakura asked, causing everyone else to look at Naruto with a questionable look. Don't believe everything you hear. My grandfather didn't take his brother's eyes. He loved his brother too deeply to even think about doing that. My uncle, Izuna, was dying and decided to give them to my grandfather so he wouldn't go blind. You see, one of the side effects of having the Mangekyo Sharingan is that if you begin to use a lot in battle, you begin to become blind. Which is why I will need to transplant my father's eyes into mine so I won't have to worry about that. Naruto explained, causing the group to sit and think about the knowledge they were receiving from the elder Uchiha. But Minato-sensei didn't have the Mangekyo Sharingan. And who told you that lie? Naruto asked Kakashi with a look of boredom. Dad did have the Mangekyo Sharingan. He gained it after slaughtering those 1,000 shinobi during the Third Shinobi War. He just didn't show them because he knew of the consequences of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hell, he barely used his Mangekyo Sharingan. He was totally different man when he used it. Trust me, I know, Naruto stated while slightly shivering. He knew from experience how ruthless his father was when he used his Sharingan. Till this day he still feels slight pity towards those Iwa shinobi who thought it was a good idea to kidnap him while he was younger. He was bored of his thoughts when his sister began to question him. Why? She asked. Why what? Naruto replied. Why did you do it? Why did kill all those people that night? She asked with narrowed eyes. Naruto looked at her with an bored look, then looked forward and stared at the village gates that were probably 5 minutes away from where they were. Why not? They deserved it. He answered without any emotion, causing the group to flinch. But couldn't you do it in a different way? Like negotiate with them? Sakura asked with slight fear. No, they all deserved to die that night. It was either that or the Leaf Village would be filled with nothing but parasites that would harm the village. And in order to prevent that, I decided to simply exterminate the problem before it became something grave. Naruto finished darkly, causing the group to shiver and sweat. Soon Naruto stopped and crossed his arms. Well, I'll be damned, she really did become the first female Hokage. Naruto stated with a small smirk. Team 7 caught up with him and stopped, also staring at the finished Hokage monument. Well, let's go see Lord Hokage, Kakashi said as he and his team began walking into the village along with Naruto. But not before being stopped by the Eternal Gate guards. Halt, state your business, one of the Eternal Gate guards stated. Come on guys, do we have to do this every time? You already know it's me and my team, Kakashi stated. We know that, Kakashi, we are simply doing our jobs. But who is that dude towering over you? The other gate guard asked. Well, you probably already know him, but this Naruto Namikaze Uchiha. Kakashi answered with an eye smile. The two gate guards paled. Why, you mean to tell me that giant that is towering over you is the Black Phantom? The first gate guard asked in awe and fear while the other shook in fear. Yep, that's him all right. Now excuse us, we have to meet with Lady Tsunade, Kakashi said as him and his team burst into a cloud smoke, leaving Naruto behind. The three men stared at each other for what seemed like forever before Naruto dissolved into a bunch of bats, leaving the two men there sweating slightly. I'm a grown-ass man and I almost pissed on myself just because he was staring at me, the gate guard stated while letting out a breath he didn't notice he was holding. You ain't the only one, Izumo. And with his hairstyle like that, it's like looking at a reincarnation of Madara and Lord Fourth. The other gate guard stated with a shaky breath. You ain't lying, Kotetsu. You ain't lying, Izumo stated as they looked at each other. We don't even get paid that much for this shit, they both thought at the same time. Hokage Tower. Now we bring you to the Hokage Tower. In this tower, the strongest ninja in the village resides in this building. But you already know that shit, so let's just go to the Hokage office. In this office we see the Hokage, Tsunade Senju, dealing with paper as her assistant Shizune was helping her by organizing the paperwork. The Hokage was brought out of her work as she heard a knock on the door. She sighed and began to rub her temples. Come in, she ordered, slightly irritated, but her mood simply changed after she Team 7 walked into her room. She then gained confused look. Where is he? She asked seriously. Kakashi was about to respond, but black mist began to surround the room, causing everyone to be on guard. The ANBU commander dropped from her position and stood by the Hokage as the other ANBU in the room began to surround the room. The black mist began to circulate in the middle of the room, forming into a tall, lean figure. In the mist were dark, malevolent, violet eyes that had slits for pupils. But that seemed to change as they turned blood red, with three tomos spinning wildly. This caused everybody to shiver and break into a cold sweat in fear. The black mist disappeared, showing no one other than the Black Phantom, Naruto. The ANBU commander eyes widened in shock as tears began to form in the corner of her eyes. No way, it can't be him, that's... Welcome back to Konoha, Naruto, Tsunade said in a motherly voice as she ran and gave the tall boy. Well, tall man a hug, shocking everyone in the room. Naruto smiled a genuine smile as he returned the hug fully. It's good to be back, Tsunade Carson, Naruto said in a deep and warming voice, causing Tsunade to shed tears in his chest. Why, you don't know how long I've been waiting to hear that, she said in tears as she hugged him tighter as if he was going to leave again. Naruto simply kissed his mother figure on the forehead. I missed you too, he said as he rubbed circles on her back as he hugged her. The ANBU in the room got down on one knee, showing respect to their former commander. The current commander was in so much shock she didn't know what to do. It's him, it's really him, he's finally back, she thought with tears falling from her eyes in happiness. Naruto then let go of the hug with Tsunade, which caused her to pout slightly. This action caused everyone to look at her with shock as Naruto just simply laughed. He then turned and looked at the ANBU, who were all on one knee except for one. He looked at her with an raised eyebrow until he figured out who it was. Ara tilde, you've grown so much, Yugao-chan, I didn't even notice who you were, Naruto said with a smirk. His only response was Yugao jumping on him as his legs wrapped around his torso and her arms around his neck. Her mask was off her face as tears slid down her face and onto the crook of Naruto's neck. Naruto chuckled and wrapped his arms around her waist lovingly. You came back, just like you promised, she said in tears. I told you I would be back. I never break my promises, Naruto stated as he looked at her with loving eyes. I'm sorry y'all, but this romantic shit makes me cringe every time I write a romantic scene, tears of joy. So if you cringe too, just know, you are not alone, Skull. Without wasting any time, Yugao kissed him, deeply shocking everyone in the room. Kakashi just giggled like the closet pervert he is. Sakura blushed at the scene as she was thinking about a certain Uchiha. Naruto blushed also, but was slightly disgusted seeing her brother make out with someone. And Sasuke tried to keep a straight face but had a slight blush on his face. Tsunade's eyebrows twitched furiously. Due to her being a mother figure towards Naruto, she was overprotective towards the boy and didn't want anyone kissing her little Naru-chan. After the two were done making out, Yugao blushed furiously and jumped out of Naruto's arms. She began to cough in her hands and tried to put her professional act while still having a blush on her face. It's good to have you back, Naruto-kun, she said with an blush. Naruto smiled and put his hand on her head and started rubbing it affectionately, causing her to pout slightly. It's good to be back in the leaf, Yugao-heim, he said huskily, causing her to turn red and have steam come out her ears as she passed out. Naruto started to laugh heartily. Works every time. Yo, Tsunade Carson, do you need me for anything? Naruto asked as he faced his mother figure. No, I just wanted to see how my Naru-chan was doing, she said teasingly. This caused Naruto's eyebrow to twitch. I thought we agreed that you wouldn't call me that anymore, he said, slightly aggravated. We make agreement on that, Naruto-chan. She asked innocently, causing Naruto stare at her with deadpan look as he had sweat drop on the side of his head. You know what you are doing, he stated in a deadpan voice. Tsunade simply turned around and smirked. I don't know what you are talking about, Naruto-chan, she said with a shrug. O2 can play the game, Naruto thought with an evil smile that would put Orochimaru's to shame. Okay, whatever you say, Ms.106 tilde. Naruto stated with an evil smile. Tsunade's eyebrows started twitching at a fast pace. You pervert, she yelled as she turned around and tried to punch Naruto only to find that he wasn't there anymore. Damn that brat, he's always winning, I'll get him next time for sure, she stated with fire in her eyes, causing everyone to look at her with a deadpan look. What the hell just happened? They all thought. Konoha Hospital. In a hospital room, we see a man with long white hair, in a hospital gown reading a book labeled, Ica Ica Paradise, as he was giggling like a pervert with blood dripping from his nose. He was also missing his left arm that he had lost in a fight against his former student. This was none other than Jiraiya of the Sannin. As he was busy reading his book, the lights began to flicker, which was strange since the lights were brand new in the hospital. Jiraiya looked towards the door as he noticed what seemed like a black mist came from the top and bottom of the door. The lights then began to flicker profusely as more black mist came from under the door and made its way towards the foot of Jiraiya's bed. Jiraiya, who was slightly sweating, just stared at mist that began to form at the foot of his bed until the lights finally flickered off, causing Jiraiya to be on guard. He wasn't even to his full strength yet, so this is the worst situation that he could possibly be in. He continued to stare at the foot of his bed until he saw malevolent violet eyes with slits staring at him with anger. The pressure in the room began to rise, causing the entire room to shake violently as Jiraiya heard the walls and floor begin to crack due to the pressure and chakra being released in the room. The dark violet eyes slowed turned an evil red filled with bloodlust, causing Jiraiya to have trouble breathing as he stared in shock as he saw the eyes begin to morph in the Sharingan. We really need to have a talk, Jiraiya-sensei. The voice said in a dark serious voice, causing Jiraiya's eyes to widen to shock and fear. No, it can't be, is it really him, Jiraiya thought. And to confirm his thoughts, the lights seemingly turned back on, showing an angry Naruto sitting at the foot of his godfather's bed with his head resting on both of his hands. If looks could kill, Jiraiya would have been killed 20 times. Jiraiya was sweating profusely. He had a good idea why Naruto was mad. Somebody had to tell him about the fight he had with Pain. Damn you, whoever told my sadistic godson about my fight, Jiraiya thought in fear. He looked at Naruto and chuckled nervously. Hey Naruto. How's my favorite godson doing on this wonderful fine day? He asked nervously. Saying that seemed to piss off his godson even more than he was the first time. He could have sworn he saw the Shinigami behind him with an evil smirk while staring at him. Well, I hope to have an hot springs in heaven, because it seems that Naruto is about finish what Pain couldn't, Jiraiya thought while mentally crying anime tears. Don't worry Jiraiya-sensei, I just want to have a long nice chat with you. I haven't seen you in 9 years. I think we should catch up, don't you think? Naruto asked with smile that was too innocent as killing intent was felt throughout the hospital. Yep, I'm finna die, Jiraiya thought. Chapter 5. So is there any reason why you called us here, Lady Tsunade? Well Kakashi, I'll enlighten you since you asked so nicely. You, guys, Asuma's and Kurenai's team are going to spar against Naruto today. Tsunade answered her top jonin in the leaf. The 3 jonin, except for Kurenai's, eyes widened hearing this. Excuse me my lady, Kurenai started getting the 3 men to snap out of their shock. Who is this Naruto you speak of? Surely he can't be that strong to take on the rookie 9 and guys team. Kurenai asked as the 3 men turned to her so fast with a shocked look on their face. Seriously Kurenai, you don't know who Naruto is? Asuma asked as he took his cigarette out of his mouth. No, should I know him? She asked, causing their eyes to widen even more, if that was even possible. Kurenai, please tell me you've heard of Konoha's Uchiha no Kaijin. Kakashi asked as she nodded, causing them to let out a breath of relief that they were holding. Wait, you're telling me that this Naruto is the legendary Black Phantom? She asked. Before anybody could answer her question, a book was thrown to her at full speed, but she caught it. The book read, Bingo Book, in bold letters going straight across. Read it. Go to the 3rd page, right after the 4th Hokages. Her Hokage ordered as she did and was shocked and scared to her core. Naruto Namikaze Uchiha, Black Phantom of the Uchiha no Kaijin Midnight Reaper SS rank ninja. Former ANBU commander known as Ru. Known for killing Elder Danzo Shimura and his Root ANBU. He also killed the elders and most of the civilian council and their families all in the single night, earning him the alias, the Midnight Reaper. Some former ANBU operatives have even stated that once he was caught, they were put in a genjutsu, making them witness the massacre. After witnessing the genjutsu and being put into handcuffs, he asked the 3rd Hokage to label him as the Black Phantom of Konoha. Father Minato Namikaze Uchiha deceased, Mother Kushina Uzumaki Senju deceased. Maternal grandfather Arashi Uzumaki deceased, maternal grandmother Kana Senju deceased. Paternal grandfather Madara Uchiha deceased, paternal grandmother Luna Namikaze deceased. Elements. Raiden is rumored to have complete control over Black Lightning. Kaden, due to his Uchiha genes, his Kaden element is described as blood-red flames that are enough to burn through most metal. Futon has a strong wind affinity also but hasn't been known to use it. Sudan, due to his huge chakra reserves, he can create water particles out of thin air like the second Hokage and flood small if not large villages. Doden again, like his Futon, he barely uses this affinity only when he needs to. Dojutsu. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Skills. Taijutsu, Cage level Genjutsu, Cage level Kenjutsu, Cage level Ninjutsu, Cage level Shurikenjutsu, ANBU Commander level Fuinjutsu, Cage level. Abilities. The perfect Susanoo is the only ability shown by Naruto Uchiha, so the rest are either rumors or unknown. Flee on sight. ANBU captain and lower ranked shinobi should flee on sight when they come across Naruto Uchiha. Run for your life. Pack your shit and haul ass like your troublesome wife is chasing you around the house with an iron skillet because she found your stash of Ico Ico Paradise. In other words, run bitch. Ruan. Who the hell made this bingo book? Kurenai thought. Me mortal, an unknown voice said out of nowhere. The hell, who are you? She asked, looking around the room, causing the rest of Jonin senseis to look at her quizzically. I am your creator, the creator of world and many other worlds. You shall call me Author-sama. The voice, now known as Author-sama, replied back. TCH, please, as if I'm supposed to believe something so irrelevant. She sneered back at him. Quote. You seem to be in love with Asuma Sarutobi. Author-sama stated coldly, causing Kurenai's eyes to widen in shock. It would be a shame if your unborn child somehow grew up without a father. Author-sama stated evilly, causing her to panic. You wouldn't, she said in fear, which caused Author-sama to laugh at her evilly. And who's stopping me? He asked with mock innocence. I won't let you, she yelled, causing everyone to stare at her in shock. Are you alright, Kurenai? Kakashi asked, in which she nodded hesitantly as she was shaking uncontrollably. Why yeah, I'm alright, she answered. The Hokage looked at her for a while but shook her head and began talking. As you can see, Kurenai, my grandson is capable of handling himself, she said with pride. I'm surprised that Kakashi didn't tell you who he was. There were 4 elite Anbu known as the 4 Horsemen of Konoha. Kakashi was one of them, Guy said, causing Kurenai's eyes to widen. She then took a step back and stared at Kakashi in slight fear. Kakashi saw this and I smiled. Tilda, calm down, Kurenai. There is nothing to be afraid of, Kakashi stated with a chuckle. So who were the other 3 in this elite ANBU group? Kurenai asked, still with fear. Itachi Uchiha, Shisui Uchiha, and Naruto Namikaze Uchiha. The leader of the 4 Horsemen of Konoha, Guy stated as Asuma nodded. So where will we meet him at Lord Hokage? Kakashi asked while reading his book, which caused Tsunade's eye to twitch. But she sighed and reluctantly answered. At Training Ground 7 in the lake. He said he was going for a swim, Tsunade stated as the 3 Jonin bowed and left. Training Ground 7. So this is where we supposed to meet Big Brother Naruto? Yeah, I'm kind excited to fight him. They said he was stronger than Itachi Nii. Really? Of course. How are my cute little chunin? Yo, what's up, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto greeted, causing him to smile as he patted her head, causing her to pout. Sakura just smiled at her sensei and Sasuke nodded at Kakashi. Then the rest of Rookie 9 and Team Guy body flickered to the same training ground standing in front of the large lake in front of them. So he's in there, huh? Lee asked. Indeed, Neji answered. I can't believe we are about to fight the Black Phantom of the Leaf. I heard that he has a beautiful sword. I want to see it. Fu tilda. Tenten laughed with stars in her eyes. Before anybody else could say something else, the water in the lake turned black. Life in the water began to die and it rose to the surface of the water. Suddenly a figure began to slowly rise from the water. It made its way to land and the girls began to blush. This was Naruto Namikaze himself, but shirtless and with 2 long katanas in his hand. So, you are the brats I'm supposed to fight? He asked as he stabbed both of his katanas into the ground. He then began walking towards them slowly. Every step he took caused the grass to turn black and die. He began raising his chakra slightly, which made the group of new chunin to sweat profusely. Naruto saw this and smirked. Well, it seems can handle the pressure of 5% of my chakra. Not bad at all. Now who's going to come at me first? Naruto asked with a devilish smile, causing them to shiver. Nobody didn't move and began to piss Naruto off. Fine, have it your way, but don't say I didn't warn you, he said as he disappeared in a black mist and reappeared behind Kiba and hit him with a right hook, instantly knocking him out. Akamaru whimpered and ran to his partner, who was embedded in a tree, and checked on him to make sure he was okay. 1 down, Naruto said as everybody looked at him in shock and fear. He then took a full speed and appeared behind Hinata and chopped her in the back of the neck. 2 down, he counted again, but before he could move he was surrounded by Shino's bugs. Kurenai looked at Shino and smirked. There is no way he can get away from Shino's bugs. He's completely surrounded by them, she thought with a smug look, but her face soon turned into horror as black flames surrounded Naruto's body and burning the bugs instantly. Naruto raised his head and everybody noticed that his purple slitted eyes was lit with black flames. Shino didn't have to react as a fist covered in black flames was embedded in his torso. He fell to his knees and fell into unconsciousness. One team down, 3 more to go. Leave hurricane, was all Naruto heard as he looked up and saw the guy look-alike trying to axe kick him. Keyword, trying. As his leg came down with full force, Naruto caught it and smiled as he deactivated his black flame cloak. That kind of hurt Lee, he stated, but grabbed Lee's leg in a firm grip. But you are going to have to do better than that, he said with a smirk as he began to slam Lee on the ground continuously until he threw with so much force that he broke 3 trees in process. Lee tried to get up but couldn't as he felt a foot on his chest. Stay down, I can tell that you are by far the most hard-working ninja out of everyone, Lee. You don't have to prove that to anyone, because you've already have. Guy did a great job training you. Or in other words, your youth burns brightly, Lee. Let your flames of youth continue to burn brightly, Naruto said with a warm smile, causing Lee's eyes to widen as tear began to well up in his eyes. Thank you, Naruto-senpai. I will continue to train harder to surpass you and Guy-sensei one day, Lee said in happy tears and with a bright smile. Naruto chuckled and patted Lee's head. I look forward to it, Lee. Now rest, Naruto said as he put his finger on Lee's forehead and Lee instantly went to sleep. Naruto threw Lee over his shoulders and body flickered in front of Guy. You did a good job with him, Guy. He shows promise, Naruto stated as he patted Guy's shoulder and removed Lee from his shoulder as he passed him to Guy. Guy smiled and nodded thanks towards Naruto. Naruto turned around and stared at the last remaining 2 of Guy's team. Naruto held his left hand out and his sword instantly came to his hand. I heard that you was Konoha's weapons mistress. Let's see if you live up to that name, Naruto stated as he ran towards her. Tenten gritted her teeth and unsealed an katana and ran towards him at full speed. They soon met in the middle, causing a small shockwave. Tenten gritted her teeth as Naruto was easily overpowering her. Good posture, but you should know the main rule in Kenjutsu. Never try to overpower your opponent who has superior and more strength than you, Naruto said as he pushed more weight down on Tenten. She began struggling bad but smirked as she got an idea. She then body flickered and tried to slash Naruto's back, but he stopped it. He then knocked her sword out of her hands, but she unsealed a tanto just in time to block Naruto's slash. But she wasn't prepared for a kick to her ribs which caused her to slide back. She coughed up blood but held up her tanto. Naruto saw this and smirked. He then got into a stance and took a deep breath and slowly exhaled as smoke came out of his nose and mouth like a raging bull. Dark sword-style cries of the tortured souls, Naruto said as everything turned black for Tenten and all she could hear was her evil cries of tortured souls. She dropped her tanto and began to cover her ears to block out the sound, but it kept getting loud. She began screaming as tears began to fall from her face. She stopped screaming as she looked down as she saw she was bleeding from her stomach. She weakly looked behind her and saw Naruto standing behind her with his back facing hers. 2 down, was all he said, and she fell to the ground. Naruto created a clone and told it to take her to the hospital. He then put his katana down against a tree and turned to Neji, who was surprisingly in his face. Neji was pissed seeing Tenten's condition. He began hitting Naruto with the 8 trigrams 64 palm, which caused Naruto to be slammed against a tree. Naruto coughed up blood and smirked. So you are the Jonin of the group. I'm impressed. A little bit, but I'm impressed, Naruto said with a dark chuckle. Stay down. I closed 64 of your chakra points, Neji stated darkly. Oh really? Who said I was the original? Naruto said with an evil smirk as Neji's eyes widened as he felt something grip his neck. He began to be raised up from the ground as he saw his attacker suddenly appear in front of him. Uncle Jiraiya's chameleon jutsu always come in handy, Naruto said as he put more pressure on Neji's throat. He then slammed Neji into the ground, which knocked him out instantly. Naruto stepped over Neji's body and began walking towards Kakashi's team, but his movement was stopped. He slightly struggled to turn around, but when he did he saw Shikamaru kneeling on the ground. Shadow possession, complete, Shikamaru said as he smirked. Naruto looked at him evilly as his violet eyes glowed menacingly. He smirked darkly and began to raise his chakra, which made the people in the training ground fall to their knees. Naruto turned around, which shocked everyone, and began to walk towards Shikamaru with his chakra still leaking. His chakra felt dark and evil, darker than Orochimaru's. It also held so much malice and hatred that it caused Shikamaru to throw up, which caused him to release his shadow possession jutsu. Naruto then body flickered in front of him and punched him with so much force that his jaw fractured due to the impact. The punch left Shikamaru dazed, so he couldn't battle anymore. Naruto flashed in front of Choji and stared down on the chubby boy. Listen brat, if you quit, I'll buy as much barbecue you want. Deal, Naruto said with a smirk. Deal, Choji said without missing a beat as he walked over towards Asuma and sat against the tree. Naruto chuckled as he walked over towards Ino, who began blushing as she stared at his six-pack. Ara tilda, you like what you see, Miss Yamanaka? Naruto asked huskily, which caused Ino to have a nosebleed that knocked her out. She had an perverted smile on her face. Naruto laughed heartily. Works every time, he stated as he turned and walked towards Kakashi's team. He stopped and stared at him before putting his hands behind his back. Don't disappoint me, you three, Naruto said with an evil chuckle that caused them to gulp. Sasuke steeled his nerves and shot his hand out forward as it was covered in lightning. Chidori blade, he yelled as he was about to stab Naruto in the shoulder. A lightning affinity. That's rare for an Uchiha. Well, Itachi did have an water affinity. But be proud, Sasuke, that you made use in jutsu. Naruto stated as he jumped away from the Chidori blade. He then made 3 hand signs with his right hand and his hand was covered in black lightning. It formed into black version of Kakashi's lightning blade. Be black lightning. How the hell does he have that, Kakashi? I don't know, but I do remember we did have a mission to kill some Kumo shinobi in the ANBU and they had all these scrolls and we took them. Maybe Naruto found one to support his black lightning affinity. Kakashi said as he flipped the next page of his book. Beautiful, isn't it? But fuck all that talking. Let's dance. Naruto stated as he body flickered in front of Sasuke about to stab him with the black lightning blade. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and dodged it. It embedded the tree and the whole tree exploded into wood chips, shocking everyone. Naruto saw this and kicked Sasuke, who blocked the attack with his forearms. Sakura body flickered above Naruto and tried to punch him with an enhanced chakra punch. Naruto saw this and dodged but shivered slightly at the damage the punch did to the ground. Damn you, Bar-chan, you just had to teach somebody your enhanced strength jutsu. He thought but heard and cracked from below him. His eyes widened slightly when he saw his sister erupt from the ground and try to hit him with a rasengan. He jumped out of the way to get away from the A-rank jutsu. While in midair, Sasuke was about to come down with his katana and try to slash Naruto in half. Naruto gritted his teeth in slight frustration and held his left hand out as his katana appeared in his hand and blocked Sasuke's slash. While landing on the ground, the two Uchiha rushed at each other and began to battle in a heated kenjutsu battle. The sound of metal and sparks from the swords was the only thing you could see and hear. Naruto saw Sasuke trying to slash his neck and activated his Sharingan and dodged it and kicked Sasuke in the torso hard. This kick caused Sasuke to be embedded in the tree. Sakura tried to sneak up behind Naruto but he turned and punched her in the stomach, which caused her to cough up blood and fall into a deep slumber. He turned and saw his sister trying to hit him with left hook and he dodged. But somehow he was still hit, and this caused him to take some steps back but he regained his posture. Let me guess, Uncle Jiraiya taught you sage mode. Naruto said as he spit blood from his mouth. Naruto laughed and gained victorious smirk. Yeah, so what, I managed to land a hit on Naruto Nichin, she said as she smirked smugly. Make no mistake, that will be your first and last hit, little sister. Naruto said without emotion, which caused her to flinch. Oh really? A voice said. Naruto turned around and his eyes widened as he saw an purple skeletal hand about to crush him. Boom. Dust covered the whole training ground. Once the dust cleared, everyone's eyes widened as they saw a grey large hand, holding Sasuke's purple skeletal hand. Sasuke's eyes widened but before he could react, Naruto's Susanoo hand slammed Sasuke's on the ground very hard, knocking him out of his Susanoo. Naruto stared at her brother in awe and fear but before she could react, she was punched in the stomach harshly, causing her throw up. She was then kicked towards her teammates and roughly landed against a tree. Impressive, you three actually made me use my Sharingan, nonetheless my incomplete Susanoo too. Very impressive indeed, but in the end you all are not strong enough. Naruto stated as he created large scythe out of black lightning and made and slash over their heads as all the trees behind them was cut in half and disintegrated. This action caused Naruto and Sasuke to stare at Naruto in fear as they began to stand up again. Naruto saw this and smirked darkly. Still wish to fight? Don't make a fool of yourself. Maybe I should show a little of my true power. Naruto said darkly as black veins began to spread throughout his whole body. His eyes turned a solid midnight black. Even his sclera turned pitch black. His canine teeth at the top and bottom part of his mouth got sharper and longer. His ears started to look like elf ears. To say that everyone except for Kakashi was terrified was an understatement. Naruto looked demonic and his smile didn't make it any better. His chakra began shaking the training ground violently. Naruto said only one word and it would forever be stuck in their heads. Kneel, Naruto said in dark and deep demonic voice. Everyone who was around Naruto and heard it did just as he said. They kneeled. It was as if a force was bringing them down to kneel. A very strong force. Everyone that was conscious was on 2 knees, kneeling. Bo! Naruto yelled out as they once again did as he said, which caused him to laugh darkly. His laugh sent shivers down everyone's spine. Kurenai was terrified. She knew that leader of the 4 horsemen was strong but this was ridiculous. Rise to your feet, he yelled to them and like drones, they followed his command. Naruto went back to his normal appearance and took a deep breath and exhaled. The training ground was a mess. He sighed and went to the lake and saw that the water was gone. He went through 10 hand signs and ended it with the dog hand sign. Water style Poseidon's wrath. Naruto yelled as he slammed his hands on the ground, causing raging waves to erupt from under the ground, refilling the lake once again. He then turned and made 2 clones. One went to the left side of the training field and one went to the right side of the training field while he went forward. He then slapped his hands together and said something that even shocked Kakashi. Wood-style deep forest emergence. He and his clones yelled in a union as they slammed their hands on the ground, causing new and huge trees to erupt from the ground. Once he was done he held out both of his hands, and his 2 katanas appeared in his hand. Naruko, he called out to his little sister. What is it, Nai-chan? She asked, still in fear of what she just witnessed. Don't come home late, Yar-ne tilde, he said as he disappeared in a flock of bats. Quote dot 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 dot. What the hell is that smell? Kakashi asked. Kurenai blushed brightly in embarrassment. Kurenai, did you? Shut up Kakashi, she yelled in embarrassment. Kurenai had pissed herself. Uchiha compound. Mikoto Uchiha, mother to Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha, was happily cooking and humming her favorite tune. After putting the last ingredient into her food, she let it sit on the stove to simmer in the food. Grabbing a towel, she wiped the sweat from her eyebrows. Hearing a knock at the door, she put the towel down and walked towards the door happily. Once she got to her door, she opened it and was shocked to see a tall man in front of her. She didn't recognize the man, so she scrunched up her face to try and remember who was this man until she saw violet-slitted eyes. Her eyes widened in shock as she put her hand over mouth. Tears began to fall from her eyes as she heard what the man said that answered her suspicion. I'm home, Mikoto-Kachin, the man said warmly. Naruto-kun, she yelled out as she hugged her surrogate son tightly as tears fell from eyes like a waterfall. Naruto returned the hug fully as he shedded a few tears himself. My sweet, sweet boy, I've missed you so much. Don't you ever leave me like that again. Ever, do you understand me? She cried out, hugging Naruto as if he was going to leave again. Naruto began rubbing circles on his surrogate mother's back to calm her down. I understand. I'm home now, Mikoto-Kachin. I'm here to stay. I won't leave you again. I promise. Ka-chan, Naruto said warmly as he hugged the woman took care of him after his real mother's death. She grabbed Naruto's head to bring it down and kissed his forehead. This caused him to blush slightly, which made Mikoto laugh happily as she rubbed his slightly noticeable whiskers on his face. My baby boy is home. My baby boy is home, she said in pure joy as she hugged him again out of excitement, which caused Naruto to laugh heartily. It's great to be back home, he thought with an warm smile. Chapter 6. So why have been called Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked as her and Team 7 were walking to the Hokage mansion. I don't know, I just know that we and the other teams have been summoned to go to the Hokage mansion. Kakashi told his student as his other two students were thinking about something. He looked at the Hokage mansion and sighed. Come on, let's not keep Lady Hokage waiting, he said with a nice smile as he and his team body flickered inside. Scene change. Team 7 walked in to see the rest of the Rookie 9 and Guy's team along with the team senseis. Naruto looked towards the Hokage desk and saw that the chair was facing towards the windows. Oi Granny, why did you summon us? Naruto asked. All she got as an answer was a deep chuckle. I can assure you that I'm not Granny, the voice said as the chair turned around to face him, shocking everybody in the room. Ni-san, Naruto yelled with wide eyes. Naruto laughed as he stood up to his full height, which was still shocking to some people in the room. Hello Naruto, let me introduce myself. I am Naruto Namikaze Uchiha, your 6th Hokage, Naruto said with a smirk. Sasuke stared at him with a look of amazement like the other Genin and Jonin in the room. How? Kakashi asked. Well, after that sparring match 2 weeks ago, Tsunade Kachin decided to step down and let me have the position. She is now in charge of the whole hospital. At first, I didn't want it, but I thought about it and said fuck it, why not? Naruto answered bluntly with a shrug, causing everybody to sweat drop at his antics. But that's not why I summoned you here, Naruto said in a serious tone, causing everyone to waver at first, but they also looked at him in serious. Naruto saw this and sat down in his seat, resting his head on top of his hands. To cut straight to the chase, we might be going to war, Naruto said emotionless, causing everybody's eyes to widen. A war against another village? Shikamaru asked. No, against the Akatsuki, Naruto asked. But how? I thought the Akatsuki was dealt with, Kurenai stated. Have you forgotten the true mastermind in the Akatsuki? Naruto asked the ninja in front of him. Naruto looked at her brother in confusion. Before her, she looked at him with recognition in her eyes. Madara, she answered. Correct, this so-called Madara might start a war in order to get the 2 remaining tailed beasts. He already has the other 7 in his grasp and will be damned if he gets his hands on my little sister, Naruto said coldly as his eyes flashed red for a second, causing everyone to gulp in fear. But how do you know all this will happen, Naruto Ni? Sasuke asked his older brother figure. Naruto looked at him and smirked like an typical Uchiha. You know how every Uchiha has a special technique of their own when they awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? Naruto asked as Sasuke and everybody in the room nodded their head. Well, I want you to guess mine's, Naruto said as he activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, causing everyone to shake in fear due to the immense power behind his eyes. Sasuke looked down to the ground thoughtfully until he gasped and looked at the new Hokage in shock. Why your eyes? They can see into the future, Sasuke asked as everybody's eyes widened and their jaws dropped. Naruto chuckled warmly before nodding. Bingo, my eyes are very special. That is only one of the amazing things these eyes of mine can do, Naruto stated. But as I said, we might be going into war, so I'm going to need everybody to be at least an S rank in a month and a half, Naruto said. Before anybody began asking questions, he began again. Sasuke, you will get your father's eyes. That way you will not get blind on the battlefield. You will also be training with Mikoto Kachin in Genjutsu. From what I heard that Orochimaru attacked the village while I was in jail, but at this point, I don't give a fuck. I asked him to come back to the village and I'm waiting for his answer. And if he does return, he will be training you in Kenjutsu. You will also be training with some ANBU operatives to get your fire and lightning ninjutsu up to top notch. You and Naruto are the only ones close to cage level shinobi in this village besides Kakashi and Guy. I need you two in top shape since you both are my heavy hitters. Do you understand? Naruto said in seriousness. Yes, Lord Hokage, Sasuke answered without missing a beat. Good, now step forward and get your Jonin vest, Naruto said as he put an Jonin vest on the table for Sasuke. Sasuke got his vest and stared at it. Thank you Naruto Nii, he said gratefully. No need to thank me. No, go meet your mother at the hospital. She has your father eyes. You and her will meet up with Tsunade and transplant your eyes. You are dismissed, he stated as Sasuke nodded and disappeared in a flock of crows. Sakura. Yes Lord Hokage. You also need to report to the hospital. You will be training with Tsunade and Shizune. Grab your Jonin vest and you are dismissed, Naruto ordered. She grabbed her vest and it disappeared in a body flicker. What about me Naruto Nii? Naruto asked, getting Naruto's attention. You will be coming with me to the cage summit along with Yamato. He and I will be training you. Now step up, grab an Jonin vest and go pack up for a month. We leave tomorrow, Naruto said darkly, causing his sister to sweat profusely as she nodded and grabbed her new Jonin vest and disappeared in a burst of wind. Hinata Hyuga. Why yes my lord, she asked nervously. You will be training with Anko, Naruto stated, causing everyone to pale. Kurenai looked at the Hokage like he grew a second head. My lord, would it be wise if I train her? She asked him. Naruto just looked at her with an deadpan look. No, he answered. Be you. Silence, you had enough time to train and get her out this, whatever the fuck that is. She is too kind-hearted. Too kind-hearted for ninja. Why she chose to be one I don't know. We are about to go to war. I can't have her hesitating on the battlefield and getting any of my shinobi killed because of her freezing up in front of the enemy. Naruto stated in a cold tone as his eyes narrowed at Kurenai. What would you know, you are nothing but a cold-blooded killer, she yelled. And you are the woman who decided to put Itachi Uchiha in a fucking genjutsu and was planning to drown Kisame Hoshigaki. If you were dumb enough to do that, what makes it right if I leave Hinata in your care, woman? Naruto barked back, causing her to flinch and drop her head in shame. There was a pregnant silence in the room. Matter of fact, Hinata, have you had your first kill? Naruto asked as he looked at her. Hinata shook her head no and Naruto snorted. Oh this is rich, grab your Jonin vest and stand back for a while, he ordered as she stepped and grabbed her vest and held it closely. What are you going to do? Kurenai asked in a worried tone. Something you should have done a long time ago. Bear, Naruto yelled as an ANBU dropped down from the ceiling. Yes Lord Hokage. Find Anko, and when you do, tell her she has an apprentice that will be waiting for her at the T&I department. Dismissed, Naruto said as the ANBU disappeared in a silent body flicker. Hinata Hyuga, you and Anko will execute a prisoner for treason. Am I understood? He asked as she nodded sadly. Listen Hinata, just because you kill someone, doesn't make you a monster. The only time you become a monster is when you take joy in killing. If you still feel remorse after killing somebody, that shows that you aren't a monster but a human being. Remember that, okay? Naruto said as walked towards her and patted her head, giving her a warm smile. Yes Lord Hokage, she said softly. Good, you are dismissed. Meet Anko in the T&I department, Naruto ordered as he walked back to his seat and sat down. Hinata disappeared in a leaf body flicker. Kurenai, you will not be fighting in this war, Naruto said, shocking everyone. What? Why? She asked. Oh please woman, you know exactly the reason why, Naruto said as everyone stared at him with an questionable look. Naruto sighed. I will not have a pregnant woman fighting on the front lines. Congrats Asuma, you're going to be a father, Naruto said with a smile. Asuma's eyes widened as he stared at Kurenai with hope in his eyes. Is it true? He asked. Kurenai blushed and nodded. She wasn't expecting Asuma to bring her in to hug and spin her around. I'm going to be a father, he yelled in happiness as Kurenai just giggled at her boyfriend's antics. Naruto smiled at this scene as it brought memories of when his father and mother found out that they were going to have Naruto. Asuma, Kurenai, you are dismissed. Go celebrate, I'll handle your team, Naruto said warmly. Kurenai walked up to him and bowed. I'm sorry for what I said earlier, Lord Hokage. It won't happen again, she apologized. Naruto simply just chuckled. Nah, it's alright, I understand where you were coming from. Now get out of here. And Asuma, don't forget what I said, Naruto reminded. I won't my lord, he answered as he and Kurenai disappeared in a body flicker. Tenten, you will be training with the ANBU Commander Kat in Kenjutsu. I will also leave a blood clone to help you with seals since my godfather is still recovering. Your Taijutsu training will still be held by Guy. You will also be training in ninjutsu by my blood clone, Naruto said as she had stars in her eyes. Kat, Naruto yelled as the ANBU commander appeared beside him. Yes my love, she said in her emotionless tone. You are to train newly Jonin Tenten to the best of your abilities. Am I understood? Naruto asked with an smirk as Yugao grinned behind the mask evilly. Yes my love, she answered. Good, Tenten, grab your Jonin vest and you and my girlfriend are dismissed. He ordered as the ANBU commander grabbed Tenten's shoulder and disappeared in a body flicker. Neji, you are also close to being a cage-level shinobi. Whatever you are doing, keep it up, but also try working with ninjutsu and weapons. War is coming and we will need every advantage we can get. Same goes for Yukiba and Shino. Understood, Naruto asked in a tone of superiority. Yes Lord Hokage, they answered in a unison. Good, you two can get your Jonin vest and you are dismissed. And Neji, start wearing your Jonin vest, Naruto said as they nodded. Shino and Kiba stepped forward to get their Jonin vest. They grabbed it and bowed to Naruto before leaving with Neji. Guy, you will be training Lee in everything in Taijutsu. And I mean everything. Understood, Naruto asked as Guy nodded and gave Naruto a thumbs up and a huge smile. You got it Lord Hokage. Come on Lee, let's go make our flames of youth burn brightly, Guy said as he looked at Lee. Yes Guy sensei, Lee yelled as he and his sensei ran out of the room, but not before Lee grabbed his Jonin vest. Naruto sighed and looked at the last four in the room. And then there was four. Kakashi Nii, Naruto said, getting his older brother's attention. What is it lil bro? I want you to be at the same level you used to be when we were a group in the ANBU. Naruto said as Kakashi's eyes widened slightly, but he nodded. Meaning you should be an S-rank ninja when I come back. Oh, and while I'm gone, you are going to be the substitute Hokage. So I hope you can improvise, Naruto said with an innocent smile, causing Kakashi to pale. Why, you're joking, right? Right. Am I laughing, big bro? Naruto asked innocently as Kakashi began to cry anime tears. Now, Shikamaru, Naruto stated, ignoring Kakashi's crying and sulking, you need to train in physical strength and Taijutsu. You can't go out on the battlefield with a strong mind and not have a strong body. Also, you three need to stop relying on your clan techniques so much. Don't get me wrong, they are indeed helpful, but you three need a bigger arsenal. Find out your chakra natures and begin working on Eustace. Find weapons that are suitable for you and that you'll feel comfortable with. Ino, you also need physical training and Taijutsu training. Choji, you need to work on your speed and your Taijutsu. When I get back from this summit, I want to see a different Ino Shikacho. Am I clear? Naruto said in a commanding tone. Yes Lord Hokage, they yelled in a unison. Good, get your Jonin vest and you are dismissed. And Kakashi, you start being substitute Hokage tomorrow. You are also dismissed, Naruto ordered as the four of them disappeared. Naruto stood up and walked to the window and stared at the village. Well Mum, Dad, I'm Hokage now, Naruto said to himself. My lord, you have paperwork to do, a woman said from behind him with paperwork in her hands. Naruto made an hand sign and 5 clones popped up beside him. You know what to do, was he said as the clones nodded and split the paperwork between each other. The woman just stared at the newly made Hokage in shock as he continued to stare out the window. Naruto smirked victoriously. Can't pull that paperwork shit on me. Work smarter, not harder, Naruto said as he laughed evilly, causing the woman to sweat drop and take step back from the young Hokage. I just wanted a normal job, she thought as she continued walk backwards. Naruto stopped laughing and sat back down in his chair and took off the Hokage hat. You are dismissed, Shuri, Naruto said warmly. The woman nodded and left the office. Naruto began tapping his finger against the desk. Fuck it, I'm going to get some barbecue, Naruto stated as he grabbed his personal Howry, Hokage hat, and left the office, leaving the clones to the paperwork. The door opened back up and Naruto looked at his clones. You guys want something to eat? He asked. Teriyaki chicken with chicken fried rice, Clone 1 answered. Miso ramen with slices of beef and with 4 boiled eggs, Clone 2 also answered. 20 sticks of yakitori, 10 beef and 10 chicken, Clone 3 said without looking up from the paperwork. Sushi, Clone 4 simply said as he was spinning a pin around while reading the paperwork. 10 sticks of dango, Clone 5 said happily. Got it, anything to drink, Naruto asked while writing a list down like a waiter. Tea, Clone 5 answered first. Pink lemonade, Clone 1 said simply. Water, Clone 4 said while signing paperwork. I'll also get tea, Clone 3 said while throwing away some irrelevant paperwork. Get me a regular lemonade, Clone 2 answered lastly as he was reading the paperwork carefully. Alright, I'll see you guys in 30 minutes, Naruto said as he closed the door behind him. Well, that was nice of him, Clone 3 said while balancing a pen on his fingers. Yeah, if we get food every time we do this paperwork, then I wouldn't mind doing it every day, Clone 5 said as looked up with a smile. You can say that again, Clone 1 said as he threw away some more irrelevant paperwork. I can do this for the rest of my life if I get to eat free, Clone 2 stated as he signed some more paperwork. Guys, I know you are happy, but let's get this shit over with, Clone 4 said with a sigh as the other nodded and began silently doing the paperwork. Scene change. In a dark cave, a lone figure sat in the dark with a small smile on his face as he got the memory of a clone. It seems you have returned, my friend. It seems that it's time for me to return as well, he stated with small smile as his eyes flashed into the matured Sharingan. We shall meet again, Naruto. Chapter 7. So Naruto Nii, what will I be training in while I'm traveling with you? Naruko asked her older brother. It's been a day since they left the village and she was happy that she could spend some quality time with her older brother. Well, first, we are going to teach you how to control your chakra chains first, Naruto stated while writing down important notes in his notebook. But I thought I had good control over them, Naruto said as she looked up at her tall brother. She still couldn't get over how tall her brother was. Hell, he was even taller than Pervy Sage. Oh, you have the right control over them to capture the average ninja hostage. I want you to have a good control over them to be able to hold a tailed beast hostage like mum, Naruto said as he put his small notebook in his jonin jacket. He then took the Hokage hat off his head and let it rest on his back. To control a tailed beast, Naruto yelled in shock. Yep, Naruto simply answered while fixing his haori. And you're telling me mum could do this? She asked in bewilderment. If I remember, Lady Kushina was the one to hold the Nine Tails hostage in order for Lord Fourth to seal it inside of you, Yamato stated, which caused Naruto to nod his head. Yes, you are correct, Yamato. Even after giving birth to you, she still managed to hold down the Nine Tails that night, Naruto said with a sad smile. Is there a reason why you want me to control my adamantine chains to such a degree, big brother? Naruto asked seriously, which surprised Naruto slightly before he grinned. Well, my cute little sister, the reason why is because you will need these chains in order to help you with controlling the Nine Tails power, Naruto said, which caused Naruto's eyes to widen. See, control its power? Naruto asked with slight doubt in her voice that didn't go unnoticed by Naruto and Yamato. Yes. But do you think I'm strong enough to control his power? Naruto asked with her head down. Naruto saw this and flicked her forehead. Ow, what was that for? She yelled while rubbing her forehead. Baka, Naruto simply said as he smiled down warmly at his little sister. What? She asked. If there is anybody that can control the Nine Tails chakra, then it's you. I know you can, because I believe in you, Naruto said as patted his little sister's head affectionately. This action caused her to blush in embarrassment, but she smiled through at her older brother. Thank you, Naruto Nii, she said happily as she hugged him tightly. Naruto chuckled heartily at his sister and returned the hug fully. No need to thank me, Ruko-chan, Naruto said with a smirk. Nii-san, Naruto yelled with a flustered face as she buried her face into her brother's abs. What? It's a cute name for my cute little sister, Naruto said as he looked down at his sister, who was still flustered. But it's still embarrassing, she said as she looked down with a pout. Naruto smiled and began walking, as did Yamato and Naruto. Nii-san, is there any other reason why you brought me with you? Naruto asked curiously. Yes, I heard that your dream was to become Hokage, so I decided to bring you just to show you what to expect when you become the next Hokage, Naruto said with a smile. Naruto smiled and nodded at her big brother. It made her feel happy that somebody else believed that she would become Hokage. It filled her with courage and passion that made her want to chase after her dream more. While she was thinking, she thought about the demonic transformation that her brother went through when they spared 2 weeks ago. Naruto Nii, she called out. Naruto answered his sister. What was that transformation you went through during the spar against us? Naruto asked, causing Naruto to stop in his tracks. Yamato saw this and looked toward his newly made Hokage. Naruto got scared about asking the question and was about to say something until Naruto started chuckling. I knew you would ask. Come, let's stop at this dango shop and I'll tell you and Yamato what the transformation is, Naruto said as he smiled and walked ahead to the shop with the 2 jonin following him. Time skip. So you want to know what the transformation is? Naruto asked as he took the dango stick out of his mouth and stared at his sister and personal bodyguard. Naruto and Yamato nodded their heads in response as Naruto sighed and sat the Hokage hat beside him. He ran a hand through his hair and smiled. Very well, you might want to sit back and relax because it's going to be a long story, Naruto stated as the 2 ninja in front of him got comfortable before focusing their attention on him. Naruto sighed and began talking. That transformation you saw me go under is a curse. More specifically, a curse from the Shinigami himself, Naruto stated, which shook the 2 ninja in front of him. Shinigami. Dear Kami. Yes, it's known as the Curse of the Namikas. The curse was first given during the times when Hashirama Senju reigned as the first Hokage. Back then, the Namikas clan was nothing more than a clan full of merchants and seal masters. Only a few members of the Namikas clan became ninjas. Their intellect rivaled that of Inara. There was also a select few born with the swift release Kekkei Genkai. Dad wasn't the one born with it, which is why he resorted to the flying Rasen. But back to the story. The curse began when one of the merchants, who was also an seal master, summoned the Shinigami. Naruto looked at the 2 ninja to see if they wanted to ask a question. Naruto, who raised her hand like she was in the academy, asked a question that was on Yamato's mind. Naruto Nii, she said. Shoot. Why would he summon the Shinigami? Naruto asked with an confused look on his face. I was just getting to that, so listen, Naruto said as she nodded, and Naruto took a deep breath before talking again. As I said, he summoned the Shinigami in plans of doing something selfish. The Shinigami became angry that a mortal summoned him and was about to kill the merchant before the merchant said something that caught his interest. The merchant asked to be the best merchant and seal master in the elemental nations, and in return he would gladly give his soul to the Shinigami. The Shinigami though about it and granted his wish and told the merchant that he would let him live but he would soon come for his soul when it was time. The merchant began to make the best weapons for Konoha which brought a lot of money to Konoha and him. His Fuinjustu was on par with Mito Uzumaki, the first Hokage's wife. Once he got rich he began to change. He began to get greedy for more money. When it was his time for the Shinigami to take his soul, he looked the Shinigami in the eyes and flat told him that he couldn't get his soul. The Shinigami grew furious and was about to kill him until he got an idea. An idea that would change the Namikaze clan forever. The Shinigami placed a curse on every Namikaze firstborn that was born throughout the Namikaze clan forever. When the merchant got married and had a child he was happy but what he didn't know that his son was cursed. Once the son got older the merchant and his wife had another child. When the oldest son became 18, the curse started to take effect on him. The curse would start to damage his mind and he would begin to have thoughts of murdering his family. He tried to fight off the curse as long as he could, but in the end it inevitable. The curse would take over and make the oldest son murder his whole family brutally in one night. Was the curse resided, the oldest son would fall into deep depression and guilt and would soon take his own life by stabbing his heart. This continued to happen with every firstborn Namikaze until Dad was born. He was the second-born child in his family. He and his older brother had two different fathers. His older brother father died during a war, and you should know who Dad's father is. Once Dad's older brother turned 18 the curse started to take effect on him. Madara had left the village and Dad's mum had died over a sickness. On the way home to the Namikaze clan compound, Dad noticed that every light was off and it was early which made it weird. Once he made it home, he saw that every member of his clan was torn apart brutally. Men, women, elderly and young children decapitated with a look of fear shocked their face. Dad rushed to his house and ran in only to find his brother covered in blood head to toe crying his heart out saying he was sorry over and over again. After murdering the entire Namikaze clan, he decided that he couldn't take the mental torture anymore. He killed himself by cutting his throat right in front of Dad. This caused Dad to awaken the Sharingan to its true potential. The matured version of the Sharingan. Naruto took a deep breath and took a sip of water and looked at his sister and Yamato, who had horrified looks on their faces. Captain Yamato, is it me or does it sound similar to the Uchiha massacre? Naruto said, Yamato eyes widen in realization. It most certainly does, Naruto. Lord Hokage, how come your story is similar to the Uchiha massacre? Yamato asked. Simple, because the Uchiha was cursed too. Naruto simply stated, causing Naruto's eyes to widen in disbelief. No way, she said in shock. Oh, but it's true, little sister. The Namikaze curse and the Uchiha curse are similar and different in both ways. The Uchiha curse is based on love and hatred that an Uchiha feels, while the Namikaze curse curses your sanity. Naruto said, explaining it to the two shinobi in front of him. Let's start with the Uchiha. An Uchiha begins to fall into the curse of hatred when they see the person they love the most dies in front of them. This caused the Mangekyo Sharingan to awaken. Some Uchihas, mostly half-blooded Uchihas, don't fall into this hate. They could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan during intense training or a lot of stress in the brain. A full-blooded Uchiha has to see the person they love be killed in front of them or they are the ones killing someone they love. Naruto said darkly, causing Naruto to gasp and Yamato to close his eyes and sigh since he knew the truth. Now the Namikaze curse is based on your sanity. Once you are about 13, you begin to hear voices in your head but barely. But as you get older the voices become louder, darker, and more evil to the point where you can't properly sleep at night. By the time you are 18, the curse will try to take over when you are not in control of your emotions. This can cause you to turn into an unstable killing machine. You will start killing everything in your path until you are low on chakra. These two curses are similar because they will drive you to the brink of insanity. Naruto stated as he took another sip of his water. Well, big brother, how are you not insane right now? Naruto asked as Yamato looked towards the young Hokage with a questionable look. Naruto simply smiled at the two jonin. That is because I am the first Namikaze to have complete control over my curse. Naruto said, shocking them. How? Yamato asked, shocked. Well, when you're in a prison for over 9 years and that same prison restricts you from using your chakra, the only thing you can do is train your mind mentally. You can't have a strong body without having a strong mind. A strong body can only get you so far. But when you have a strong mind with a strong will, you are unstoppable. The mind is the most important thing in your body. So while I was in prison, I would meditate and calm my mind since I couldn't train with my chakra. But my chakra just kept getting stronger and denser each day, each month, each year. I began to control my curse until I had complete control of it. Once I had complete control over it, I called it demonic sage mode. There are 3 modes to this cursed sage mode. Naruto, you only saw the first and you know how powerful it was. Naruto stated as Naruto shivered in fear. Yamato was confused, so he asked how strong was the first mode of the sage mode. It was so strong that he only has to say one word to defeat us. When we were spar Naruto near, his appearance changed to where it looked very demonic. Life around him began to die just by his presence. We were about to attack him and the only thing he said was kneel. Everyone that was still awake kneeled before. It was as if something was forcing us to kneel. He then said, bow, and like before, we somehow bowed to him like he was king. He then ordered us to rise to our feet and we had no choice but to follow his command. Naruto told Yamato, who shivered at what had been told to him. I call it command. I know it's a lame name, but basically when I'm in that form, I can basically tell anyone what to do. Ranging from telling you to get me something to drink to executing yourself without second thought. I can also drain the life force of anyone I choose. That is why I'm in that form. You saw everything dying but your friends, Naruto. If you were enemy ninja, I could kill you without moving. Just a simple look is all it takes and you are on your way to meet Shinigami himself. Naruto stated darkly, causing the two to pale in fear. Naruto looked out the window and saw that it was getting dark. Well, suggest that we go find ourselves a hotel. We will need rest to leave early in the morning, Naruto stated with a smile. Time skip. After getting a hotel, Naruto, and Yamato went to their own rooms in order to get some sleep for the morning. Naruto was up writing notes in his notebooks. He hadn't been too long, just got out of the shower, so he only put on a pair of boxers and black sleeping pants, leaving his ANBU tattoo and scars showing in full display. His hair was still wet but it was spiked up, making him look like his grandfather, Madara. While sitting on the edge of his bed writing his notes, he heard a knock on his door and told the person to come in. He was shocked to see that it was his little sister, but he smiled warmly at her. Ah, Naruto, what is it that is keeping you, my dear little sister? Naruto asked as she came over to Naruto and sat down beside her older brother. Naruto ni, she said softly. What is it, little sister? He asked warmly. There is something I want to tell you, she said while squirming around nervously. Naruto saw this and put around her and brought her into his chest. Speak your mind, Ruko-chan, Naruto said soothingly. Naruto took a deep breath and spoke. I think I'm in love, Naruto ni, she said while blushing slightly. Naruto's eyes widened in shock as he looked at his sister before smiling warmly. So who is the lucky guy who has captured my sister's heart? Naruto said warmly. Quote ... I'm gay, Naruto said as she looked down to the floor, scared what her brother's reaction would be. Naruto just froze. He was shocked to his core. He wasn't expecting this, his mind going crazy right now. His sister was gay. My sister is gay, my sister is gay, well I be damned, Naruto thought with a warm chuckle. Naruto began to pat his sister's head affectionately, which caused her to look up only to see her brother staring at her with loving eyes. So, Ruko-chan, who is the lucky girl who has captured your heart? Naruto asked. Hinata-chan, she said with an embarrassed blush. Naruto saw this and smiled. He got up and got in front of his sister. He kneeled down and looked at his sister while rubbing the whiskers on her cheek. My dear little sister, I don't care if you are gay or not. What matters is that you are happy and that you've found love. No matter what, I will always support you. Whatever path you choose is up to you. My job as a big brother is to support you and love unconditionally. You can be gay, you can be straight, you can be bisexual, I don't care, I will forever support you. And I will always love you no matter what. Because you are my dear little Ruko-chan. As long as you are happy, I'm happy. And don't let no one judge you because you are different. Take pride in what makes you different from other people. And if they don't expect that, forget them. That shows that they were not your friends in the beginning. You only need a few true friends that will forever be there for you. I want you to know that I'm proud of you for telling me this. And you should never feel ashamed about telling me something like this, okay? Naruto said warmly, causing Naruto to shed happy tears as she hugged her big brother tightly as she cried into his shoulder. Naruto smiled and hugged his sister while shedding a few tears of his own. After 10 minutes of hugging and crying, Naruto smiled brightly at her brother as he stood up to his full height. He patted her head lovingly and looked at the clock. It's getting late, little sister. It's time to go to sleep, Naruto said as he smiled at his sister. Naruto blushed and asked her brother a question, but Naruto couldn't hear her correctly. What did you say, Naruto? Naruto asked with an raised eyebrow. See, can I sleep with you, big brother? She asked with an embarrassed blush. Naruto just laughed heartily, which caused her to blush a deeper shade of red. Sure, I don't mind, Naruto said as he got into the bed. Naruto got in afterwards and snuggled against her brother's chest, listening to his heartbeat. Good night, Naruto ni, she said softly while falling to sleep. Naruto had a small smile on his face. Good night, Ruko-chan, he replied back as he rubbed her head soothingly. I love you, Naruto ni, was the last words she said before falling into a deep slumber. Naruto smiled as he kissed his sister's forehead, which caused her to smile in her sleep. I love you too, my dear little sister, Naruto said as he fell asleep listening to the soft snores of his little sister. Where is the king? He should be here any minute. Good, because he is not going to like this. Here he comes. Coming full speed was a blonde-haired man that was cut short with an undercut, riding a black horse, coming full speed with his soldiers no too far behind him. He was close enough to the three men. He stopped the huge black horse and jumped off. He stood at 6 feet 4, he had cold blue eyes that were narrowed menacingly. He had a black cloak that was covered with black fur at the top. He had on a black long-sleeved turtleneck, with black pants and black combat boots. This was the Dark King of the Land of Whirlpools, Naruto Uzumaki. He has gone by many names. The Blonde Devil, the Dark Tyrant, the Summoner of Dragons, the Heavenly Demon, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the strongest ruler of the Elemental Nations, the one who brought hell on earth. The Lost King, the Dragon Sage, the King of Chaos and Destruction, the embodiment of darkness. So many names for a being who started from nothing and ended up becoming a ruthless tyrant. My lord, we have caught the trespassers who have been lurking. One of the soldiers said. Naruto looked at his soldier and looked at the 20 men who was caught. Naruto nodded to his soldier and walked towards the trespassers. They shivered at the cold look they were receiving from the blonde king. You bandits never learn, do you? Naruto asked coldly. The shivered at the time he was using. MIL lord. Silence, I don't remember asking you to talk. Naruto replied darkly, causing them to shake in fear. Naruto looked at them with a slight shocked look before getting a dark look in his eyes. You are the same group of men who tried to trespass 2 weeks ago, aren't you? He asked, which caused them to pale. He raised his chakra to 5%, which was dense and caused the bandits to have trouble breathing. Answer me, are you the same group of men who trespassed 2 weeks ago? He asked in a demonic voice which caused to shake violently in fear. Why yes sir, the leader said while trembling. Naruto looked towards him and walked up to him. I assume you are the leader, are you not? Naruto asked in a tone that barely showed any emotion. Why yes sir, he answered. Naruto glared at him before he brought his hand up and made a come here motion. 4 of his soldiers that was on horses came up to him and got down from the horses and bowed. Yes my king, the first soldier asked. He says that he is the leader of this so-called group. Tie his limbs to the horses and pull them off. Naruto said darkly. The leader of the bandits' eyes widened with fear as he began to beg for mercy, but Naruto ignored and kept a cold look on his face. My lord, pardon me for asking, but what are you going to do about the other bandits? Naruto's right-hand man asked. I gave them a warning 2 weeks ago and I was generous enough to let them live. But now they have pissed me off. Wood-style wooden spikes. Naruto yelled as he slammed his feet that was covered with chakra down on the ground, which caused huge wooden spikes to rise up from the ground and impale the remaining bandits. Blood dripped down the wood spikes in a slow fashion. Naruto turned his back and walked back to his horse and hopped back on. My lord, what are you going to do to the bodies? His right-hand man asked. Leave them to the crows and vultures. No need to bury such filth on my land. Higher, Naruto yelled as his horse took at full speed heading back to his kingdom with his soldiers following behind him. As they were riding, they heard screams of pain and agony coming from the leader of the bandits. This caused Naruto to smile darkly as he rode back to his kingdom on his horse. Chapter 8. And my name is Naruto Namikaze Uchiha. I am the 6th Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves. With me as my guards is my little sister Naruko Uzumaki and Yamato. Naruto introduced himself lastly. Everyone looked towards Naruto in shock, especially Gaara. He didn't know that Naruto had an older brother. Nonetheless, he was an Uchiha. The other 2 San siblings were shocked too. Everyone stared at Naruto. He had an aura that showed power and authority. Being the tallest person there at the cage summit, only an inch taller than the Raikage, caused you to have a lot of attention. Mifune looked towards Naruto and nodded. And now we will begin the cage summit. Mifune stated as Naruto sat back down and took off his Hokage hat. He sat the hat on the table and used his right hand to support his head as he began tapping the left side of the chair in a rhythmic way. Now before we begin on why we are here, I know some of the newer Hokages have questions that need to be answered, so please start asking. Mifune said as Gaara looked towards Naruto. Lord 6th, he called out. Yes. I was wondering, are you Naruto's biological older brother? Gaara asked as Naruto smiled and nodded. Yes, she is indeed my younger biological sister. Naruto answered truthfully. But how? You said you were a Namikaze but you have black hair. My guess is the Uchiha genes, but the question is, which Uchiha did it come from? May asked as she looked at Naruto with a slight blush. Well, to answer your question, I am Namikaze and Uchiha. As you can see, I adopted more of my Uchiha genes. You can thank my grandfather, Madara Uchiha, for that. I also have a slight bit of my mother's and grandmother's genes, but Naruko has more of that and the Senju genes on her side. Naruto stated, shocking everyone there. So you mean to tell me that the yellow flash was the son of the ghost of the Uchiha? And to make it worse, you look and sound exactly like your grandfather. That is scary. The apple doesn't fall too far from the tree, I see. The 3rd Shuikage stated sarcastically, only to get a heated glare from Naruto that made him flinch. Mind your tongue, Lord Shuikage. That is still my father and grandfather you were talking about, Naruto said sternly, which caused everyone to shiver. And your father and grandfather slaughtered thousands of my soldiers. The Shuikage yelled out. During times of war you did the same thing to the leaf, did you not? So what's the difference, Lord Shuikage? These are the consequences that come with the price of war, a price that you were willing to pay as soon as you took the seat as the Shuikage. You sent men and women out there to stop my father, did you not? You led men and women to stop my grandfather, did you not? And you did this, knowing my grandfather's and father's caliber in terms of power easily outclassed yours. So if there is anybody to blame, blame yourself, Lord Shuikage. Naruto finished, leaving Onoki speechless. Kurosachi gritted her teeth in anger as she began lashing out at Naruto. Your father killed my mother, you bastard. Kurosachi. No, Lord Shuikage, let her speak. Naruto said calmly. It isn't fair. Your father took everything away from me. I hate your father. I hate your village. And the sight of you makes me hate your village more. Maybe if I killed you, I can avenge my mother and get my vengeance. She yelled out in hatred as Naruto just stared at her. The room was quiet and everyone was waiting for Naruto's response. Naruto was gritting her teeth in anger as somebody just disrespected her brother and father in front of her. She felt a hand grab hers and turned to see Naruto holding it tightly as he gave her a warm smile. Naruto then looked back towards Kurosachi, who was releasing killing intent, but it wasn't affecting Naruto not even the slightest. Quote. Will it bring her back? What? Kurosachi asked shocked. Tell me, Kurosachi-san, after you kill me, or anybody else from my village, will it bring your mother back? Naruto asked calmly as he looked at her. No, but at least I will get my vengeance, she stated. Naruto shook his head. Vengeance, you say? It's always about vengeance. Lord Mifune, do you mind if I speak my mind for a little while? Naruto asked respectfully as Mifune nodded. I don't mind at all, as I am interested in what you have to say also, Mifune stated truthfully. Thank you, Lord Mifune. Naruto thanked as took a deep breath and exhaled. As I was saying, you say you want to get vengeance by killing me. But then, what about my friends? What about my family? What about my people? What about my village? They too will seek vengeance and will want to come after your head. And this vengeance will cause hatred to be born, and it will continue, and then war breaks out. War breaks out and bloodshed continues until we began to lose friends we grew up with, family members, comrades, lovers, brothers, sisters, fathers, mothers. As you can see, the cause of war is always mostly caused when someone loses somebody they love. Just by living, people hurt others without even realizing it. So long as humanity exists, hate will also exist. There is no peace in this cursed world. War is just a crime paid for by the pain of the defeated. Quote. But you also have to realize that your mother died in that war in order to protect her people, and more specifically to protect you as a mother. That is the ideology of war. We enter wars in order to protect what we hold dearly, that is waiting for us at home. You never know, Jen, you will die in battle, but as long you die knowing that the person you love is in great hands, you can die peacefully. That is the best thing in this cruel world of shinobi. Love. Love is what brings us together, and when stronger people who have something to love come together, those type of people can accomplish anything. The life of a shinobi is not peaceful, nor is it bad. But as a shinobi, there will be things that will have to be sacrificed in life in order for you to push forward so it won't happen again, such as losing someone you love. You don't fall into the hatred. No, you overcome that hatred and become stronger. Create stronger bonds as family and a friend, protect your village as a shinobi. I sacrificed almost 10 years of my life in order for my sister and the village to stay safe. 9.5 years in blood prison isn't the most pleasant thing in the world, but as long as my sister is safe I will do anything. That is we, as shinobi, is what type of mindset we should have in order for a better future for the next generation coming after us. Which is one of the reasons why we are here today. We will be going to war with the Akatsuki, and to defeat them, we will have together as one. Not as a separate village, no, as the elemental nations as whole. When we do, I know we can defeat the Akatsuki. Naruto finished as everyone stared at him with wide eyes. Naruto stared at her older brother with wide, awe-filled eyes. He wants peace just like pervy sage, she thought as she looked at him. Kurosachi stared at the ground as tears fell from her eyes. Kurosachi. Yes, Lord Hokage. She looked up sadly. You say that my father took away everything from you. Look around you. You have a grandfather and father still here for you. Cherish them while they are here. As a shinobi, you never know when they're going to leave this world. And I can't say sorry for something that my father did in the war that was supposed to happen. But, if it makes you feel better, my father stated that your mother was the strongest kunoichi he fought from the rock village. Naruto said warmly as Kurosachi's eyes widened as she began crying again, which Naruto looked at the girl with sorrow evident in his eyes. The next thing that happened shocked everyone. Naruto teleported in front of Kurosachi and brought her into a hug. This caused her eyes to widen as tears kept falling from her eyes. This feeling, it's so warm, it feels like I'm hugging mum again, she thought as she slowly wrapped her arms around Naruto. This caused Naruto to smile as rubbed circles on her back. I can tell you a strong woman, Kurosachi. We will need kunoichi like you in this war, Naruto said warmly as Kurosachi nodded into Naruto's torso. Naruto let go of the hug and patted Kurosachi on the top of her head, which caused her to blush in embarrassment. Naruto chuckled and began walking to his seat. Ara, I want a hug and head pat too, Naruto-kun, Mei said with lust as she stared at Naruto. Naruto stopped walking and froze. He began to turn his head slowly to look at Mei. Once he fully turned to Mei, he gave her a look that made Yamato cry tears of joy. You shall know pain, Mei, Naruto said darkly as his look intensified as he activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He teleported in front of her and went through fast hand signs before ending it. Naruto's secret technique, Begone Thought Jutsu. Naruto yelled as he punched Mei comically through the wall, which shocked everyone, well except Kankuro and Naruto, who were laughing at the situation. It seems like to play rough, Naruto-kun. But it's okay, I like it rough, he, Mei stated as she came from the hole she was punched through with blood on her lower lip. She licked her lip and stared at Naruto with nothing but lust, which made Naruto slightly blush, but he played it off by coughing and walking back to his seat. Well, isn't this somewhat entertaining? A voice said from up above the cage. Naruto already sensed him there, but he played along with this masked man. Who are you and how did you get here? I yelled as the person began chuckling. My name is Madara Uchiha, the leader of the Akatsuki. To be continued. Chapter 9. I am Madara Uchiha, the masked man said, releasing a great amount of chakra that caused 4 out of the cage to gasp for air. The masked man noticed that the Hokage wasn't affected. He had his head down with the cage hat covering his face. Perhaps he's passed out from fear. The masked man thought with a smirk before he started gasping for air and began sweating. What the hell is this pressure coming from? The masked man thought as he looked back towards the Hokage slowly. He noticed that the Hokage had malevolent, dark, and evil black chakra surrounding him. He also had an aura that reeked death around him. You dare come and disturb this important meeting? The Hokage asked darkly as he began to raise his head slowly. The masked man's eyes widened in shock and horror. What the hell? He sounds exactly like Madara. Who the hell is he? He thought before he paled and began sweating profusely. No, anybody but him. He wasn't supposed to be out for the next 10 years. The masked man thought frantically as he saw blood-red eternal Mangekyo Sharingan eyes glaring at him menacingly. Who are you? Naruto asked darkly as his chakra began shaking the building, causing web-like cracks to appear on the floor and walls. As I said, I am Madara. The masked man couldn't finish as an arrow made out of black lightning passed face, quickly causing his mask to crack again. Bullshit. Lie again and I won't miss on purpose next time. Now who the fuck are you? Naruto asked angrily as he was about to release his first phase of his curse. The masked man took a deep and shaky breath and exhaled. Very well then, my name is Toby. I am the true leader of the Akatsuki. The masked man said with a small sigh as Naruto stopped raising his chakra, which caused everyone to breath. Naruto looked at her brother in shock, never seeing him get so angry before. That's better. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Naruto Namikaze Uchiha, the 6th Hokage of the Leaf Village. Naruto said with a motionless tone. How did you know that I wasn't Madara? Because I'm his grandson, Naruto said, causing Toby's eyes to widen in shock. Sensei was the son of Madara this whole time. Toby thought in shock before he regained his composure. Ah, I see. Well then, you must know why I'm already here. Toby addressed to the 5 cages in the room. You will not be getting my brother, nor will you be getting the 8 tails, and that's final. He yelled as he glared at Toby. Why do you want the tailed beast anyway? Gaara asked. In order to bring true peace. Toby answered as Naruto just simply looked at him. True peace? May asked in a confused tone. Yes, with the power of the tailed beast taken away from the 5 great villages, there will be no more conflicts in the elemental nations. No more foolish wars will arise when the tailed beasts are sealed away. But if I get the all 9 tailed beasts, I can bring this world to true peace. By summoning the 10-tailed beast, the world can live their dreams, or in other words, make their dreams become reality. No more wars, just peace for the greater good of the elemental nations. I cause this plan to end all wars, the Eye of the Moon. Toby finished, shocking everyone, but Naruto kept a stoic face. Toby turned to Naruto and smirked. What do you think of my plan, Lord Hokage? Toby asked darkly, which sent shivers down everyone's spine except for Naruto. As tempting as it may be, I'll have to pass. Naruto said as Toby raised an eyebrow when Naruto mentioned that it was tempting. I can see where you are coming from. You were looking for a way to end all wars and bring peace to the world, but you were going down the wrong path to do it. Naruto stated seriously. Oh, do explain, Lord Hokage, Toby said in voice that showed interest. The peace that you are trying to create is nothing more than an illusion. An illusion that will make the person's dream become reality, will tempt anyone, but then again, it's nothing more but an illusion. Nothing more, nothing less. One's happy dream could be a frightful nightmare for the other, and one's illusion could be someone's reality. It's how the way you look at it from a certain point. We as humans make illusions just to cover up the cold, hard truth of reality. As we grow accustomed to these illusions, we don't even think about what's really reality anymore. But once the illusion falls, you can't hope to face the cold hard truth of reality because you lived your life based off an illusion. Naruto stated as everyone had thoughtful looks on their faces, even Toby had a thoughtful look on his face behind his mask. Everyone was brought out of their thoughts as Naruto began talking again. Question is, how will you handle it? How will you handle the truth about reality once the illusion falls? Can you handle the truth about reality? Will you accept the truth about reality with open arms, or will you push the truth about reality to the side and look past it? So many questions that we as humans never ask ourselves because we don't want the truth to the answer. And when we do find the truth to the answer, we won't accept that truth. We began to question what's real and what's not. Our mind goes into a quarrel and you began to think that everything was lie from the start. Which is true because you were the one to create that illusion with mind. The human mind would rather believe something they hear rather than believing when the truth is showed to them. But then again, some human minds are the complete opposite, isn't that right, Toby? Naruto asked with narrowed Sharingan eyes. Toby's eyes widened as he got a flashback of Kakashi stabbing Rin through the chest with a Chidori before he slightly shook his head and stared at Naruto with his one Sharingan eye. Are you implying something, Lord Hokage? Toby asked with a dark tone as Naruto just simply closed his eyes and sighed. I'm not implying nothing at all, Toby. What I'm trying to say is that, even though I admire you for trying to bring peace to the shinobi world, but the way you are doing it is completely wrong. But then again, the way of the shinobi system is wrong. I always looked up to Jinchurikis because of how strong they were to carry the burden of carrying a tailed beast with them for the rest of their lives. People looked up to Kage's famous shinobi. Me, I looked up to the Jinchurikis. Naruto said with a smile as everyone stared at him in shock, especially Naruto. But then, Jinchurikis couldn't be the person who they were without the tailed beast. So I got curious. Why did the tailed beast have to be sealed up? What did they do wrong? Have they ever harmed anyone? And even if they did they start the conflict, or was it the shinobi who started the conflict with tailed beast? You all want to seal the tailed beast, but have any of you ever thought about the true feelings of the tailed beast? Have any of you ever tried to cooperate with these so-called mindless beasts, as you so put it? Have any of you tried to ask for their names? Naruto asked as everyone looked shocked about what he said. Deep inside of Naruto's seal, the Kyuubi was listening to the whole conversation, and for the first time ever, he smiled a genuine smile. That kid, he reminds so much of the old man. He has Madara's looks but the old man's way of thinking. The girl reminds me of Ashura. I knew that brat was something when he was first born. It's a shame I didn't get sealed into him. The Kyuubi thought with a small chuckle as he began listening to the conversation again. So to answer your question, Toby, I will not allow you to take the tailed beast sealed into my sister nor my sister. To be honest, I want to meet Kyuubi-san, Naruto said with small smile as Toby sighed from behind his mask. Very well, I now declare the fourth great ninja war against the 5 cages. Until then, Yarene Tilda, Toby said, but before everything around him froze. Everything but him. So it's come to this, Toby? A voice said behind him. Toby was shocked and turned around slowly and saw Naruto behind him with an innocent but dark smile. Why you? How? Toby yelled. Oh, don't worry, I won't do anything to you. This is one of my abilities of my eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. I can stop time at any given time, Naruto stated. What do you want from me? Toby asked on edge. What do I want? Nothing at all. I'll play along with you in this little game of war. But do know this, Naruto started as he jumped down and began walking while still having his time-stopping ability activated. Obito Uchiha, Naruto said darkly as he sat back down in his cage seat as the man behind the mask paled and began sweating profusely. Do not fret, I'll keep this little secret between us. Now I think it's about time you leave. I'm about to release my time-stopping jutsu, Naruto said with a dark smile as Obito gritted his teeth and disappeared in thin air. Naruto chuckled sinisterly before releasing his jutsu. I hope you chose the right path eventually, Obito. If you don't, will I guess avenge my parents by taking your life? Naruto thought with an evil smile, ignoring everyone else's conversation. With Obito. Damn it, he knows WHOIAM. Obito yelled as he punched the wall in frustration. Zetsu, he yelled as a plant-like figure rose from the ground. Yes, Obito. Is the Zetsu army almost finished being made? Obito asked. Yes, sir, Zetsu answered happily as Obito ignored it. Good, he stated as he took the wrapping down from his left eye and it revealed to be a Rinnegan. Because I have a war to prepare for, he said as his new eyes glowed menacingly. Itachi, Kakashi, Naruto. Wait on me for a little while longer, a mysterious figure said while walking through the forest. I'll be back, you guys. Just hold on, the unknown figure thought before disappearing in thin air. To be continued. I am Madara Uchiha, the masked man said, releasing a great amount of chakra that caused 4 out of the cage to gasp for air. The masked man noticed that the Hokage wasn't affected. He had his head down with the cage hat covering his face. Perhaps he's passed out from fear, the masked man thought with a smirk before he started gasping for air and began sweating. What the hell is this pressure coming from? The masked man thought as he looked back towards the Hokage slowly. He noticed that the Hokage had malevolent, dark, and evil black chakra surrounding him. He also had an aura that reeked death around him. You dare come and disturb this important meeting? The Hokage asked darkly as he began to raise his head slowly. The masked man's eyes widened in shock and horror. What the hell? He sounds exactly like Madara. Who the hell is he? He thought before he paled and began sweating profusely. No, anybody but him. He wasn't supposed to be out for the next 10 years. The masked man thought frantically as he saw blood-red eternal Mangekyo Sharingan eyes glaring at him menacingly. Who are you? Naruto asked darkly as his chakra began shaking the building, causing web-like cracks to appear on the floor and walls. As I said, I am Mada. The masked man couldn't finish as an arrow made out of black lightning passed face, quickly causing his mask to crack again. Bullshit, lie again and I won't miss on purpose next time. Now who the fuck are you? Naruto asked angrily as he was about to release his first phase of his curse. The masked man took a deep and shaky breath and exhaled. Very well then, my name is Toby. I am the true leader of the Akatsuki, the masked man said with a small sigh as Naruto stopped raising his chakra, which caused everyone to breath. Naruto looked at her brother in shock, never seeing him get so angry before. That's better. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Naruto Namikaze Uchiha, the 6th Hokage of the Leaf Village, Naruto said with a motionless tone. How did you know that I wasn't Madara? Because I'm his grandson, Naruto said, causing Toby's eyes to widen in shock. Sensei was the son of Madara this whole time, Toby thought in shock before he regained his composure. Ah, I see. Well then, you must know why I'm already here. Toby addressed to the 5 cages in the room. You will not be getting my brother, nor will you be getting the 8 tails, and that's final. He yelled as he glared at Toby. Why do you want the tailed beast anyway? Gaara asked. In order to bring true peace. Toby answered as Naruto just simply looked at him. True peace? May asked in a confused tone. Yes, with the power of the tailed beast taken away from the 5 great villages, there will be no more conflicts in the elemental nations. No more foolish wars will arise when the tailed beasts are sealed away. But if I get the all 9 tailed beasts, I can bring this world to true peace. By summoning the 10-tailed beast, the world can live their dreams, or in other words, make their dreams become reality. No more wars, just peace for the greater good of the elemental nations. I cause this plan to end all wars, the Eye of the Moon. Toby finished shocking everyone, but Naruto kept a stoic face. Toby turned to Naruto and smirked. What do you think of my plan, Lord Hokage? Toby asked darkly, which sent shivers down everyone's spine except for Naruto. As tempting as it may be, I'll have to pass. Naruto said as Toby raised an eyebrow when Naruto mentioned that it was tempting. I can see where you are coming from. You were looking for a way to end all wars and bring peace to the world, but you were going down the wrong path to do it. Naruto stated seriously. Oh, do explain, Lord Hokage, Toby said in voice that showed interest. The peace that you are trying to create is nothing more than an illusion. An illusion that will make the person's dream become reality will tempt anyone, but then again, it's nothing more but an illusion. Nothing more, nothing less. One's happy dream could be a frightful nightmare for the other, and one's illusion could be someone's reality. It's how the way you look at it from a certain point. We as humans make illusions just to cover up the cold, hard truth of reality. As we grow accustomed to these illusions, we don't even think about what's really reality anymore. But once the illusion falls, you can't hope to face the cold hard truth of reality because you lived your life based off an illusion. Naruto stated as everyone had thoughtful looks on their faces. Even Toby had a thoughtful look on his face behind his mask. Everyone was brought out of their thoughts as Naruto began talking again. Question is, how will you handle it? How will you handle the truth about reality once the illusion falls? Can you handle the truth about reality? Will you accept the truth about reality with open arms, or will you push the truth about reality to the side and look past it? So many questions that we as humans never ask ourselves because we don't want the truth to the answer. And when we do find the truth to the answer, we won't accept the truth. We began to question what's real and what's not. Our mind goes into a quarrel and you began to think that everything was lie from the start. Which is true because you were the one to create that illusion with mind. The human mind would rather believe something they hear rather than believing when the truth is showed to them. But then again, some human minds are the complete opposite, isn't that right, Toby? Naruto asked with narrowed Sharingan eyes. Toby's eyes widened as he got a flashback of Kakashi stabbing Rin through the chest with a Chidori before he slightly shook his head and stared at Naruto with his one Sharingan eye. Are you implying something, Lord Hokage? Toby asked with a dark tone as Naruto just simply closed his eyes and sighed. I'm not implying nothing at all, Toby. What I'm trying to say is that, even though I admire you for trying to bring peace to the shinobi world, but the way you are doing it is completely wrong. But then again, the way of the shinobi system is wrong. I always looked up to Jinchurikis because of how strong they were to carry the burden of carrying a tailed beast with them for the rest of their lives. People looked up to Kage's famous shinobi. Me, I looked up to the Jinchurikis. Naruto said with a smile as everyone stared at him in shock, especially Naruto. But then, Jinchurikis couldn't be the person who they were without the tailed beast. So I got curious. Why did the tailed beast have to be sealed up? What did they do wrong? Have they ever harmed anyone? And even if they did they start the conflict, or was it the shinobi who started the conflict with tailed beast? You all want to seal the tailed beast, but have any of you ever thought about the true feelings of the tailed beast? Have any of you ever tried to cooperate with these so-called mindless beasts, as you so put it? Have any of you tried to ask for their names? Naruto asked as everyone looked shocked about what he said. Deep inside of Naruto's seal, the Kyuubi was listening to the whole conversation, and for the first time ever, he smiled a genuine smile. That kid, he reminds so much of the old man. He has Madara's looks but the old man's way of thinking. The girl reminds me of Ashura. I knew that brat was something when he was first born. It's a shame I didn't get sealed into him. The Kyuubi thought with a small chuckle as he began listening to the conversation again. So to answer your question, Toby, I will not allow you to take the tailed beast sealed into my sister nor my sister. To be honest, I want to meet Kyuubi-san, Naruto said with small smile as Toby sighed from behind his mask. Very well, I now declare the 4th Great Ninja War against the 5 cages. Until then, Yarene Tilda, Toby said, but before everything around him froze. Everything but him. So it's come to this, Toby? A voice said behind him. Toby was shocked and turned around slowly and saw Naruto behind him with an innocent but dark smile. Why you? How? Toby yelled. Oh, don't worry, I won't do anything to you. This is one of my abilities of my eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. I can stop time at any given time, Naruto stated. What do you want from me? Toby asked on edge. What do I want? Nothing at all. I'll play along with you in this little game of war. But do know this, Naruto started as he jumped down and began walking while still having his time-stopping ability activated. Quote. Obito Uchiha. Naruto said darkly as he sat back down in his cage seat as the man behind the mask paled and began sweating profusely. Do not fret, I'll keep this little secret between us. Now I think it's about time you leave. I'm about to release my time-stopping jutsu. Naruto said with a dark smile as Obito gritted his teeth and disappeared in thin air. Naruto chuckled sinisterly before releasing his jutsu. I hope you chose the right path eventually, Obito. If you don't, will I guess avenge my parents by taking your life? Naruto thought with an evil smile, ignoring everyone else's conversation. With Obito. Damn it, he knows WHOIAM. Obito yelled as he punched the wall in frustration. Zetsu. He yelled as a plant-like figure rose from the ground. Yes, Obito. Is the Zetsu army almost finished being made? Obito asked. Yes, sir, Zetsu answered happily as Obito ignored it. Good, he stated as he took the wrapping down from his left eye and it revealed to be a Rinnegan. Because I have a war to prepare for, he said as his new eyes glowed menacingly. Itachi, Kakashi, Naruto. Wait on me for a little while longer, a mysterious figure said while walking through the forest. I'll be back, you guys. Just hold on, the unknown figure thought before disappearing in thin air. To be continued. Chapter 10. Welcome back, Lord Hokage. Izumo, Kotetsu, it's good to see you two again. So tell me, how's the village been doing while I was gone? Naruto asked as he dismissed Yamato but told his little sister to stay. It has been improving well, my lord. In a week or two, we will be prepared for war. Izumo answered as his best friend nodded in agreement. Good, very good indeed, Naruto said with a typical Uchiha smirk. Naruto flared a little of his chakra a little as an ANBU appeared in front of him while bowing. Yes, Lord Hokage. Bear, inform the shinobi clan heads of a meeting in an hour. Inform Tsunade and Jiraiya as well. Tell them not to be late, Naruto ordered in a commanding tone. Yes, Lord Hokage. You are dismissed, Naruto said before the ANBU disappeared in pure speed. Naruto looked down at Naruto with a warm smile. Come on, little sis, let's go walk around the village before getting something to eat, Naruto said warmly before nodding to the two gate guards. Man, with him back, Konoha might have the strongest militia ever before. Kosetsu stated as Izumo nodded in agreement. Yeah, but he seems to be a cool Hokage too. Izumo replied back to his friend. Yeah, he does seem cool. Scene change. So Naruto, tell me about yourself. Naruto started as he waved at little children who were staring at him in awe and stars in their eyes. Well, my favorite food is ramen, black and orange are my two favorite colors. I like learning new jutsus and spending time with friends, and I'm a lesbian. Naruto said softly as she waved at the little kids as well. Naruto looked at his little sister and raised an eyebrow which caught Naruto's attention. What? Remind me to tell Yugao to take you shopping, Naruto stated as Naruto looked at her older brother confusion. What's wrong with my outfit? She asked. You will not be wearing all that orange on the battlefield. Naruto replied with a deadpan look on his face. Why not? She yelled. Because it's too much damn orange. You'll be nothing but a moving target on the battlefield. It's surprising that you never got caught in all that orange on. Either people were color blind or just flat out ignored the color. Naruto said bluntly, causing his little sister to face fault. She got up with a pout on her face and crossed her arms as she huffed childishly. You're mean, Naru ni. She whined as Naruto just chuckled before patting her head affectionately. No, I just don't want my sister dying on the battlefield. Look at it this way, you get to spend time with your future sister-in-law. Naruto smiled as Naruto gained a mischievous look in her eyes. That doesn't mean you should be looking at her ass and boobs while you two are out shopping, Naruto. Or tilde, you're so mean, big brother. Naruto whined again. Oi, you have Hinata and I have Yugao. Be satisfied. Naruto smirked as Naruto pouted before catching up with her brother. Naruto ni. Ha. For you to be a man, you have a nice ass. Naruto said teasingly. Quote. You remind me of Anko. Naruto said as he turned to his sister, who had a smile on her face like his mother used to have when she was teasing his father. Anko, you mean the crazy snake lady? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Yep, that's the one. Naruto nodded. How do you know her? Naruto asked. We used to be friends, with benefits. Naruto trailed off as Naruto looked at him. So, you two were fuck buddies? She asked bluntly. Quote. Yeah, but it was before me and Yugao met. She was always into some kinky stuff, but I didn't complain. Naruto shrugged with smirk as he walked into Ichiraku while Naruto stood there in shock. My older brother is into S&M, Naruto thought. Shouldn't be a surprise. He is the grandson of Madara, who enjoyed seeing people in pain and laughed while he was in the most excruciating pain ever. A dark voice said from within Naruto's head. When you put it like that, it does make sense. Naruto replied. It's amazing how you can remember anything dealing sexual activity but can't even answer high chunin level questions. You are just like your mother, closet perverts. The Kyuubi stated with a yawn as Naruto blushed in embarrassment before walking into the ramen stand while ignoring the Kyuubi's laughter. Let me guess, Lord Kurama is teasing you again? Naruto asked with a small smile. You are probably wondering why Naruto is showing a tailed beast respect. Well, Naruto always admired the tailed beast. So when he met the Kyuubi, he was thrilled and excited to see a legendary entity. Flashback. Why does your mindscape look this, Naruto? I don't know, it's always been like this ever since I was little. Naruto answered truthfully. Have thought about changing it? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow as they walked through the water of the sewer-like place. No, I don't know how to, she said honestly as Naruto turned to her with a deadpan look. Naruto, it's your mindscape, you can change it how the way you want it to be. Naruto stated in a matter-of-fact tone, causing her to blush in embarrassment. Well, it seems someone has smart and sharp mind, a dark and deep voice said, causing the siblings to stop and look towards a large golden gate. In the darkness, there were blood-red, malevolent eyes with black vertical slits. Naruto saw this and gasped and began shaking. Naruto Namikaze Uchiha, do you fear me, boy? Is that why you are trembling? The Kyuubi asked as he came into the light, displaying his full body in all its glory. No, I'm fucking excited, Naruto yelled with stars in his eyes, shocking the Kyuubi greatly. Wow, I never thought I would meet the strongest being ever in my life. Is it true that you crush mountains with your tail? Can you cause tsunamis with your roar? How do you make your voice that deep? Can I touch your fur? What is your name? Naruto rambled as he jumped up and down like a happy child in the candy shop. The Kyuubi sweat dropped slightly at the young Uchiha. This is shocking. He looks exactly like Madara, but he's acting like Hashirama. The Kyuubi thought before his eyes widened as remembered the last question the young Uchiha asked him. What did you just ask me? The Kyuubi asked as Naruto stopped his rambling and thought about the last question he asked before gaining wide eyes. Oh, I wanted to know, what is your name? Surely it can't be Kyuubi. Naruto asked as with excitement in his eyes. The Kyuubi looked at Naruto for what seemed an hour, trying to feel any negativity or deceit coming from the raven-haired boy, but couldn't find nothing. He sighed before answering the Madara lookalike. Kurama, he said deeply as Naruto's eyes widened before he gained a happy smile. It's nice to meet you, Kurama-sama. My name is Naruto Namikaze Uchiha. Naruto chirped in excitement as Naruto stared at her older brother in shock. It's like all the Uchiha genes in him suddenly disappeared, she thought with a shocked look. I know who you are. 6th Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves. Kurama said in slight praise as Naruto blushed in embarrassment as he scratched the back of his head sheepishly with a bright smile. Of out all of the humans I have met, to be more specific, Uchihas, you and your 2 friends have gained my respect. But, you gained the most of it if I'm being honest. Kurama stated, shocking Naruto and Naruto. Mostly Naruto. Ah really? How? Naruto asked, shocked. You were willing to sacrifice your freedom in order to protect your sister and the ones you love. It takes a lot for a man to give up his freedom, but you didn't hesitate. For 9.5 years, you sat in the most dangerous prison known to man, all because you did what you thought was right for your village and most importantly your family. For that you have my deepest respect, Kurama said surprisingly in a warm tone. Naruto had let a tear slide down his face as he walked up to the golden cage and bowed to the fox. Thank you for your praise, Kurama-sama, Naruto said in a chopped voice as Kurama smiled at the boy. Raise your head, boy, there is no need to bow to me. I am simply telling you the truth, Kurama stated calmly. His chakra, it's similar, no exactly alike, that Kurama was brought out of his thoughts when Naruto asked him a question. Kurama-san, do you think my little sister is strong enough to handle the full power of your chakra? Naruto asked as Kurama brought his paw-like hands to his chin. Yes, she should be able to control it now, but she will have to train in order to keep up the transformation. The chakra that will be released from the seal will be so dense that it would be too much even for her. Kurama informed Naruto as Naruto nodded. Well, if it's okay with you, I would like to remove the seal from the cage and help her control your chakra. Naruto said, slightly nervous of Kurama's answer. Sure, go ahead, I trust and know that you will be the one to help her control my chakra. Can't have any container making me look weak, Kurama stated bluntly as Naruto laughed nervously like his father, and Naruto gained a tick mark on her head as her red hair split into 9 tails. Oi, what did you say, you overgrown fox? She yelled at the fox as Kurama growled in an annoyed way. You heard me, brat. If you decided to take your training seriously, stopped running around yelling about how you will be Hokage, and stopping running into everything without a plan, maybe you could have been learned how to control my chakra. Kurama snapped back as steam came out of Naruto's ears as she held up her fist while it was shaking violently. Hell, because of you, I couldn't even have perfect chakra control because your big furry ass was interfering with that. So what do you expect? Naruto fired back as Kurama had the audacity to blush. I will still pissed off that had to be sealed inside of brat like you. Kurama mumbled as Naruto was about to say something, but Kurama beat her to it. But now I don't regret it. Out of all my containers besides your mother, you're the most interesting and you've also have gained my respect. Kurama said with a slight blush as he turned his head to the side while using his tail to scratch the top of his head. Naruto looked at shock at first, but that soon to happiness, but she had a slight mischievous glint in her eyes. Or tilde, I love you too, Kurama ni I tilde, she said in a sing-song voice as Kurama turned his head to the side a little more. Yeah, whatever, brat, Kurama mumbled as Naruto smiled at the two. Dad, Mum, your sacrifice wasn't for nothing. Naruto thought as a lone tear fell from his eye. Flashback end. Naruto thought about the interaction with smile gracing his face before he looked towards the clock of the ramen stand before standing up. Naruto, it's time to go, Naruto said seriously as he put a large tip on the table before leaving while Naruto was trying to catch up with her tall brother. Scene change, Hokage office. Welcome back Lord Hokage, it seems your trip was a success. Indeed it was Shikaku. Tell me, how well Kakashi was doing the job? Naruto asked as he hung his own personal robe up, leaving him in his own personal Jonin outfit. A black tracksuit similar to his father's navy blue tracksuit with his father's white armbands around his forearms. He had on black steel-toe combat boots with a dagger strapped to his right leg. His katana was strapped to his back as his mother's katana was sealed inside of a storage seal on his arm. His Jonin vest was midnight black in color with the kanji for Black Phantom sewed to the back of his Jonin vest. He also had on black fingerless gloves with metal plates that had the Namikaze and Uchiha clan symbol on it. He did a very good job. He's also stronger than before as he began his training as soon as he left. He is mid to high cage level now, Shikaku informed. Naruto nodded as he grabbed his Haori and cage hat and put them on. Well, let's get this over, Shikaku-san. I know meetings can be quite troublesome sometimes as you put it. Naruto said as he and Shikaku walked out of the room. You took the words right out of my mouth, Lord Hokage. Shikaku sighed as Naruto chuckled before Shikaku closed the Hokage's office door. Scene change, meeting chambers. It's good to see you my lord. The shinobi clan heads seated in an oval-like way in the large room. You all may sit, Naruto said seriously as they complied to his orders. Now, you probably know why you are here. Naruto started off as everyone nodded before Tsunade and Jiraiya came in. They both apologized for interrupting before sitting down in the seats that was there for only the elders. As I was saying, you might know why we are here. We will soon be going to war with the Akatsuki leader known as Tobi. Naruto informed as most of them gasped about going into another war. Is there a reason why we are going into this war, Lord Naruto? Hayashi Hyuga, the clan head for the Hyuga clan, asked as Naruto nodded. Yes, he wants to capture all the tailed beasts and seal them away. He has succeeded in taking 7 of these powerful entities, Naruto stated seriously as everyone listened. Good news is that the elemental nations will be coming together to make the first allied shinobi force. Naruto stated as everyone gained wide eyes, especially Jiraiya. Naruto looked towards his godfather and nodded with a small smile plastering his face. Yes, this will be the first step to creating peace throughout the shinobi world. But in order for this peace to happen, we will have to go into a war to protect this world. Naruto stated as the Izunaka clan head began to speak. But Lord Hokage, the leader of the Akatsuki, has the legendary Rinnegan eyes. How will we defeat someone like that? She questioned only to gasp in shock like everyone else. Dear Kami. Impossible. I'm too old for this shit. Just like his sister, he's a handful and troublesome, but this takes the cake. To think my own godson would have something so legendary. Everyone stared at Naruto in shock as he grinned a very Uchiha-like grin as he raised his head to show something that was different about him. He had the Rinnegan. Naruto, how do you have the Rinnegan? Tsunade asked as Naruto chuckled a little bit. I gained the Rinnegan while I was doing my time in blood prison. I guess my Uchiha blood from my dad and Senju blood from my mum caused me to awaken my Rinnegan. Naruto stated, but Jiraiya had one question on his mind. How can you activate and deactivate the Rinnegan? He asked. Due to my Uchiha and Senju genes mixing perfectly, it gives me the ability to activate and deactivate my Rinnegan. Naruto answered as his godfather. So that explains why Nagato couldn't deactivate his Rinnegan, Jiraiya thought. And from my intel, it seems Orochimaru will be returning by the end of this week. Naruto stated as everyone gained shocked looks on their faces. Before they could reply about this action that was taken, Naruto simply raised his hands to silence them. I know you all hate him, but now isn't the time to be driven by hatred. We will be going to war in 2 weeks. We will need all the help we need in order to win this war. So as of right now, Orochimaru is going to register as ninja for the Leaf once again. Naruto said in tone that held no arguments as everyone agreed. Naruto sighed before talking again. I've called you all here to tell you to be prepared. I know all of you have had your shares of war, but this war will be different than the first 3 wars. No longer will we be fighting for dominance or land. We will be fighting for peace and the protection of this world. We will be working with the other villages to end this war as quickly as possible. So that means all of your hatred for another village has to be squashed until this war is over. While on the battlefield, you will be fighting with different ninjas from different nations. I won't tolerate such pettiness on the battlefield when war is raging on. If you see your fellow ninja or kunoichi hurt, even if they are from a different village, lend them a helping hand. And I promise you, we will win this war if we all stick together. Naruto finished as everyone with small smile on their face. Yes, Lord Hokage, they all answered as Naruto put a senbon in his mouth like it was toothpick. Good, then this meeting is adjourned. You all are dismissed, Naruto ordered as they got up and left. Scene change, Hokage Mansion rooftop. Naruto was watching the sunset with a small genuine smile on his face. Sunsets always seemed to calm him, which is why every day he would watch the sunset. You still like watching the sunset? You never change, a voice said softly as Naruto's eyes widened slightly before returning to their normal size. And you still like sneaking up on people, don't you? Itachi, Naruto said as he turned to his brother in all but blood. Itachi smiled as he walked up to him and brought him into a brotherly hug. It's good to see you again, bro, Itachi said as Naruto hugged him back. Same goes to you, little bro, Naruto said with a smirk. Ah, come on, Naruto, you're only 1 month older than me, Itachi exclaimed as Naruto chuckled at him. Doesn't matter, I'm still older than you. Well, guess what, I'm older than both of you, a voice chirped which made Itachi and Naruto freeze. They turned slowly before gasping in shock as tears welled up in their eyes. It's not possible, Naruto said in a quivering voice. It doesn't make sense, I saw it happen, Itachi yelled as tears fell from his face. How are you still alive? Shisui, Naruto asked. The new voice known as Shisui walked up to the two and brought them into a three-way hug. I'll tell you guys later. For now, let's just sit and watch the sunset together like old times, Shisui said as the trio sat down on the roof and watched the sun go down. Naruto, the tallest of the group, wrapped his arms around the two he considered brothers and smiled brightly. I've missed this. I've missed you guys so much, Naruto said as the other two Uchihas smiled and chuckled. We had to come back. Once we heard that you were released from prison, we decided that it was time, Itachi said as Shisui smiled sheepishly. Shisui then took out a deck of cards and smiled mischievously. You guys trying to play spades? He asked while wiggling his eyebrows. I'm down as long as we have some sweets, Itachi stated as Naruto unsealed a bunch of sweets that he had bought from the Iron Country. I'm in, Itachi quickly stated as he grabbed a pocky stick and began eating it. Deal those damn cards, Shisui ni, Naruto said excitedly as he grabbed a chocolate chip cookie while Shisui put a dango stick in his mouth while shuffling and passing out the cards. The top of the Hokage roof was filled with laughter and jokes all night long. Kakashi, who had heard it, body flickered to the top and joined in the game. He was glad seeing the people he called family back once again. Sure, he had Team 7, but his old ANBU team has and always will be family to him. Not knowing what has happened, Toby was in a rude awakening. The 4 horsemen of Konoha have come back together and are stronger than they ever was before. To be continued. Chapter 11. The young Kazekage knows how to give a speech, doesn't he? I commented as the other Kage nodded. Naruto was resting his head on his left hand while Orochimaru stood beside him with his subordinates Karen, Jugo, Sugetsu, and Tayuya. I'm surprised that you didn't go out into the battlefield with the shinobi young Namikas, I stated as he turned to Naruto, who slowly opened his eyes, showing his Sharingan in its matured state. I'll go out there when it gets out of hand. Until then, we have to put our faith in our shinobi, Naruto replied as he tapped his hands on the large desk. He then turned to Orochimaru and looked at him before remembering what he wanted to ask him. Orochimaru. Yes, Lord Hokage, Orochimaru said with a grin. The boy, Kabuto, wasn't he a subordinate of yours? Naruto asked as Orochimaru nodded before gaining a serious look on his face. Yes, but he betrayed me and joined with the leader of the Akatsuki, Orochimaru answered as Naruto nodded to him. Are these two girls Uzumaki's? Naruto asked as Orochimaru nodded towards young Hokage. Yes, I found them when was banished from the leaf. The girl Tayuya has the curse mark as she was one of my subordinates to receive the curse mark, Orochimaru stated honestly. Naruto narrowed his eyes a little before nodding. And the other one? Naruto questioned. Her name is Karen. She has a unique healing ability. When I found her, she had bite marks all over her body, Orochimaru said as everyone looked at him with a confused look. What do you mean she had bite marks all over her body? Mei asked as Orochimaru sighed. Before I took over the land of grass, the former leader used to have Karen and her mother heal a wounded shinobi. And the only way to do that was by them letting the shinobi bite them. Unfortunately, Karen's mother died due to amount of chakra it took from her, which is shocking considering that she was an Uzumaki, Orochimaru informed the cages as everyone's eyes widened except for Naruto, who simply closed his eyes. So after this war, you wouldn't mind if I adopt them, would you? Naruto asked Orochimaru, whose eyes widened slightly before he smiled. I don't mind, Lord Hokage. After all, they are your family members, Orochimaru said, shocking the two girls. But Orochimaru-sama, I thought he was an Uchiha and Namikaze, Tayuya asked in shock as Naruto and Orochimaru chuckled. Well, you see, Tayuya-chan, Lord Hokage is also part Uzumaki and Senju. He is from the royal bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, Orochimaru informed the girls. Which means, Karen started off, that Lord Hokage is the true king of Uzushiogakure, Orochimaru finished as the two girls looked at Naruto with hope-filled eyes. Naruto just smirked like a typical Uchiha and leaned back in his chair. You can decide later if you want to come with me after the war. Take all the time you need, Naruto informed the two girls as they nodded with smiles. Isama, we got a message from the 3rd Division, a ninja yelled, getting everyone's attention. What is it? I demanded seriously. We just heard from Kakashi-san that not only are they fighting an army of Zetsus, but they are also fighting reanimated ninjas as well, the ninja informed. What? I yelled as Onoki and Mei gasped, but Naruto just put his hand on his forehead and sighed. Damn it, where is Uncle Jiraiya? Naruto asked the ninja. He has been informed of the situation and has gathered the best seal experts to help him seal the reanimated ninjas. The ninja answered Naruto. Although Naruto wasn't the supreme commander, he was Ai's right-hand man. So he had as much authority as I did. Naruto pulled out a scroll before biting his thumb and sliding it across the kanji, causing it to puff in white smoke. Once the smoke cleared, Orochimaru's and the rest of the people in the room eyes widened in shock and fear at what Naruto was holding. If I may ask, where did you find that, Lord Hokage? Orochimaru asked as Naruto kept staring at the object before answering. I found this in the Uzumaki clan mask storage temple that was located on the outskirts of Konoha. The temple was destroyed during the Kyuubi attack. I have all 26 of them, but I kept this with me everywhere I go. Naruto said as he raised the mask up into the light, showing the demonic-looking mask perfectly. But why would you need the mask of the Shinigami? Onoki asked Naruto. I guess I should enlighten my fellow Kages of my plan. I shall inform you that my eyes can see into the future. So I knew that we would have to fight reanimated ninjas, which is why I brought the Shinigami mask. Naruto started as he gave the mask to Orochimaru, who slowly took it before looking towards Naruto. This is your chance to prove to everyone that you're on our side, Orochimaru. This mission I have for you is perfect for you. I want you and your group to go to the old Uzumaki shrine and summon the Shinigami. Since you can create another version of yourself, you can use the Reverse Reaper Death Seal. And you will only use the Reverse Reaper Death Seal to reanimate the previous 4 Hokages. Other ninjas that I have listed out for you will not need to reanimated using the Reverse Reaper Death Seal. We have bodies of white Zetsus we have caught, so you can take those bodies and use them as vessels for the previous Hokages and you. Once you are done with the mask, seal it up and keep it close to you. And do not lose that mask under no circumstances, Orochimaru. I am putting my trust in you to do this for me. I want people to see that you have changed, and by doing this, you can gain the respect you once had. I will even give access to the Forbidden Scroll once the war is over. Just do not let me down, Orochimaru. Naruto said as Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock before they slowly returned their original size. He smiled before nodding towards Naruto. I won't fail this mission, Lord Hokage. Orochimaru said in determination before he walked off, motioning his subordinates to follow him. Naruto smoked before flaring his chakra, as Anbu with a weasel mask kneeled before him. Yes, Lord Hokage. Your mission is to find Kabuto and stop him from reanimating these ninjas. And before you go, take off your mask. Naruto ordered as the Anbu removed his mask, revealing none other than Itachi, shocking everyone. It's Itachi the Kinslayer, Onoki yelled. How is he still alive, young Namikaze? I asked in shock. Mei didn't know what to say, she just simply blushed while looking at the boy. Naruto handed him a Jonin vest and headband. Itachi removed his Anbu armor before putting on his Jonin vest and headband. He tied it tightly before strapping his tanto across his back before looking towards Naruto. He and Naruto then did their signature handshake before Itachi disappeared in a flock of crows. Naruto returned to his seat while the Kages just stared at him in shock. What? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Did you just give Itachi Uchiha a signature bro handshake? I asked as Naruto just simply nodded before putting a senbon in his mouth while tapping his fingers once again on the large desk. Kakashi-san and the 3rd Division has defeated the 7 swordsmen of the Mist Lord Raikage. The ninja from earlier informed the Supreme Commander. As expected from the copycat ninja. Seems he trained well during the month before the war. The Supreme Commander commented as Naruto smoked before he froze as his eternal Mangekyo flashed for a brief minute before returning back to his dark violet eyes. Naruto stood up and grabbed his haori. Young Namikaze, where are you going? I asked as he saw Naruto swing his 2 katanas professionally before strapping them across his back, making it look like a X. Naruto put his haori on, which covered his 2 blades. This action caused I to gasp as he seen a silhouette of the 4th Hokage behind Naruto. Remember when I said I wouldn't join the fight unless it gets out of hand? Well, shit is about to get out of hand. Naruto said darkly as he turned and looked to Onoki. I suggest that you come with me, Lord Tsuchikage. Naruto stated as Onoki raised an eyebrow at the young Hokage. And why do you want me to come with you? Onoki questioned as Naruto's facial expression darkened. Because, you are one of the few people to fight my grandfather and live to tell the tale, are you not? Naruto asked as everyone's eyes widened. You don't mean? Mei started before Naruto cut her off. Yes, Madara Uchiha has been reanimated. Naruto finished, causing everyone in the room to pale. Naruto began walking until he disappeared in a flock of bats and black smoke. Scene change, the battlefield. Madara Uchiha, a name that sends shivers down anyone's spine. A rival to the 1st Hokage who was blessed with the legendary wood release. The first Uchiha to wield the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He was known as the ghost of the Uchiha during the Warring Ages and was known as a legend due to his immense strength and eye abilities. Now, this legendary man was looking down on shinobi from different villages, which piqued his interest a little. Their headbands say shinobi, but they look as if they are from different villages. Madara said to himself. They are from different shinobi villages. The 5 great nations came together in order to end the war. A voice said beside Madara. Madara slightly turned to see the 2nd Tsuchikage, but he noticed that it wasn't really him. You are not the 2nd Tsuchikage. Who are you? Madara asked coldly. My name is Kabuto. And I am the one who has reanimated you and other strong shinobi. Kabuto answered carefully. So I'm not alive? Madara asked with narrowed eyes as he closed his fist tightly. No, but I've made you stronger than what you were during your glory days. Kabuto boasted. Do you even know what I was like during my glory days? Madara asked coldly. No, that is why I reanimated you, Kabuto said as he and Madara dodged some incoming sand. Guess we won't take him out that easy, Gaara muttered as he watched Madara land gracefully on the ground. Oh, do you fools want to entertain me with a dance? Madara asked as he activated his matured Sharingan. Very well then, Madara said darkly as he began walking slowly to the army of shinobi, causing all of them to tense. He then started speed walking, which turned into jogging, before he went out in a full sprint heading towards the shinobi. Arg! The shinobi yelled out battle cries before running towards Madara. They knew that they wouldn't survive, but they would still try to stop him. The first 40 shinobi died instantly as Madara slitted their throats in neck-breaking speed. He then kicked their next shinobi with so much force that he died by suffocating in the sand. Madara then grabbed the next shinobi's arm, twisting it with force, causing the bone to pop out of his arm. The shinobi screamed in pain, which didn't last long as Madara used the same arm with the broken bone and stabbed the sharp bone forcefully in the man's throat, causing him to die instantly. Madara grabbed the katana from the ground and blocked a sword that was aiming for his head. Madara kicked the man's sword out his hand before slicing the man's throat before spinning gracefully and doing the same to a kunoichi. A shinobi tied a paper bomb to a kunai and threw it at Madara with amazing speed, but Madara seen it coming from a mile away as he swiftly dodged the incoming kunai before catching it. He then took the paper bomb off the kunai and slapped it against a man's john and vest before kicking him into a group of other shinobi, causing 50 more shinobi to die from the explosion. He took the same kunai and threw it at the same man with faster speeds, as it went deep into the man's heart, killing him instantly. Madara grabbed the same katana and started slashing and killing every shinobi and kunoichi in his path. Surprisingly, a missed shinobi managed to keep up with him for 5 seconds in a sword fight before being killed. Madara spun his katana professionally before throwing it at 2 shinobi as it stabbed the 2 shinobi in the throat, causing them to choke on their own blood and die. Madara looked up and put a missed shinobi in a genjutsu before putting his fist through his chest, killing him. Madara then grabbed the next shinobi by the neck and began squeezing his neck tightly. Do you wish to dance as well? He asked before getting hit by a strong gust of wind, causing him fly a couple of meters before gaining his footing. Temari swung her fan around before gaining a smirk. Don't underestimate me, she yelled. Madara looked at her with a bored look before wiping dirt off his shoulder. He then put his hand in the horse hand seal. Fire-style majestic destroyer flames, he said before releasing a wave of hot reddish-orange flames. Water-style wall of water. 5 shinobi yelled, releasing a wave of water to stop the flames from hitting other shinobi. The impact of the water and flames caused a large amount of steam which covered the whole area, making it hard to see. I see you have your hands full, young Kazekage, an old voice said, causing Gaara's eyes to widen. Lord Tsuchikage, not being rude or anything, but what are you doing here? Gaara asked in shock. We found out from the young Hokage that Madara had been revived due to his Mangekyo ability of seeing into the future. Onoki informed before he sensed danger coming. Here he comes, Onoki yelled as he saw multiple of huge fireballs raining down on the ninjas, killing them instantly. Madara was in the middle of the battlefield, slaughter shinobi and kunoichi who couldn't see due to the steam. He then felt someone above him and saw that it was none other than Naruto with a large rasengan. She let out a battle cry before slamming the large rasengan onto the man. But something blocked her rasengan. Naruto's eyes widened as she saw a skeletal figure blocking her rasengan. Before she could say anything, the skeletal figure pushed Naruto away. He's already activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, Onoki exclaimed, but Madara wasn't paying attention. His attention was focused on Naruto. You girl, the one who just attacked me with the large ball of condensed chakra. Why does your chakra feel similar to my son's? Madara asked as Naruto looked at him with narrowed eyes. Because I'm his daughter, Naruto said, shocking Madara before he grinned. Oh, is that so? So that makes me your grandfather. You have his eye color, but it seems you have your mother's facial features and hair color. Tell me, is daughter-in-law an Uzumaki? Madara asked, shocking Naruto as she nodded. Yes, more specifically, she was the princess of the land of whirlpools. Naruto answered as Madara chuckled. I'll be damned, my son got a princess pregnant. Tell me, granddaughter, why aren't you using your Sharingan? Madara asked. It's because my older brother inherited most of the Uchiha genes. I only have inherited the Senju and Uzumaki genes. Naruto answered, shocking Madara greatly. My son had 2 children. Where is the other one? I wish to meet him as well, Madara said, looking around for his grandson. He will be here in a few, Onoki answered as Madara looked at him and grinned. Well, if it isn't the brat Onoki. I see you have not kicked the bucket yet, Madara chuckled. So tell me about my grandson. I'll stop attacking for now. I just want to hear about my grandson, Madara said as every shinobi and kunoichi stopped moving as Onoki and Naruto looked at each other. Your grandson looks and sounds exactly like you, that it's scary. Before becoming the 6th Hokage, he was known as the most dangerous man in the elemental nations. In fact, he still is till this day, Onoki stated, which caught Madara's interest. Oh, and what did he do to gain such a reputation? Madara asked amused. He killed the village elders, the civilian council and a whole base of ANBU operatives. Naruto answered. This was shocking to even Madara. And how old was he when he did this? He asked. He was 15, Onoki answered, and Madara chuckled in pride. Now I really want to meet him. He sounds like he could give me a good dance. Madara said with slight enthusiasm as Onoki made Gaara's sand lighter. Naruto had made clones so it could tap into sage mode at the right time. With sand this light there is no telling how much sand I can control perfectly. Gaara said as he turned to Naruto, seeing her create a Rasen Shuriken. Naruto, Gaara yelled. Alright, let's go, she said before taking off full speed towards her grandfather. Madara chuckled. So my granddaughter still wishes to dance. Madara muttered with a grin before he was snatched out of his Susanoo by Gaara's sand. He then looked back at his granddaughter and saw that she had threw the large Rasen Shuriken. Wind-style Rasen Shuriken, she yelled as it came at fast speeds at Madara. Madara stared at the attack before his eyes began to change as he began to absorb the Rasen Shuriken. Once he was done absorbing it, he slowly began putting his hands down. Too much energy, granddaughter, Madara said as Naruto stared at him in shock and fear as he jumped up to the same rock pillar he was located at. How does he have the Rinnegan? Naruto asked as everyone began to sweat profusely. Madara looked at the possessed body of the second Tsuchikage with a dark look. Just what exactly did you do to this body? Madara asked. Like I said, I made you even greater than your glory days. Kabuto said with a smirk as Madara flared his killing intent. Do not misunderstand, this is not power of your creation. He yelled darkly as his Susanoo surrounded him again, but this time it was two of them facing different ways from each other while having their hands in hand seals. The next thing the ninjas knew that the sky was getting dark as they looked up and all the color from the faces drained. Haha, it's so unreal. How are we supposed to deal with this? This is way out of our league. Temari muttered as Naruto trembled in fear while gritting her teeth. Onoki was sweating slightly while also trembling. Is this the power of a god? Gaara asked in awe as he and the other shinobi stared at the huge meteor Madara had summoned out of nowhere. Everyone, get as far away as possible. Gaara yelled as you didn't have to tell the ninjas twice as they took off full speed. Onoki gritted his teeth before flying up to the meteor. Lord Tsuchikage. What the hell, that brat Onoki can fly? Madara asked with a raised eyebrow. Once Onoki got up to the boulder he began trying to stop it. Earth-style super lightened boulder jutsu. He yelled attempting to make the large meteor lighter. Gaara let out a battle cry as he began to raise said from the earth in order to stop the meteor from hitting the earth. The sand took a figure of two large hands holding up the meteor. This impressed Madara as he stared at the work of the two cage-level shinobi. Who would have guessed that the fence sitter lad would become such a capable shinobi? The young Kazekage as well, Madara complimented. But now, just what are you going to do about the second on Onoki? Madara asked darkly as another meteor cleared the clouds in the sky as it was equal in size as the first one. Gaara's eyes widened and Onoki looked up slowly as he smiled, thinking that it would be the last thing he would see. Before he could blink, he disappeared from the meteor was beside Gaara again, which shocked him. What? How did I get here? He asked, but before Gaara could answer him the clouds started getting darker. Black lightning style malevolent dragon. And dark and evil voice said as a large dragon with menacing violet eyes and made out of black lightning struck the two meteors which disintegrated them into dust. This action caused Madara's eyes to widen to a large degree, seeing the two meteors disintegrate in front of him. Black smoke and bats with blood-red eyes began to surround and fly between the shinobi. This caused many of them to shake in fear as they felt a dark and eerie presence among them. The bats then began to form into a person walking straight towards Madara. It's about time he showed up, Onoki said with a smirk as Gaara looked at the person in awe. Shinobi and Kanoiki all around began to cheer and praise that somebody strong have arrived. Kabuto, is that? Madara started off but couldn't finish as his eyes widened in shock as he stared at the person who joined the battlefield. Yes, that's him, Naruto Namikaze Uchiha, the Black Phantom of the Leaf, or better known as the Midnight Reaper. Kabuto said serious as Madara stared at his grandson with pride and excitement. A kunai dropped in front of him and he recognized that it wasn't a simple kunai. Before he could react, his grandson was already in front of him. When they said I looked exactly like you, I thought people were exaggerating. Naruto said as Madara didn't know what to do. It was like staring at a taller version of himself. Indeed, you look and sound so much alike me, we could go for twins. Madara said with a smirk as Naruto's eyes got a dark gleam. He then raised his chakra to ungodly heights which caused Madara himself to take a step back before he started doing the same. Naruto chuckled sinisterly as Madara did the same. Naruto then punched Madara through 3 rock pillars which destroyed the pillars in the process. Madara got up and looked up to his grandson as he saw him unsealing his katana. Madara smirked as he did the same. Enough chit-chat, Gramps, let's dance, Naruto said as jumped from the pillar and started running towards Madara full speed. That's my line mini-me, Madara said as raced towards his grandson at full speed, causing a large shockwave which destroyed more rock pillars. Whoa, what the hell, these two are on a league of their own. Temari yelled as Gaara nodded with "Here." This isn't a battle between shinobi, Onoki started as everyone looked towards him. The shockwaves they were hearing were so loud that they had to add chakra to their ears in order to hear the old Tsuchikage. Calling these two men shinobi would make us look like academy students. No, these men have risen to extraordinary terms of being a shinobi. Both are a master of everything. The things they do are unreal. No, this is not a battle between shinobi. Quote. This is a battle between gods. Onoki finished with a dark tone. To be continued. Chapter 12. Lord Kazakage, Lord Tsuchikage, what do we do now? A ninja asked in panic as he felt the strong chakra get stronger and stronger by the minute as it was coming from the two most powerful men who have ever walked on earth. There is nothing we can do. If we interfere, then we will be signing our own death certificate. We will only be in the way. Young Kazakage, since this your division, what do you suppose we do? Onoki asked as he turned to Gaara, who was slightly sweating due to the intense chakra being released. We have to fall back for now. We have lost too many shinobis by Madara's hands, Gaara stated. But what about my brother? We can't just leave him here to fight my grandfather alone. Naruto yelled in anger. Naruto, listen. Gaara, please. I don't want to lose my older brother. Naruto begged as Gaara shook his head no. Naruto, listen to me. While you are here I am your commander and you will follow my orders. Am I clear? Gaara asked as Naruto gritted her teeth in anger but nodded her head. I know that you don't want to leave your brother alone here with Madara. But he wasn't made hostage for no reason, Naruto. Your brother is probably the only man here who could go toe-to-toe with Madara and come back alive. As of right now, he's holding back his true strength because we are here. If we leave, he would not have to worry about going all out. And we have many badly injured ninja that needs to see medical attention. Gaara pointed out as Naruto looked at her brother and grandfather battling. She could see that their battle was at a standstill. Listen to him, kid, a voice said, shocking Naruto. Kurama. Yes, it's me, but you have to listen to the brat Gaara. He's right, we will only be in your brother's way if we don't leave. You have to put faith into your brother's ability as you humans put it. Kurama informed his container. Naruto didn't want to leave her older brother behind. She was afraid of losing him but she knew he was strong. Okay, she said as she turned to Gaara with eyes lit with determination. Let's get these people some medical attention, she said as Gaara smiled at his first friend. Thank you for understanding, Naruto, he said thankfully. Yo, Gaara, can you hear me? A voice said from within Gaara's head, slightly scaring him until he recognized the voice. Wait, Lord Sixth? Gaara asked out loud. First, drop the Lord Sixth. And second, yes, it's me. Look, I need you and the Tsuchikage to leave and head southeast. Kakashi, Guy, and the real Naruto are fighting against the masked man, the mastermind of the Akatsuki. And from what I'm sensing, he's released the tailed beast. Naruto informed Gaara. How do you know? Never mind, I forget you could see into the future. Gaara said as he grabbed his head and sighed. But what about you, Naruto? Gaara asked before he put his arms up to cover his face due to the strong wind coming from the shockwaves. Don't worry about me, I'm going to be alright. It's been a while since I had a challenge. Plus, I haven't had a good fight in 9.5 years. I'm just getting warmed up. Naruto reassured Gaara. Okay, but come back alive and in one piece. I don't want Naruto to kill me if you died. Gaara shivered before he heard Naruto chuckle. Tell my little sister to stop worrying about me. And tell her that I will come back in one piece. ... Databayo. Naruto finished as he cut off the connection, leaving Gaara eyes widen in shock. He has a verbal tick too, Gaara thought as he used his sand to catch up with his division and the Tsuchikage. With Naruto and Madara. Fuck, that was embarrassing to say. Naruto thought as he dodged more fireballs coming from Madara. He went through his own hand seals and took a deep breath. Fire-style divine flames of the sun goddess. He yelled as hot black flames came from his mouth, spreading in a mile radius. Madara eyes widened as he activated his Mangekyo to turn back time by 5 seconds in order to escape the flames. Madara looked at his grandson and smirked. Impressive, you were the first person to force me to use my Mangekyo Sharingan besides Hashirama. Madara complimented as he went through hand signs before glowing. I was saving this for later, but this dance is getting interesting. Madara smirked before his cracks on his face disappeared. He took out a kunai and stabbed his hands, only to see blood dripping from his hands. He licked his hands before he started chuckling before it turned into laughter. Finally, I'm back, he yelled before he turned back to his grandson, who was smirking with excitement. Excellent, now I can finally fight for real. Release, Naruto yelled as seals that he put on his body started glowing a bright red before the glow disappeared. Naruto closed both his hands into a fist before he released his chakra, which was black in color, slightly blowing Madara back. Madara grinned with glee as he did the same, as he's covered himself in his dark, navy blue colored chakra. Both Uchiha looked at each other, before taking off in pure speed, surpassing sound before meeting up in the middle and clashing fists, causing a large shockwave blowing everything that was around them away into pieces as it turned into dust. Madara threw a left hook but Naruto blocked it as he activated his Mangekyo like his grandfather and stopping time. He then took a Taijutsu stance. Hachidori no Ken 100 Heavenly Strikes. Naruto muttered to himself as he started striking the frozen Madara. Punch after punch, kick after kick, Naruto wasn't holding back. Once he was done, he jumped back a few feet before unsheathing his swords and starting back time. Madara didn't know what happened. He just threw a punch and the next thing he knew he was feeling pain all over his body. He dropped to one knee as he coughed up blood. "What did you do?" Madara asked with a raised eyebrow as he wiped the blood from his mouth and slowly stood back up. "I used one of my mangakyo abilities," Naruto answered as he didn't want to give his grandfather a full answer. Madara sat there and began thinking before his eyes widened and he started chuckling. "You can stop time, can't you?" Madara asked. Naruto simply grinned, which was all Madara needed for an answer. Naruto then took off towards his grandfather in full speed as Madara summoned his own personal katana. Naruto slashed at Madara's torso, but Madara blocked it, causing Naruto to body flicker behind him. Naruto slashed at his back, but Madara skillfully turned around and blocked it and locked swords with Naruto. Both men were fighting over dominance in strength as they continued to raise their chakra to high limits. Naruto then head-butted Madara before kicking him harshly in the chest, causing Madara to gasp for breath. Madara gained his footing and threw his katana at fast speeds at Naruto, but Naruto dodged it. This is what Madara wanted as he appeared in front of Naruto and punched him in the jaw, causing Naruto to slide back a few feet. Naruto spit out blood before he went through four hands and raising his hands up into the air. The sky started to turn black as thunder rumbled loudly and black electricity began to dance wildly in the sky. Madara got on his guard as he was prepared for anything that his grandson threw at him. "Black lightning style rage and sorrow," Naruto muttered as pure electricity started to strike the earth at neck-breaking speeds. "Damn it," Madara thought as he covered himself in his skeletal Susanoo. The black lightning was starting to break through his Susanoo, so he had more chakra until the attack was over. Once it was over, Madara went through his own hand seals. "Fire-style bleeding tears of the heavenly phoenix," Madara yelled as blood-red fireballs started to rain down on Naruto. Naruto just stared at the flames in awe and amazement before he went through more hand seals. "Wind-style divine wind of Fuijin," Naruto thought as he blew out strong wind from his mouth as he began to blow away the large fireballs that were falling from the sky. He was then stabbed through the back, causing him to cough up blood. "You let your guard down, mini-me," Madara said from behind Naruto as his Mangekyo Sharingan glowed darkly. Naruto coughed up blood and slowly turned to look at his grandfather. "Did I really, Gramps?" Naruto asked as he grinned sinisterly before he burst into a murder of bats. "Genjutsu," Madara thought before he was uppercutted into the air and kicked back to the ground. Naruto looked at Madara with narrowed eyes that turned into wood. "The hell, how does he have wood release?" Naruto thought to himself. "Wood release wood dragon jutsu," Madara yelled as he slammed his hands to the ground, causing a three-headed dragon emerged from the ground. The dragons rushed full speeds at Naruto, who started dodging the dragons while sending fireballs at his grandfather. He went through hand seals and when he landed on the ground he slammed his hands on the ground. "Wood-style five-headed hydra," Naruto yelled as five serpent-like animals made out of wood emerged from the ground also. The five-headed hydra made out of wood attacked the dragons made out of wood while Naruto and Madara battle on top of the serpent-like beings. Naruto and Madara threw a punch which landed for the both of them. Madara got out of his slight dizziness before kicking Naruto to the ground. Naruto covered himself in his grey-like Susanoo before hitting the ground. Both men stood far from each other and stared at each other while slightly breathing. Naruto's Haori was gone. His Jonin vest was also gone as well, leaving him in his long-sleeved muscle shirt. He still had his fingerless gloves and his pants and steel-toe ninja boots were in good shape. The top of Madara's armor was gone, leaving him also in his muscle shirt and shinobi pants. His ninja sandals weren't damaged and his gloves were in good shape as well. The battlefield looked like hell on earth. Black flames were still surrounded everywhere. Craters were imprinted in the landscape as well. Madara took a deep breath before starting to cover himself in his Susanoo. "Well done, grandson, you should be honored. No one has forced me to use my perfect Susanoo besides Hashirama. Now watch and see why people feared my power," Madara yelled as closed his hands into a fist. "Steady," Madara muttered as his Susanoo began to get taller and started to be covered in samurai armor. Once he was done, Naruto smiled darkly as he chuckled sinisterly. "What are you laughing for?" Madara asked before his eyes widened as he saw his grandson start doing the same thing as him. Naruto laughed darkly as his Susanoo got taller by the minute. Black flames started coming out of the mouth of the Susanoo as the eyes glowed a dark malevolent red. Naruto's perfect Susanoo was also covered in samurai armor as it stood slightly taller than Madara's. Naruto unsheathed his Susanoo's katana and swung it harshly to the right, causing the two mountains to the right turn to dust. Madara did the same, but he destroyed the mountains on his left side. Both men grinned before charging each other again with a maniacal look in their eyes. With Naruto. "Gaara, has my brother talked to you? Please tell me," Naruto begged as Gaara sighed. "For the last time, Naruto, your brother will be." Boom. Everyone began panicking as the earth began shaking. "What the hell was that?" Naruto yelled as she turned to see that the mountain that were there before were gone. The mountains. They have been destroyed. Didn't that come from the direction where Commander Naruto and Madara are located?" Calm down everyone, Gaara yelled as they all started to quiet down. Look, what's that? A shinobi from the Leaf Village yelled as everyone turned back to the direction of the destroyed mountain. That's Madara Susanoo, and it seems that his grandson is in his Susanoo too, the Tsuchikage stated as everyone gasped in shock. They watched as the two Susanoo clashed together, causing an explosion that was as large as an C5 bomb. Holy shit, a shinobi yelled in shock and awe. I didn't know my brother was so strong, Naruto muttered with wide eyes. Gaara and Temari looked on with wide eyes as did the Tsuchikage. Gaara quickly shook his head before turning to the shinobi. Let's move out, we have places to be and people to save. There is no time to be watching a fight, Gaara yelled. As if you weren't doing the same thing, Naruto said, causing Gaara's eyebrow to twitch, but he ignored her as he used his sand to fly off and lead the shinobi to their next destination. With Naruto and Madara. Clank. Naruto and Madara clashed their large swords from their Susanoo together as they grinned at each other. Naruto's Susanoo went through one-handed hand seals, shocking Madara greatly. The Susanoo's hands was covered in a black chidori before it stabbed Madara's Susanoo, shocking him greatly, but Madara held in his scream. Madara then saw an opening and stabbed Naruto's Susanoo in the torso, but Naruto used his black lightning that was covered on his Susanoo's hand and chopped through the blade. Naruto then used his Susanoo to kick Madara's Susanoo away from him, but not before Madara punched Naruto's Susanoo's jaw. Naruto stopped using his Susanoo and teleported to where he punched his grandfather, only to see his grandfather glowing. It seems our dance has to stop for now, Mini-Me. That brat Obito has got himself into something. Until then, take care, Madara said before he disappeared. Naruto just stared at the spot where his grandfather stood before deactivating his Sharingan. Gaara, can you hear me? Naruto asked telepathically. Loud and clear, Naruto. What is it? Gaara asked. When you get there, expect to see Madara. It seems he used something similar to reverse summoning to bring himself to where the masked man is located. Naruto informed Gaara as he walked off, heading in the same direction. He took out a senbon and put it in his mouth as he put his hands in his pocket before he stopped. Gaara, watch over my sister for me until I get there. She can be a little reckless sometimes, so make sure she doesn't run into a situation without thinking, Naruto said as he unsealed his ANBU armor and another black tight long-sleeved muscle shirt. He put on his new clothes and armor and began walking again as sheathed both of his swords across his back. Understood, Commander, Gaara said. Naruto ended the telepathic call and looked to the sky. Naruto, hold on little sister. I'll be there in a while, Naruto thought as he burst into a murder of bats that began heading to where his little sister and Madara was located at. To be continued. Chapter 13. This place looks abandoned. Are you sure that this is the right place? Sugetsu asked as he turned to Orochimaru. Orochimaru simply smirked before chuckling. Yes, this is the right place where all the secrets sleep. Orochimaru grinned as he walked off ahead of the group. Along with him are Sugetsu, Jugo, Karen, Tayuya, and surprisingly, Sasuke. They were all walking into a building that seemed to be sacred to the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru did a small fire jutsu in order to light up the room in order to get the process started. Get the white zetsus ready, Orochimaru ordered as he took out the Shinigami mask. Sasuke looked to his mentor with curiosity. What are planning on doing? Sasuke asked as Orochimaru turned to him with a serious look. First, I'm going to get these white zetsus situated. I'm going to summon the Shinigami, Orochimaru stated, causing Sasuke's eyes to widen. Why would you need to summon him? Sasuke questioned the Snake Sannin. To revive the previous Hokages. It was a special mission given to me by Lord Hokage, and I don't intend on letting him down, since he's put his trust into me, Orochimaru answered as he looked down at the mask in his hands. Even though I was a criminal who has done wrong and inhuman things that will never be forgotten and will never be forgivable, Lord Hokage still put his trust in me to do this special mission that was made just for me. And I can't abandon his trust. Orochimaru spoke truthfully, shocking everyone greatly. Who are you? You are not Orochimaru, Sugetsu said as Orochimaru simply chuckled. I can assure that I'm Orochimaru. Now here's the plan, Orochimaru said as his face changed into a serious one. As I said before, I'm going to use the Shinigami mask to revive the previous Hokages. Since I have the DNA of the 4 previous Hokages, I will release them from the Shinigami's belly and bring them back to the Pure Land. And the Zetsus will be used in order for the previous Hokages to have a body, Orochimaru explained before separating himself from everyone. He then put on the Shinigami mask before waiting a while. 3 seconds later, chakra began surrounding him like a wildfire as it seemed to be controlling his movements. A silhouette of the Shinigami then appeared behind Orochimaru with a malicious smile as a tanto rested in his mouth. The room seemed to get cold as an eerie feeling of death surrounded the entire room, causing the lit flames to turn into a dark and malevolent purple. The Shinigami took the tanto out his mouth slowly before licking his blade evilly as he chuckled darkly in his raspy and demonic voice. He slowly brought his tanto to his belly. He then dug the blade deeply into his stomach before slicing it open slowly. The same thing happened to Orochimaru as his torso began to open as blood began rushing out like a river, causing him to grunt loudly in pain. 4 souls made its way out of the Shinigami's belly as it floated over the 4 zetsus that were on the floor for the ritual. Orochimaru took the mask off, causing the Shinigami to disappear. Orochimaru quickly went through hand seals before yelling. Edo Tensei no Jutsu. He yelled as the Zetsus began to rise up in the air, but their facial features began to change to that of the previous Hokages. Orochimaru turned to Jugo with a pained look on his face. Now Jugo, he yelled as he opened his mouth widely as a snake version of himself erupted from his mouth and entered into the Zetsu's mouth that was held open by Jugo. Silence was the only thing that was heard. Wait, can you hear silence? I don't know and I don't care, just go with the flow, my boy. But anyways, silence is what filled up the room before Orochimaru started laughing. I present to you, the previous Hokage. He laughed as each of the 4 previous Hokages stood there with narrowed eyes. Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi, also known as the first Hokage. Tobirama Senju, Konoha's Leviathan, also known as the second Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the professor, also known as the god of shinobi and the third Hokage. Minato Namikaze Uchiha, one-man army slayer, the yellow flash of the Hidden Leaf Village, also known as the legendary fourth Hokage. These 4 men were the men who were known as the strongest of their own generation. Sasuke looked towards Minato and saw the resemblance to Madara. The first Hokage looked around before looking towards his younger brother. Tobirama, is this what I think it is? Hashirama asked his brother. I believe so. It seems we have been brought back to the land of the living by the same man as before. Tobirama stated as he looked towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru, it seems you have found a way to use your arms again. But why have you brought us back from the afterlife? Hiruzen asked as Minato crossed his arms with narrowed eyes. Is it something to do with the Leaf Village? He asked as Hashirama leaned over to listen to who had spoke. And who the hell are you? He asked bluntly as Minato turned to him with a sweet drop before turning his back towards him and pointing towards his Harry. I'm the fourth Hokage, sir. Minato answered as Hashirama's eyes widened. Oh ho, nice. The village has been standing up that long. Wow, but tell me young man, why does your chakra feel similar to Madara's chakra? Hashirama asked as the other 2 Hokage turned to him. Well he's my father, he. Minato said with a sheepish smile as the 3 older Hokage's jaws dropped through the floor. What? Madara had a child. You've been keeping this secret that you were Madara's child this whole time. Hey. Surprise, Minato said sheepishly, but it sounded more like a question causing everybody to facepalm to the ground. To think Madara would have a child. Madara out of all people. Hashirama said, still in shock. It is indeed shocking. At least you didn't turn out just like him. Tobirama sighed, causing Minato to sweet drop. Thanks, he said as Hiruzen just shook his head at the situation. Hashirama then turned towards Minato once again. Say, since you're the 4th Hokage and you are dead, who's the 5th Hokage? Hashirama asked, causing Orochimaru to speak up this time. Well, as of right now there is a 6th Hokage, but since you asked, the 5th Hokage was none other than your granddaughter, Tsunade Senju. Orochimaru informed, causing Hashirama to slump down dramatically. Oh, I see. And who is the 6th Hokage as of right now? He asked. This time Sasuke spoke up. The 6th Hokage as of right now is Naruto Namikaze Uchiha, Lord Fourth's son. Sasuke said, causing Minato's eyes to widen. Wait, my son is alive? He asked hopefully. Yes, although, he is the strongest man in the elemental nations, easily surpassing you 4 in strength. Orochimaru informed, causing their eyes to widen to a large degree. So it seems young Naruto has been released from prison. Hiruzen stated, causing everyone but Orochimaru and Sasuke to turn to him. What do you mean my son was in prison? What did he do? Minato asked with narrowed eyes. Hiruzen sighed before lifting his head up. Your son murdered the elders, the civilian council and all of Danzo's Rude ANBU in one single night. Hiruzen stated coldly, causing everyone's eyes to widen, especially Tobirama's. Why would he do such a thing? Doesn't he know how important they are? He asked as Orochimaru cleared his throat. At the time, Naruto was ANBU commander at the age of 15. In his words, he thought that the civilian council had gained too much power after the Kyuubi attack and Danzo was so hellbent on getting Hiruzen out of the Hokage seat. He got tired of seeing the civilian council being disrespectful to Hiruzen, he was tired of them making meetings behind his back, he was tired of the elders acting as if they were the Hokage. He finally snapped when his best friend, Itachi Uchiha, slaughtered the Uchiha clan because he was ordered to do it by Danzo and the elders. And to add on to his anger, he found his younger sister, Naruko Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, was kept hidden in one of Danzo's Rude NBU facilities. He was going to turn her into a weapon for the Hidden Leaf Village. But Naruto put a stop to that by ending his life and saving his little sister. Orochimaru finished as Minato was shaking with anger. That bastard, how dare he? Damn him, he yelled as a strong force of yellow chakra was released from him, cracking the floor below his feet. His eternal Mangekyo Sharingan flared dangerously as more chakra began to release from his body, causing the walls to crack due to the immense pressure. This is Lord Fourth's power. Sasuke thought as he began trembling due to the immense pressure of chakra. How long was my son in prison? He asked coldly. He spent 9.5 years in blood prison. Orochimaru answered, causing Minato to grit his teeth in anger before turning to Hiruzen. I thought I disbanded the Civil Council and Danzo's Rude ANBU. Mind telling me what happened after I died? Minato asked while trying to contain his anger. As Orochimaru stated, they gained too much power after the Kyuubi attack. I didn't have a choice. Hiruzen stated, causing Minato to flare his chakra again. No, you did have a choice. You are the Hokage. The village is based of a dictatorship, not a democracy. You are a military leader. If you have people that oppose you and try to take over your job, you execute them. As simple as that. You are the ruler. You make the decisions. You make the choices. Not the civilian council, not Danzo, and not the elders. Minato yelled out in anger as Orochimaru and the third Hokage stared at him in shock, as they never seen him this angry before. Minato sighed before putting his hand on his head. You are, Lord Fourth. Sasuke called out as he gulped, seeing the cold, icy glare from the Hokage before his glare changed to a warm look. Is there something you need, young one? He asked. Yeah, why did you react like that when you heard that your son is the Hokage? Sasuke asked. Before Minato could answer, everyone felt a large chakra heading straight towards them. Whoever this is moving very fast. Tobirama exclaimed. They then heard loud screeching noises coming from the entrance of the building before they were surrounded by a cauldron of bats. Shout out to Godosirus for informing me that a group of bats are called a cauldron. To be honest, that shit sounds 10 times better. Sound like some Dracula type shit. Sparkles cauldron sparkles of bats. Alright. Back to the story. The bats then started flying around in a circle, creating a large tornado of bats and black smoke. Once the smoke cleared, it revealed to be none other than Naruto Namikaze Uchiha. Madara, what are you doing here? Tobirama yelled as Naruto began walking up towards the previous Hokages. I can assure you that I am not my grandfather. Naruto said coolly as he turned towards Orochimaru. Well done, Orochimaru. You have proved that you are trustworthy. After this war, consider your crime records to be cleared and clean. And you will be allowed back into the village. Naruto said, shocking Orochimaru greatly. Lord Hokage, I appreciate your offer, but I can't take it. No one will accept back into the village after all the things I have done. Orochimaru said as he chuckled sadly. I'm known as the most notorious criminal. I killed the third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage. There is no coming back from that, Lord Hokage. Orochimaru stated as he scratched his shoulder in disappointment. Naruto saw this and sighed. And that is one of the reasons why I am allowing you back into the village. If you regret the things you've done, then you have changed, Orochimaru. You have earned my respect, Orochimaru. You've changed to a better person, Orochimaru. You should be proud of yourself. Naruto said as he pat Orochimaru's shoulder before turning towards his father. Orochimaru's eyes widened before he looked down to the ground. Hey, I guess I am changing. Orochimaru thought to himself as a lone tear fell from his face. Naruto walked up to his father and looked him in his eyes. Quote. Sup, old man, Naruto said with a smirk, causing Minato's eyebrow to twitch. Damn brat, technically you are older than me since I'm only 24 and you are 26. Minato smirked, causing Naruto to sigh before chuckling. Touche, old man, touche. Naruto laughed as he brought his father into a hug, which Minato returned fully. I'm so glad that I'm seeing you again, son. You've grown well and I'm proud of you. Minato said as Naruto hugged his father tightly as he began trembling, making Minato worried. What's wrong, Naruto? He asked in a worried tone. I've missed you so much, Dad. I've missed you and Mum so much. Naruto said in a trembling voice as tears fell freely from his face. Minato smiled sadly before rubbing his son's back soothingly. I've missed you too, Naruto. Me and your mother both have. Minato said softly, and for the first time in 9.5 years, Naruto broke down in tears. Seeing his father again already tore his soul, but hearing his father saying that he was proud of him, broke him down. Naruto was always set on making his father proud of him, so hearing his father say those 4 words, I'm proud of you, made Naruto truly happy. To be continued. Chapter 14. So you are the 6th Hokage? Tobirama asked. He stared at Naruto. Yes, it's nice to finally meet you, Lord Second. Naruto bowed respectfully towards the man. Rise your head, young lad. You are the Hokage now, not me. Tobirama stated with a grin as Naruto grinned as well. Naruto, how are you alive? Don't tell me you. Yes, Dad, I have full control over my curse. Naruto cut his father off and shocking him in the process. Sasuke raised his eyebrow and looked towards Naruto. What curse, Naruto Nii? Sasuke asked as everyone turned to Naruto, waiting for answers. Do you remember when I had to fight you and the rest of the Konoha 9 and I went through a certain transformation? Naruto asked, causing Sasuke's eyes to widen. Flashback. Kneel. Bow. Rise to your feet. Tee-hee-hee-ha-ha-ha-ha. Flashback end. Yeah, what was that transformation? He asked as Naruto's eyes narrowed. That was my curse. It is known as the curse of the Namikaze no Nowa, or better known as the curse of the Shinigami no Nowa. Naruto answered, shocking everybody except Minato. Why, you were cursed by the Shinigami? Sugetsu yelled out. Even Orochimaru's eyes were widened in shock. Yes, well, I wasn't technically a curse that the Shinigami gave the firstborn child of clan head of the Namikaze clan during the time of the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha. And it's passed down to every firstborn child of a Namikaze. Naruto summed up as everyone's eyes were still widened in shock. And what does this curse do exactly? Hashirama asked. It drives you to the point of insanity, and once you are 18, it makes you kill everyone you have a close relationship to until you eventually take your own life. Minato answered with sigh. Well, how are you alive, Lord Fourth? Sasuke asked. I'm alive because I was the second-born child in my family. My mother died and my father left me in the village with my older brother, who was the father of some man of the Inuzuka clan. He took care of me until he was 18. He then murdered the rest of the Namikaze clan and some of the Izunuka clan members as well. Minato told Sasuke. Sasuke turned to Naruto with a quizzical look on his face. So how have you not gone insane yet, Naruto Nii? Sasuke asked as Naruto just smirked. Because I can fully control my curse. Naruto answered as Minato stared at him in shock this time. Ah really? Minato asked as Naruto nodded before turning towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru, do it now. Naruto ordered as Orochimaru grinned before putting his hands in a ram seal as coffins began to rise up. The coffin's doors began to open as Naruto turned to Orochimaru with grin before laughing out loudly. Orochimaru, you intelligent bastard, your intelligence never ceases to amaze me. Not only do we have the previous 4 Hokages, we have. Naruto stopped dramatically as the first person began to walk out of the coffin. Sakumo Hitaki, the white fang of the leaf. Naruto started as Sakumo opened his eyes. The next person began to walk out of the coffin, causing Sasuke to gasp in shock as he began to tremble. Fugaku Uchiha, or better known as Fugaku of the Wicked Eye. Naruto grinned as Fugaku flashed his Mangekyo Sharingan. The next person that stepped out of the coffin and turned towards everyone. Might Dai, slayer of 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Naruto said as Might Dai opened his eyes and looked around with a confused look on his face. The next and last person that stepped had tremendous amount of chakra. Naruto smiled with glee as he saw the next person that stepped out of the coffin. And last and but not least, Kushina Uzumaki, the Crimson Death of the Leaf, and also my mother. Naruto finished as Kushina opened her eyes, showing her dark violet eyes that glowed menacingly. Minato stared in shock as he saw his wife in front of him. Fugaku looked around until his eyes landed on Sasuke, which caused his eyes to slightly widen. Is that you, Sasuke? Fugaku asked as Sasuke looked at his father before nodding. You've grown well, my son. Where's your older brother? I would like to see both of my sons together. Fugaku stated. He's fighting in the war that is happening right now. Sasuke answered his father. Sasuke then looked towards Sakumo. Your name is Sakumo Hitaki. Are you perhaps related to Kakashi Hitaki? Sasuke asked as Sakumo nodded. Yes, he's my son. Tell me, what is he to you? Sakumo asked. He's my sensei. Sasuke simply answered as Sakumo nodded. Kushina walked up to Naruto and looked up to her tall son. She then put a hand on his cheek and caressed it lovingly. Naruto, my sweet, sweet baby boy. I have missed you so much. Look at how much you've grown. Kushina said softly as she brought him into a tight hug, which Naruto returned fully. I've missed you too, Ka-chan. Naruto said as he hugged her tightly, which caused her to laugh softly. You were always a mama's boy, Tilda, she teased as Naruto blushed slightly before putting his face into the crook of her neck. TCH, whatever, he said, causing his mum to giggle as Minato began to cry with anime tears as he began to draw circles on the ground. They forgot about me, he said as Kushina and Naruto sweet dropped at him while Hashirama and tried to help him. It's alright, Minato. My younger brother does the same thing to me too. Hashirama said as Tobirama's eyebrow began to tick. Shut up, elder brother. Tobirama yelled as Hashirama started to cry anime tears and began to draw circles on the ground. My younger brother hates me. Hashirama muttered as Tobirama's face faltered into the ground. Fugaku looked towards Naruto and smirked. It seems you've grown as well, Naruto. Tell me, how strong are you right now? Fugaku asked as Naruto grinned as he closed his eyes. As of right now, I'm the strongest person in the elemental nations. Naruto answered as Fugaku chuckled, shocking Sasuke. Naruto turned to Might Dai and threw him a Jonin vest. You deserve it, Might Dai. Naruto simply said as Dai looked at it with a smile on his face. Naruto turned to everybody with a serious look. Right now we are in the middle of the 4th Great Ninja War. And I need your help, which is why I had Orochimaru revive you all here. The enemy is none other my grandfather, Madara Uchiha. Along beside him is his student who goes by the name Tobi. They plan to put the world in a large genjutsu which makes your dreams become your reality. We have to put a stop to this. I'm willing to put my life on the line to stop this war as the Hokage. I'm willing to protect my sister with my life on the line so she can't be caught by those two as a big brother. If I should die today in battle, so be it. As long as my sister is safe, I'm okay with dying. As long as my people are safe, I'm okay with dying. All I ask, not as Hokage, not as second in command of the allied shinobi, but as an equal, to help me win this war. For the sake of this world, for the sake of shinobi, for the sake of humanity, for the sake of peace, help me win this war. Naruto finished as everyone stared at him with wide eyes hearing him speak. Everyone smiled before nodding towards the young Hokage, which caused him to smile. Thank you, all of you. Let's go out there and stop this war. Naruto said as he put his hand on his mother's shoulder before disappearing in a black flash. Minato did the same by putting his hands on Hiruzen's shoulder, while Tobirama put his hands on his older brother's shoulder. Orochimaru turned to his subordinates and Sasuke and grinned. You heard the Hokage, didn't you? Let's go out there and end this war once and for all. Orochimaru said as he disappeared in a body flicker, as did his subordinates. Sasuke stood there for a while before smirking. I won't let you get a step ahead of me, Naruto, he muttered as he disappeared in a flock of crows. Outside, we see the Hokages standing on top of their stone faces as Kushina stood beside her son with a smile. She tied her hair in a ponytail while Naruto gave her a katana, her old katana from when she was in ANBU. I think this is yours, Ka-chan. Naruto smiled as Kushina took the katana from Naruto slowly before slightly unsheathing it before closing it back. Thank you, Sochi, she said as she gave him a kiss on his cheek. In order for her to do that, she had to tiptoe in order to give him that small kiss on the cheek. Naruto blushed with embarrassment as he turned his head to the side. Damn it, Mum, he muttered as she giggled at his reaction. Naruto looked towards the direction where the war was taking place at and grinned. It seems Naruto has mastered the Nine Tails chakra, Naruto said as Kushina's and Minato's eyes widened in shock hearing that, but they both smiled knowing that she would do it eventually. So that's the massive amount of chakra I'm sensing. Amazing, to think someone would eventually master the Nine Tails chakra is unreal. Tobirama stated. Yeah, now, let's go and stop this war for good, Naruto said as he disappeared with his mother in a cauldron of bats. Soon everyone began to leave in their own way. The war has gone on far too long, and it was now time to put a stop to it as quickly as possible. To be continued. Chapter 15. Sakura, how much time do I have? Naruto asked the apprentice of Tsunade, whose eyes narrowed slightly. Just 5 more minutes, Naruto. Just 5 more minutes and you'll be good to go, she answered as her hands glowed an emerald green. Naruto sighed before she looked up and looked straight ahead of her. The Ten Tails was preparing a tailed beast bomb, and it was huge. Larger than even Kurama's tailed beast bomb. Naruto, the next time we use that transformation, we can hold it for as long as we want. But we have to be cautious, Kurama said from within her head. I know, but the Ten Tails is going to fire off its attack any minute and I won't be able to stop it, Naruto told Kurama, causing the King of Demons to huff in slight amusement. You can't do everything by yourself, Naruto. That is why you have comrades to back you up. They are here for a reason. They want to end this war as much as you do. There are certain things that you can do alone and there are certain things that you can do alone, and you will need someone there to help you with that. This is one of these situations. Trust and believe in them, as you humans put it. You are strong, but strength will only get you so far, Naruto. So stop trying to do everything by yourself and let others help you. It is one of the reasons we made the Allied Shinobi Force, is it not? Kurama spoke to her truthfully, causing her eyes to widen before she smiled. You're right, thank you, Kurama Nii, she thanked, genuinely causing Kurama to smirk at her. No problem, kid, he responded with a foxy grin. Here it comes, a random ninja yelled out, causing Naruto to raise her head quickly as she saw the large-tailed beast bomb coming full speed. It was slightly slowed down due to the mud walls that were blocking its path, but it was still breaking through those walls. Once the last wall was broken, Killer Bee stopped it in his 8 tails form, shocking Naruto. Octopops, she yelled. Killer Bee gritted his teeth as the tailed beast bomb began pushing him slightly and burning his hand. He held the urge to scream out in pain, but all of a sudden, the tailed beast bomb disappeared. What the hell? Where the fuck did that tailed beast bomb go? Kiba yelled out before a kunai, more specifically a tri-pronged kunai, embedded into the ground in front of Naruto and Sakura. In a yellow flash, a man appeared with a small smirk on his face. I'm not late, am I? He asked as he stood up to his full height. Naruto smirked and closed her eyes. No, you're just on time, Dad, Naruto said as Sakura's eyes widened in shock as she read the kanji on the back of the man's Harry. Fourth Hokage, but how? He's supposed to be dead, she thought to herself in shock as he turned around and looked at his daughter. I suggest you all embrace for impact, he said loudly so everyone could hear. Before anyone could ask why, a huge explosion went off, which came from the direction of the south, creating a strong shockwave which caused a lot of air pressure. Holy shit. Damn it, what a drag. I can't see. Fuck, my barbecue chips. Seriously. Bark bark. Damn it, Dad, did you have to show off? Naruto asked as Minato smirked. Just as he was about to respond, more people arrived to the scene, causing everyone to go on guard. Impressive, you are more advanced in the Harashin more than me, fourth Hokage, a deep voice said, which turned out to be the second Hokage. Indeed, he is younger brother, Hashirama said as he walked beside his younger brother with a serious look. Your speed never ceases to amaze me, Minato, Hiruzen said as we walked beside his old mentor. A katana then embedded itself into the ground as crimson red flames created a small tornado before it disappeared and revealed to Kushina, shocking Naruto greatly. Mum, she said as Kushina turned around and gave her a warm smile. Hi sweetie, she said sincerely. Soon enough, Fugaku appeared in a flock of crows as Sakuma appeared in dark blue lightning and Might Dai appeared in a green flash. Sakura looked around before she turned to the previous Hokages. Where's Lord Sixth? She asked. Before they could answer, everyone heard loud screeching coming from the same way the previous Hokages did. Naruto smirked in a fox-like way. Here he comes, she said as a large, and I mean large cauldron of bats that were coming fast. The sight gave of an eerie feeling to everyone as they felt the bloodlust and reeking of death coming from the large group of bats. They began circling above everyone in the sky, which freaked some people out. One lady even pulled out a necklace and began praying for her life. The flapping and screeching sent chills through everyone's body before they all screamed as the bats came swooping down to the ground. Once they hit the ground, they formed a tornado which began to turn into black smoke as a figure began walking out, revealing no one other than Naruto Namikaze Uchiha, the Midnight Reaper. He unsheathed his katana and brought it close to his face and closed his eyes. 10 seconds later, black flames began covering the blade, and when he opened his eyes, the revealed to be the Sharingan. Naruto swung the blade around professionally before sticking it into the ground, causing the ground to shake violently as black flames began erupting from the ground and making its way towards the 10 tails. Once it made its way to the 10 tails, the black flames erupted from the ground violently and began burning the chaotic beast, making it scream out in pain. Hashirama slapped his hands together and activated his Sage Art before saying, "Sage Art, gracious deity gates." As large gates fell from the sky and held the 10 tails in place. Once he did that, the other 3 previous Hokages and Kushina decided to put a barrier around the 10 tails, leaving it opened at the top. Naruto took his katana out of the ground and began swinging the flame-covered blade in fast speeds, causing the black flames inside of the barrier to surround the 10 tails like a tornado, which made it howl in pain. "Dad, do it now," Naruto said as Minato smirked before he teleported inside the barrier and made 3 hand seals before ending it with the dog seal. "Wind-style divine wrath of Fujin," Minato said as blew out an ungodly amount of wind towards the black flames on the 10 tails. Suddenly golden chains erupted from the ground and made its way around the 10 tails. It came from none other than Kushina Uzumaki. "Fugaku, now," Kushina yelled at the said man who was on top of a huge crow flying above the barrier. He nodded before going through his own hand seals and ending it in the ram seal. "Fire-style demonic flames of retribution," he yelled as he released a hot wave of dark purple flames at the 10 tails, but the flames latched itself on the golden chains that Kushina created. The hot flames were too much for the 10 tails and it began to make it anger. The masked man and Madara were shielding themselves from the attacks, but while doing that, Madara was watching on with amusement. "The power they are displaying is extraordinary," he exclaimed with glee as he smiled maniacally. "I've never been so tempted to fight anyone like this since Hashirama and my grandson. And now seeing how strong my son and his wife are, is getting my blood boiling with excitement. And the others are just as good. This is thrilling," he laughed maniacally. Sakumo saw this and turned to Naruto, who only nodded, which caused Sakumo to smirk before he disappeared in a flash of lightning and reappeared behind Madara and the masked man. "Lightning-style howling nightmare," he whispered before cutting what seemed to be a plug that was hooked to the masked man's and Madara's back before disappearing from inside the barrier and to the outsiders the barrier in a flash of lightning. Madara gritted his teeth in slight aggravation as he and the masked man was separated from the 10 tails, causing them to be away from the said-tailed beast. "TCH, to think we would have such problems stopping us from our goal." Madara started before grinning. "Is outstanding. The fact that I have to work harder in order to achieve my goal makes me more happier. To have a challenge along the way before completing my goal. Yes, this is absolutely astounding. Show me more, you allied shinobi. You are all dancing well, but this dance will soon have to come to an end, so let us enjoy it while we can shout." Madara laughed as Minato, Naruto, and Fugaku smirked before they surrounded themselves in their perfect Susanoo. Minato decided to show off more as he also used the 9 Tails Chakra mode, which was an avatar of the 9 Tails surround in yellow Susanoo armor. Naruto also surround herself in her 9 Tails Chakra mode. Naruto saw this and smirked as he changed his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan eyes to the Rinnegan as the glowed a menacing violet color. He then stuck his hand out as a black scythe made out of pure lightning appeared in his Susanoo's hand. "I have to agree with you, Gramps. This is entertaining, but as they always say, good things must come to an end. This dance has gone on quite slowly now. I think it's about time to pick up the pace in order for the grand finale," Naruto said as his chakra shook the very earth. "You couldn't have said it better, grandson." Madara smirked with evil look as Naruto returned the same stare. To be continued. Chapter 16. "Commander, what are your orders?" Kakashi asked Naruto as the young Hokage narrowed his eyes with a serious facial expression. He was inside of Naruto's Susanoo, which was very cool, but he kept that to himself. "We will fight. Shisui and Itachi will be here in little while. And once they get here, we will show the world why we were known as the 4 Horsemen of Konoha," Naruto said as Kakashi smirked under his mask. "So until then, we must stop my grandfather and the masked man from getting 8 tails and Kurama-sama. Since Gaara and the other Kages are fighting clones of my grandfather, you will be taking his spot," Naruto commanded, and Kakashi nodded before disappearing in a lightning shunshin. With Kakashi taking over Gaara's division, that left Kakashi's division unattended, but Naruto already had a plan for that. "Old man, Fugaku Ojizan, can you two take control of Kakashi's division?" Naruto asked as the 2 Uchihas smirked and nodded before taking off in their Susanoo. Naruto turned to the rest of the reanimated shinobi, his sister and god brother. "You two, don't you think you can keep up with us?" Naruto asked, causing the 2 of them to nod in determination. Naruto simply smirked before a crow landed on his shoulder. Naruto raised an eyebrow before he nodded, which caused the crow to fly off. The reanimated shinobi, Sasuke, and Naruto looked at him with a confused look on their face. Naruto saw this and raised an eyebrow. "Is there something wrong?" he asked. "Big bro, why the hell were you talking to a crow?" Naruto asked bluntly as Sasuke just looked at him weirdly. Naruto sighed at his sister before turning back to the enemy. "It was Itachi. The crow was used so Itachi could talk to me through a mental link," Naruto said as Naruto's eyes widened as her mouth formed an "oh." "You still don't get it, don't you?" Naruto asked his sister bluntly with a sweat drop. "Nope," she answered while chuckling sheepishly, causing Naruto's eyebrow to twitch violently as the reanimated ninjas and Sasuke watched the two siblings with an amused look on their face. Madara even stopped what he was doing just to watch his grandchildren. After this war, I'll be personally teaching you everything." "Seriously Naruto, what the hell were you doing in the academy when you were younger?" Naruto asked his sister. "Pranking shinobi clan heads, the ANBU headquarters, some of the civilian council, the academy teachers except for Iruka, and painting the Hoppage monument in broad daylight in a kill me orange jumpsuit. How nobody saw her still amazes me till this day," Sasuke surprisingly answered, causing everyone to sweet drop. Naruto had the audacity to blush in embarrassment. "So that's why you were failing in the academy? Because you were pulling pranks?" Naruto asked in an emotionless tone, scaring Naruto as she gulped in fear. Naruto Nii, let's talk about this. It's not my fault that the teachers didn't want to teach me anything," Naruto yelled, hoping to get out of her predicament. "So if the teachers didn't want to help, why not ask Mebuki Abasan for help? Or Mikoto Abasan?" Naruto asked as his Sharingan spun dangerously slow, causing Naruto to pale. Shit, Naruto thought before she was hit on the top of her head, hardly causing her to grab her head pain. "OWWWW. Naruto Nii, that hurts," Naruto said as tears were present in the corner of her eyes as a large knot appeared on the top of her head. Naruto only looked down on her with her emotionless look, causing her to shiver in fear. "Be grateful I held back on that punch, idiot little sister," Naruto said as his fist was smoking from hitting Naruto's head. "That was holding back," everyone thought as a rain cloud appeared over Naruto's head. "Naruto Nii is a big meanie," she thought as she rubbed her head in pain. Sasuke was laughing at Naruto, which caused her to pout as another rain cloud appeared over her head. "What are you laughing at, you tomato-loving brat?" a voice said from behind Sasuke, which caused him to freeze in fear as his blood ran cold. He then turned around, and wished that he never turned around. Behind him was no one other but Naruto. "You're laughing, but you're in the same boat as her." What did I do?" Sasuke yelled in panic. "If you knew she was doing all that, why didn't you stop her from doing it?" Naruto asked, causing Sasuke's skin to turn paler than what it was. "Fuck," Sasuke thought before he looked up at Naruto. Mercy," Sasuke asked, and all he got in return was a punch to the head, causing him to grab his head in pain as well. "Why Naruto Nii?" Sasuke asked as tears also welled up in his eyes. "Because you both deserve it," Naruto told him bluntly, causing Sasuke to wipe the tears that were threatening to fall from his eyes. Ha 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 ha, now you know how I feel, team," Naruto taunted, causing Sasuke to growl. "Shut up, Yuzuru Tonkachi," Sasuke yelled at the blonde-haired girl, causing her eyebrow to twitch. "Fucking emo bastard. You damn ramen addict. You tomato-loving freak. TCH, blonde-haired bimbo. You damn moody Uchiha bastard." They kept throwing insults at each other until eventually they were grabbed by the head by Naruto, who had a scary look in his eyes. "It seems you two haven't learned your lesson," Naruto stated coldly as the two of them trembled in fear. Naruto grabbed their head tighter, causing them to cry out in pain and cry dramatically. "You two love each other like brothers and sisters, right?" Hi, they answered quickly as tears were falling from their face. "You two won't fight at each other no more, right?" Hi, they nodded furiously and in fear of their brother. "Okay, I'll believe you two, for now. If I catch you two fighting, saying insults or even looking at each other the wrong way, well, you know what will happen, don't?" Naruto asked with a sadistic grin, causing them to nod faster than before. Naruto simply smirked. "Good," was all he said before dropping the two on the ground. The two of them had tears in their eyes like young children and were rubbing their head to ease the pain. "Naruto Nii is scary," Naruto stated. Hi, I'm telling Ka-chan after the war," Sasuke said with a slight pout as he still had tears in his eyes. "You can tell her for all I care. I'll even tell her myself. We can tell her together at the same time." Naruto shrugged before Kushina slapped his head. "Ow," Naruto said in a deadpan tone. "Naruto, stop bullying the kids," Kushina scolded. "Yeah, you tell him, Ka-chan," Naruto yelled before she was hit in the head with a small pebble. "OWWWWWW. Ka-chan tilde. Naruto Nii threw a pebble at me," Naruto whined as she pouted and pointed her finger accusingly at Naruto. "Slap. Ouch," Naruto said with a bored look on his face. "Stop throwing rocks at your sister," Kushina scolded Naruto as if he was a child. Naruto laughed in a taunting way, but it was cut short once she saw the glare Naruto was giving her, causing her to whimper in fear. "Slap. Ouch, damn it mum, would you stop hitting my head? And where the fuck did you get that damn skillet from? Naruto said in slight anger. Places. And don't you raise your voice at me, young man. I'm still your mother, Kushina said as Naruto turned the other way, causing Kushina to gasp dramatically. Don't turn your back on me, Naruto, she yelled. Did you say something, mum? Naruto said, causing Kushina's eyes to twitch violently. You damn brat, you and your smart mouth, she said through gritted teeth. Who'd you think I got it from, you troublesome woman? Naruto replied, tauntingly, caused steam to come out her ears. I am not troublesome. Suuri, that's what all crazy women say. Naruto replied as Kushina threw her skillet at Naruto, but he substituted with Naruko, which caused her to get hit with the skillet. OWWWWWWW. Why me? Naruko cried out as tears fell from her face dramatically, and Naruto just smirked evilly. He then turned and looked at his mother and said that her hair was split up into 9 different sections. Naruto then realized, right then and there, that he made his mother angry. And he simply didn't give 2 fucks. Naruto, I think it's time to remind you who I am, Kushina said in a dark tone. Let's see, you're my mother and you're also a woman with anger issues, that is also a ramen addict and a closet pervert. I think my memory is alright, Naruto replied bluntly, causing his mother's anger to increase. Naruto Uzuka's Uchiha, Kushina said slowly. Oh shit, Naruto thought to himself. If there's one thing that everybody knows is that when your mother calls your full name, you're in deep shit. I know what you're about to say, mum. Right now you are going to say, I'll give you a 10-second head start. Naruto said with a smirk. I'll give you a 10-second head start. Wait, what? Kushina said as Naruto laughed mockingly before pointing at his mother. You see, mum, I have found a way to defeat you. After all these years I can finally use it to defeat you. And it doesn't even require hand seals. Naruto laughed as Kushina's eyes widened. Naruto then took 10 steps back before he smirked. Ninja secret art. ... Nigerian Dayo. Naruto yelled as he took off full speed, leaving dust behind him. Kushina's eyebrow ticked violently before she pulled out another skillet and her hair began to rise again. Get back here, Naruto. You think you can just get smart with me, run away from me and not get away with it? Kushina yelled as she started chasing after the said boy. This was not in the script, the masked man said as he was flipping through paper that seemed to be a large booklet. Indeed it wasn't, but you cannot say this is entertaining, Madara said as he slowly raised a pocky stick to his mouth, bit it and began chewing. The hell did you get that from? The masked asked in a confused tone. Madara pointed behind himself. Behind stage, they were just sitting there so I just grabbed them, he answered. Quote ... Got any more? The masked man asked with slight hope in his voice. Yeah, why? Madara asked with a raised eyebrow. Do you mind if I get one? The masked man asked. Quote ... Sure, Madara shrugged as he gave one to the masked man. The masked man lifted up his mask slightly and began eating the pocky stick. While the 2 enemies were eating pocky sticks, Naruto was still being chased by his mother. Hashirama had joined Naruto and Sasuke in sulking. Tobirama was shaking his head at his elder brother. Might Dai was doing push-ups with 2 fingers. Sakuma was juggling 5 kunais. Hiruzen had pulled out his favorite book, Ico Paradise, and began reading it while laughing like a pervert. Itachi and Shisui had finally arrived and saw what was going on and began blinking owlishly. Ah, what the hell is going on? Shisui asked and Itachi just shrugged. You're asking the wrong person, Shisui, Itachi replied as they both kept blinking owlishly at mayhem that was going on. To be continued. Chapter 17. War. It's something that we as humans don't want but is always the answer to problems. War causes bloodshed. War causes pain. War causes sorrow. War breaks the mind of even those with the most intelligence. War crushes the soul of those with even the strongest soul. War wounds the heart of even the humblest beings. War brings chaos. War brings destruction. War brings death. And Naruto knows this. Being Hokage is not an easy task. Sending your comrades out into the battlefield to fight and seeing them not make it back alive hurts. Watching the people you know and grew up with die in front of you hurts. The pain of not being able to say goodbye to your friend for the last time hurts badly. Damn it all, Naruto muttered as tears fell from his face and landed on the ground. Why, what's the point of all this? Naruto asked as he looked up to his grandfather and the newly revealed Obito. Madara looked down at his grandson and felt a slight pain in his heart seeing his grandson in tears. It is all for peace, Naruto. Everything I'm doing right now is for the greater good of this world. Madara answered truthfully. Peace, old man, you are willing to kill your own granddaughter for your so-called peace. Naruto yelled as Naruko looked at her brother in shock as she never seen him this emotional. Niai-san. It was highly unfortunate that she became the vessel for the 9 tails. Which is why I will give her a quick and easy death. Madara said as he crossed his arms before closing his eyes. Naruto's hair covered his eyes. All of this could have been avoided, Naruto. But you decided to go to war. Now look at your consequences. Obito stated coldly. Looking around the battlefield, it looked as if hell was brought onto earth. Black, red, blue, and violet flames danced on the battlefield menacingly. Severed body parts littered the battlefield like a hellish decoration. The cries of pain and agony flowed through the battlefield like the wind. Rivers of blood drowned into the soil, making it darker than its original color. The landscape was destroyed during the battle, which gave it an ominous look and vibe. These men and women that are crying, begging, pleading for help, is your doing. Those who have died on the battlefield, is your fault. The bloodshed that had been spilled on this landscape, is all on your hands, Naruto Namikas. This war could have been avoided. You only had to hand over your sister. Now how much blood do you have on your hands due to your idiotic choice of deciding to go to war? Tens of thousands have died on this battlefield today, how many more shall die in order for you to understand that you cannot win this battle? Obito yelled out as Naruto still had his head down. 2. Naruto. Naruto yelled out, causing Naruto to look up quickly as he felt something coming towards him. Coming towards him was a sharp piece of wood, causing his eyes to widen slightly, but the widen more as he saw Naruto running his direction. Naruto jumped in front of her brother and the sound of flesh being ripped echoed. Naruto noticed that the wooden spike didn't hurt as much as she thought it would. It must be because of Kurama quick healing that she couldn't feel pain. Thanks Kurama. Brat, what are you thanking me for? Kurama asked and Naruto raised an eyebrow. For healing me, of course. That wooden spike didn't hurt as much as I thought it would. Naruto stated. Naruto, you wasn't impaled by nothing. Hell, nothing came near your body. Kurama stated truthfully. What? Naruto asked confusingly. Yeah, boy, open your eyes. Naruto, was what Naruto heard, so she did what the voice told her to do. She slowly opened her eyes and paled instantly at what she saw. Naruto had been impaled through the chest. Tehei, you made me, use one of my Rinnegan abilities. Big brother had to save his clumsy little sister again, huh? Naruto chuckled as he coughed up blood. Naruto looked up at her older brother with horror-filled eyes. Damn, and I didn't even get to use my curse on the old man. Naruto thought as he fell onto one knee as Naruto caught him before he completely fell. Tears began to well up in her eyes as she saw her in such a devastating state. Ni-san, Naruto whispered sadly as she held her brother. Don't cry, Naruto, it was bound to happen at some point. This is the life of a shinobi, Naruto said softly as he wiped the tears from her eyes. Naruto Nii, a voice yelled coming full speed towards him and Naruto. The said person landed and rushed over towards them and stopping before dropping to one knee as well. Naruto looked up and smiled. Hey, Sasuke, Naruto said softly as he began to turn pale. Naruto felt himself get weaker, so he decided to get straight to the point. He then brought both Sasuke and Naruto into a hug. Sasuke, Naruto, it seems I won't be able to see the war through. So I'm leaving it to you to finish this chaotic madness before the world comes to its end. I will be watching over you too. Naruto said softly as he hugged him tightly with tears falling down his face. But he also had a smile on his face. He then raised his head and looked towards Sasuke. Look after Naruto for me, will you tomato loving brat? Naruto asked as Sasuke nodded in tears. Naruto then looked towards his sister and planted a small kiss on her forehead before resting his head on her shoulders. Don't stop, keep moving forward, fight to the very end. Naruto, Sasuke, I love you both, Naruto said softly before his eyes closed slowly with a smile gracing his face. Nii-san, Nii-san. To be continued. Chapter 18. Nii-san, Nii-san. Naruto's voice echoed throughout the battlefield, gaining the attention of some people that was near. Itachi, did you hear that? Shisui asked, causing Itachi to nod seriously. Yes, it sounded like Naruto-chan. If I remembered correctly, Naruto is located over there, Itachi stated as he narrowed his eyes. Well then let's go see what the big idea, shall we? Shisui asked before disappearing in a murder of crows as did Itachi. Scene change. Minato-kun, did hear that? It sounds like Naruto is in trouble, Kushina said in a worried tone. Minato threw his kunai, causing him teleport to it and impale the creatures that came from the Ten Tails with a rasengan before teleporting back to his wife. Yeah, I think we should go see what the problem is, Minato stated. I shall go as well, Fugaku volunteered, slightly shocking the two, but they simply nodded. You three go see what the problem is. Me and my younger brother will deal with the Ten Tails, Hashirama stated in serious tone. Right, let's go Kushina-chan, Fugaku, Minato said before putting his hand on their shoulders and teleporting towards their daughter, not knowing they were in for a rude awakening. Scene change, Leaf Village. Is there something wrong, Mikoto-san? No, nothing at all. I just got a bad feeling, that's all, Yuga. You too. That's weird, I felt that something was wrong also, Yuga said as she put her hand on her stomach and smiled softly. Mikoto saw this and smiled. So, tell me, how long have you been pregnant? Mikoto asked in excitement, causing Yuga to giggle. For 3 weeks now, Mikoto-san, Yuga answered softly. Enough with the formalities, just call me Mikoto-Carson, Mikoto chirped, causing Yuga to smile. Have you told him yet, Yuga? Mikoto asked, in which Yuga shook her head. No, it was going to be a surprise for him after the war, since I found out when he left for war. Yugao answered, causing Mikoto to squeal in excitement. I know Naruto will be so happy. Mikoto yelled, causing Yugao to sweet drop and laugh at the woman. Yes, I know he will be. That's why I need him back. That's why we need him back home safe. Yugao smiled as she rubbed her belly softly. Scene change. Obito, I don't remember telling you to send that wooden spear, Madara said in a menacing tone, causing Obito to slightly sweat. It had to be done, otherwise he would just be in the way and would be a major thorn in our plans. Obito tried to reason, but Madara still was pissed. Even so, if it had to be someone to kill him, it would be me since I'm his grandfather. Same with the girl, it will be my duty to kill her since she's my granddaughter. Madara growled, causing Obito gulp in fear. Since you are so ready to kill something, I'll let you handle those two down there. They seem angry that you killed their best friend. What were their names again? Ah, that's right, Itachi and Shisui. They won't be much of a problem for you, right? Madara asked darkly, causing Obito to turn and look at the two Uchihas, who had a murderous look on their face as they looked up at Obito. They shouldn't be a problem to deal with, Obito stated as he cleared his throat. Are you sure about that? A voice said from behind him, causing his eyes to widen, and before he could make himself intangible, he was brutally punched in the face by Shisui, sending him to the ground close to Itachi. Shisui then looked towards Madara, but Madara was too busy looking at Naruto and Sasuke. I know you want to avenge my grandson's death, so I won't stop you. That boy shall learn to be more patient, Madara said calmly and coldly. Naruto and Sasuke began using their full power, which shocked him because the transformation they were using was similar to the one he used against Hashirama. Well, isn't this shocking? Madara said as he raised his eyebrow before unsheathing his katana and covering himself in his perfect Susanoo. To think I would have to use my perfect Susanoo twice today, let alone against my grandchildren. Madara stated in shockingly proud tone. If only the little mini-me was here, we could have continued our glorious battle. Madara whispered in a saddened tone. Even though he was seen as a cold-hearted person, he cares deeply about his family. Even if he met him for the first time ever. I'm sorry Blondheim, mini-me, but do understand that your grandfather is doing this for peace, Madara whispered softly before rushing forwards to the two strongest genin. Scene change. Minato, help me save our baby boy, Kushina yelled as she held Naruto in her arms as tears fell from her face. Minato stood there in shock as he saw his firstborn child, dead in his wife's arms. Minato walked slowly towards his wife and dropped to his knees before grabbing Naruto's hand. He had a large hole where his heart should be. Kushina's hands were shaking uncontrollably as they were covered in her son's blood. Fugaku was in a state of shock as he saw his godson's bloodied body. Please God no, not him, Minato whispered as tears fell from his face as he gripped his son's hand tightly. It was cold to the touch. My baby boy, why'd it have to be you? Kushina said in sad tone as tears fell on her son's face. She saw the smile on his face causing her heart to ache more as more tears fell. Knowing you died protecting your baby sister, Kushina said while bringing her son's dead body into her chest and hugging him tightly before releasing cries of despair and pain. Minato gritted his teeth in anger as his body shook with fury as he turned and gave Obito a look that was filled with so much hatred and killing intent, that it stopped Itachi and Shisui's fight with Obito as they got an ominous feeling only to find out that it was coming from Minato. Obito, you have gone too far. You took me and my wife away from our children and now you decided to take our oldest from us. Minato said darkly as a yellow aura surrounded him which started to shake the battlefield. Obito, I don't even see you as a student anymore. I'm going to kill you if it's the last thing I do before this war ends, Minato said while releasing bloodlust with a dark look. Scene change. What should we name him? Kushina. How about Naruto? Naruto Namikaze. I like the sound of that. Hey, who said he would be a Namikaze? What if I wanted to name him Naruto Uzumaki Databane? But. I'm kidding Minato-kun, Kushina giggled causing Minato to sweet drop at his wife. Little Naruto opened his eyes and looked at his parents with curiosity before smiling and grabbing his mother's finger. Minato, look, he has my eye color, Kushina said excitedly as Minato rushed over and looked at his son with amazed filled eyes like a child. Look, Kushina, look how small his hands are, Minato said in an awe-filled voice as his eyes sparkled when his son grabbed his finger, causing Kushina to sweet drop this time. Seriously, he acting like a child, Kushina thought before giggling as she watched her husband hold Naruto in his arms and making him giggle in delight. Minato. What is it Kushina? Is something wrong? Minato rushed in as he saw his wife on her knees with tears in her eyes as she held Naruto. He said his first words. He called me mama, Kushina stated causing Minato to rush towards her and Naruto. Really, let me hold him Kushina? Minato asked eagerly as she gave Naruto to Minato. Alright son, say dada okay, Minato said with excitement in his voice. Naruto tilted his head cutely before grabbing his father's bangs of hair. Quote. Dada, Naruto said causing Minato's eyes to widen as tears fell from his eyes as he held his son. He said it, Kushina-chan, he said dada. Minato cried in happiness as Naruto tilted his head in confusion as he rested his head on his father's shoulder. Dada, mama, Little Naruto said, causing both parents to hug him. He didn't know what was going on, but he didn't mind the hug from his parents since he felt safe. So these are your memories. Naruto Namikaze Uchiha, a voice said. Naruto's eyes opened up quickly before he looked around to see his surroundings. He was in a room with only one light that was above him. He was sitting in a chair with shackles around his wrist. Where the hell am I? Naruto asked as he activated his Sharingan, but that didn't do much help as he still saw nothing but darkness. Well, how should I say this? You are currently dead, but you are alive. Your soul is not in the land of the living. For now. The voice from earlier said, making Naruto narrow his eyes. You seem to know my name, but I don't know yours. Would you kindly tell me your name? Naruto asked calmly, causing the unknown being to chuckle at him. I go by many things. But let's just say I'm something that everyone fears. I'm the ugly truth to reality. I'm the one who doesn't care about race, age, blood type, or religious belief. For once you come to meet me, all of you mortals are equal in books. The voice said as the room got colder all of a sudden, causing Naruto to shiver as footsteps echoed throughout the room. Violet flames began to light up the room with each step Naruto heard. The voice chuckled as it got closer to Naruto. Once the figure got close, Naruto's eyes widened in shock. After all, you humans fail to realize that life is nothing but a beautiful lie when I'm the ugly truth. The being said with a dark grin. You've got to be fucking kidding me, Naruto said as he looked up at the being. Hello Naruto Namikaze Uchiha, you might as know me, the one who cursed your fellow Namikaze ancestors. And why does the Shinigami want to meet with me? Naruto asked as the death god chuckled darkly as he licked his tanto. Simple mortal, I have chosen you to be my successor, the Shinigami stated in a serious tone. Wait, what? Chapter 19. Naruto just simply stared at the god of death with a blank but slightly confused look. What do you mean I am your successor? Naruto asked, causing the Shinigami to chuckle in a dark tone. Exactly what I said, Naruto Uchiha Namikaze. I've chosen you to take the mantle of being the next god of death. The Shinigami stated seriously. Why me out of all people? Naruto asked seriously, which made the Shinigami smirk. Well, for one, you were the first to master the curse that I implanted on the side of your father's family. Second, because it was all a part of my plan. The Shinigami said darkly, causing Naruto's eyes to narrow at the godly being. What do you mean it was part of your plan? Naruto questioned with a glare, causing the Shinigami's eyes to gleam slightly as he laughed evilly. Young Naruto, if it wasn't for me, you would have been dead the day you were born. The Shinigami stated, shocking Naruto. Have you always wondered why you saw other people but others couldn't see them? He asked, causing Naruto to look at him with wide eyes. It seems you caught on, young one. What you've been seeing are the wandering souls of the dead who couldn't find a way to the afterlife. Have you always wondered why they were so drawn towards you? Death asked again, causing Naruto to slightly tremble in shock. You were their key to going to the afterlife, young one. That's why whenever you would touch those souls, they would seemingly disappear in thin air. That's why you would always get rush of their memories of their past life. You were unconsciously sending them to their rightful place after death. Either to me where they could suffer in my stomach for eternity, or to the afterlife with my sister where they could rest peacefully. Death explained as Naruto looked at his in shock, but Death wasn't finished. Have you always wondered why when you took your first life, it never bothered you? Or you would feel stronger every time you would kill someone, especially in ANBU? Death asked once more, causing Naruto to unconsciously break the chains he had around his wrist and put his hands on his face as he started to breath slightly faster. It's because you've had the concept of death ever since you were born, young Naruto. Death laughed darkly, causing Naruto's eyes to widen even more. Concept of death, Naruto whispered, but Death heard him. Yes, the concept of death, the irreversible cessation of all biological functions that sustain an organism, or as I like to call it, the ugly truth that you mortals don't want to face when the time comes. Death grinned as Naruto calmed down and looked back at the ground. Death walked slowly over to Naruto and rested his large tanto on Naruto's shoulder. The reason why you are living is because of me. I was the one blessed you because even though you were just a child on the verge of dying at the time, I saw something in your soul. And it intrigued me, so I tried it one more time and blessed another Namikaze. And I do not regret my decision. After 100 years, I found my true successor. Death said coldly. What do you mean after 100 years? Naruto asked in cold tone. Can you at least chill with all these questions? Death said in a deadpan tone, causing Naruto's eyebrow to twitch slightly before he sighed. Fine, Naruto grumbled. Thank you. And to keep it short, I had 2 reasons why I planted that curse on the Namikazes, but I think you know that by now. Death said as Naruto's eyes to widen. To punish the Namikaze and to find a successor to take your mantle. Naruto said as Death grinned as he licked his tanto. Indeed, my successor. Every single fight you have fought is because of me. Every life and death situation you were in was because of me. It was my way of testing you. And part of my plan. Hell, you were the biggest part of my plan. Death chuckled as Naruto looked at him with slightly wide eyes as he remembered something. You were the old man I met while I was in prison in solidarity confinement, weren't you? Naruto asked in shock as Death just grinned before laughing darkly. Indeed, young one, that was me. Death chuckled. I had to make sure that you would be the right one to take over the mantle of death for me. I also had to make sure that you had to be ready for such an important role in the world. Death told Naruto as the black-haired man listened to the god of death. But, seeing as you are becoming the new god of death, there is something else that you should know. Death said, causing Naruto's eyebrows to raise slightly. And that is, he questioned. That you are my reincarnation, young Naruto. A new, old and wise voice said as he slowly made his way into the light. Naruto's eyes widened as he felt the power roll off of the man. Who are you, old man? Naruto asked cautiously, causing the said man to sweet drop and chuckle at Naruto. I am what legends would call me, the Sage of Six Paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki. And you, Naruto Namikaze Uchiha, are my reincarnation. The old man, now known as the Sage of Six Paths, stated, causing Naruto's eyes to pop out of his socket before he thought about something. Wait, if I'm your reincarnation, then who are your son's reincarnation? Naruto asked as Hagoromo smiled a grandfatherly smile. My oldest son, Indra's reincarnation is Sasuke Uchiha, and my youngest son, Asura's reincarnation is your youngest sister, Naruko Uzumaki Senju. Hagoromo answered as Naruto just simply nodded. And now, young Naruto, not only will you only take the mantle of death, you will also take the mantle of being the new Sage of Six Paths. Hagoromo stated seriously as Naruto held his head down and listened carefully. Do you accept this responsibility, young one mortal? Both Hagoromo and Death asked at the same time as Naruto looked up with determination in his eyes. I accept, he answered in a deep tone, causing Hagoromo to smirk and the god of death to chuckle darkly. Very well then, let's get this show on the road then, shall we? Death asked as he licked his blade menacingly. Indeed, I think it's about time for the finishing act for the show. Hagoromo agreed as his Rinnegan eyes glowed with power. Chapter 20. Well, it seems those three sacrificed themselves to save the two of you. Obito said as he spat out blood to the ground. He was heavily injured from fighting Itachi and Shisui. Not to mention Kakashi joined the fight as well. He was close to losing until he sent many wooden spears towards Naruto and Sasuke. The three men acted out of instinct and covered the two young ninjas. It seems they have faith that you two will end this war. Obito was cut off by a strong punch that hit him in the face, sending him flying. He shakily got up and looked. He hit him with so much force and saw that it was his sensei who was glaring at him murderously, with killing intent surrounding him. Obito never seen his sensei this angry before. So the look he was getting sent fear into his heart as he looked at the legendary man in front of him. He also had a chaotic smile on his face, showing that his Uchiha genes were taking over at the moment. This wasn't his sensei no more. No, this was Minato Namikaze, the one-man army slayer. Konoha's yellow flash. Obito Uchiha, I will personally kill you myself. Minato said darkly as he smiled evilly, causing the two younger ninjas to look on in shock at the legendary Hokage. This is how San acts when he's angry. Naruko thought to herself as she shivered in fear, unconsciously taking a step back. Sasuke looked at his fellow clansmen in shock, once again at the display of power being showed. He too, took a step back as he saw the dark smile on the fourth Hokage's face. He's almost as insane as his father. Sasuke thought in fear. Minato then quickly disappeared and reappeared behind Obito, causing the said Uchiha to turn quickly and block the force of the punch, but wasn't able to block nothing as Minato wasn't there. I'm below you, a cold voice said as Obito was uppercutted harshly by his former sensei. You took everything away from me. You took me away from wife. You took me away from my children. You took me away from the village that I swore to protect. Minato started off, as his own chakra started surrounding him, giving off a golden hue. And now, I will take away everything from you this very moment. Everything that you've planned up to this point, will be for nothing, because those plans will simply fail, because of me. Minato finished as his eternal Mangekyo flared to life. Dark golden chakra began rising to the air, much to Obito's horror. He really is Madara's son. Obito thought in fear as Madara simply laughed in delight. He's indeed my son. Madara grinned as he saw his son's perfect Susanoo. But Madara's eyes widened as he saw his son do something that reminded him of his battle against Hashirama. My son, you truly are something else. Who would have guessed that you would master the Nine Tails power while being sealed inside of the Shinigami's belly? Teha, ha ha ha. You truly are my son. Madara yelled with glee as he saw Minato's Susanoo surround the Kyuubi's chakra form. Obito took a step back in fear as he stared up at his former sensei. Minato glared darkly at Obito. From now, you are no longer fighting your former sensei. You're no longer fighting the Yellow Flash. You're no longer fighting the fourth Hokage. You are now fighting Minato Namikaze Uchiha, son of Madara Uchiha. Minato stated coldly as his Susanoo threw four tri-pronged kunai around Obito. He then held up the ram seal with one hand. Seal, was the only thing Minato said as a golden barrier surrounded Obito. Sealing technique, golden light of the damned. Minato said softly but with no type of emotion shown in his voice. A bright light surrounded the battlefield and Obito as it began to burn his skin off quickly. Using Kamui, he disappeared to his own personal dimension. Location on the battlefield, near Naruto's body, Naruto's mindscape. It was completely silent. Naruto's cold and pale body laid completely still on the ground. Or so we thought. In Naruto's mind, he was conversing with the death god. Repeat these words after me carefully, my successor. Shinigami said seriously as Naruto nodded with an emotionless look on his face. The Shinigami grinned evilly before taking his tanto and giving it a lick. I, Naruto Namikaze Uchiha, have accepted becoming the concept of death itself. I have accepted to become the ugly truth to reality. I have chosen the dark path of being death itself and embracing it fully with welcomed arms. I have chose to become the opposite of the beautiful lie called life. My name shall bring fear into mortals' heart at the thought of my name. As the successor of death, I wish to take the mantle as the new death god. Death finished as stared at Naruto with a grin. I, Naruto Namikaze Uchiha, have accepted becoming the concept of death itself. I have accepted to become the ugly truth to reality. I have chosen the dark path of being death itself and embracing it fully with welcomed arms. I have chose to become the opposite of the beautiful lie called life. My name shall bring fear into mortals' heart at the thought of my name. As the successor of death, I wish to take the mantle as the new death god. Naruto finished before picking up a bowl filled with the Shinigami's blood before drinking it. He then felt his insides start to burn and he began to writhe in pain. But instead of screaming in pain, he laughed darkly and smiled at death on last time with dark black eyes, causing the now former death god to gasp in fear. Naruto then fainted and the Shinigami smirked to himself. I choose the right successor, was the only thing he said before he began to turn into particles and completely disappear. Location: Naruto's body, outside of his mindscape. We see Naruto's dead body lay on the battlefield, surrounded in his blood. His mother at his side, crying at the sight of her son. My sweet baby boy, my firstborn, Kushina said softly as she caressed her son's face softly as tears fell freely from her face. While Kushina kept weeping over her son, she failed to realize that his hand began twitching slightly. The blood around his body began to make its way back into his body. Black veins began to appear on his body and a dark aura that felt like nothing but death began to surround him. Kushina looked at her son and saw that her son's skin's tone was returning back to its original color. But she saw that his ear began to look like elf ears. His black hair started to grow longer than usual and his nails became claws. Kushina looked at her son's face that had black veins. Suddenly, Naruto opened his eyes, they were pitch black as the night. He then let out a horrifying scream that shook the battlefield as a black aura shot from under him in a 5-mile radius and into the clouds. He began to rise up to the sky, slowly and menacingly as a skull-like Oni mask began to form on his face. His katanas quickly came towards him and he caught them effortlessly. His aura and power shook the elemental nation completely as a new god has been born into the world. He growled darkly as he looked towards his right and saw that the same thing was happening also only in a white, crimson red, and emerald green color. War, famine, and conquest. It's our time to stop this madness in this world, Naruto said in dark, deep and deranged voice as he took off full speed to where the fight is located. So, hi guys. Yeah, I know, it's been a while. Let me tell you why it's been a while though. I've been caught up with football. And during that time, I ended up having a concussion. So no, I'm not dead. Football has been tiresome and I haven't had the time to really write until today due to me getting out of practice early. Chapter 21. Obito Uchiha was afraid. Scratch that. He was terrified. He never would have thought his plans would have went haywire to this degree. Now here he was, trembling in fear, looking up to the man he once considered his sensei. A man who he thought of as a father figure at one point of time in his life. Minato Namikaze Uchiha, the son of Madara Uchiha. Who would have guessed that a kind-hearted man such as him would have had hidden evil intent and darkness hidden in his heart. But, no matter how kind-hearted a man shall seem, no matter how much happiness a man radiates, no matter how much a man smiles to show that he's truly happy, there in his heart lingers a raging beast. Full of hatred, full of evil intent, full of malicious intentions, ready to be unleashed. All it takes for it to be unleashed, to fully snap, is to take away something dearly from him. And that's what caused Minato to finally snap. Obito not only took him away from his family, but he brought destruction to the village his father founded and also killed his firstborn son. The son he was so dearly proud of, the son who he knew would bring true peace to the world along with his daughter. Side by side, he believed that his two children would bring the world into true peace. No more, Minato whispered coldly as he looked down on Obito. Obito gulped hardly as he trembled before the might of his sensei's true power. I will end you once and for all. You're not the Obito I trained and practically raised. You're a stain on this world who needs to be wiped away. Minato finished darkly causing Obito to pale in fright as Minato held his hand out causing the nine tails to open his mouth as it began charging up a tailed beast bomb. Obito simply closed his eyes and accepted defeat. Minato looked at him indifferently and with no remorse. As he was about to call out his attack, he looked up and saw his daughter and godson fighting his father and smiled before looking back down at Obito. Tailed beast bow. Minato. Naruto is alive. Minato eyes widened when he heard his wife's voice yell those three words and quickly turned to her with hope and faithful look in his eyes, letting down his guard. What did you say? He questioned. Obito saw this as an opportunity and used Kamui to get behind Minato, causing Kushina to shout out. Minato cursed as he turned back and saw that Obito was reaching out for him. Kushina couldn't do nothing but watch in shock. I win, sensei, Obito said arrogantly as he laughed evilly. Minato narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth as everything went in slow motion. Even Natsumi and Sasuke had stopped their fight with Madara, who also was interested in the turn of events. As Obito grinned darkly as he went to grab Minato, something spoke that sent chills through everyone's body. "Obito Uchiha, kneel before me," a dark voice said, causing everyone to freeze in fear. Even Madara began breaking a sweat. The battlefield got quiet as the army felt a presence of death overwhelm the battlefield. Obito froze in place before dropping incredibly fast to the ground. As the voice commanded, Obito landed directly on his knees in pain. Minato's barrier was broken down, shocking him completely. The moon was shining brightly, then everyone heard the screeching of bats and looked towards the sky. Their eyes widened in complete fear at the amount of bats heading towards their way at insane speeds. The bats began circling in the sky like a tornado, creating heavy wind over everyone to the point where everyone had to use chakra to keep themselves in place from the wind. The bats then swooped down in front of Obito, scaring him. Dark black smoke began to form as red eyes were seen in the smoke. Whoever the figure was tall, very tall. The smoke cleared and Obito's eyes widened in complete fear, as did everyone else. "Death!" Obito exclaimed as everyone's heart dropped. But Natsumi noticed something that was different about this being. The said being was 7 feet 8 with a katana that looked very familiar, but the mask on his face was indeed the Shinigami mask. His hair was long and midnight black with a white streak that was white as the moonlight. "I'm indeed Death, but you might know me as someone else," the being said as he began to remove his mask. Once the mask was removed, Obito's heart dropped to his ass. "Naruto, what? How? I killed you!" Obito yelled in disbelief as Natsumi and Sasuke's eyes widened in complete shock. Naruto smiled evilly, showing his sharp white teeth as he took the tanto given to him by the original Death and gave it a sadistic lick, sending chills down Obito's spine. "Oh, you indeed killed me. I was just reborn. Reborn as a new being. I was reborn as Death's successor and now I have taken the mantle. I am, Naruto Uzuka's Uchiha, your new Shinigami." Naruto laughed darkly as Madara's eyes widened in glee as he looked at his grandson. "My grandson, he became a literal god amongst men. To say that I'm proud would be an understatement. HMPH, I have no reason to fight anymore." Madara smiled as he dropped his weapons. "My dear family, you've proven to me that you're capable of protecting the ones you love dearly, something that I've failed to do in my past life." Madara stated as Natsumi and Sasuke looked at him. "Oi, Gramps, what are you doing?" Natsumi asked as Madara looked at her with a soft smile, shocking her completely. "My dear granddaughter, even though we've gotten off on the wrong foot, you've grown to a strong and beautiful young lady. You remind me so much of your grandmother that it hurts." Madara smiled sadly. "I do not wish to fight anymore. You've proven to me that you're strong enough for this cruel world." Madara stated. "Gramps, thank you." Natsumi said sadly. She may not have known him as much, but he was still her grandfather, and hearing those words from the Madara Uchiha meant something to her. Madara then looked towards Sasuke. "Young Uchiha, for you to be strong at this age, I know you will carry the Uchiha name with pride and bring glory to our family name along with my grandson." Madara stated as he began glowing brightly. "It seems it's my time to go. Dear Kami, for I know I have sinned, all I ask is that you reunite me with my beautiful wife." Madara asked softly before disappearing completely. Back to Obito and Naruto. "Since I'm here to collect your soul, allow me to introduce you to the others before dying. Conquest, war, famine. Present yourselves," Naruto said as Itachi, Shisui, and Kakashi revealed themselves, shocking everyone else. "I am Itachi Uchiha, but as of now I am known as Conquest." Itachi introduced himself as he stood at a new height as well at 6 feet 8 as he glowed in a golden white light. "I am Shisui Uchiha, but I am now known as Famine." Shisui stated as emerald green glow surround him. He also had a new height at 6 feet 7. "I am Kakashi Hitaki Senju. But you mortal shall know me as War." Kakashi stated, shocking everybody as he also had 2 Mangekyo Sharingans and crimson red aura surrounded him. He now stood at 7 feet 1. Obito just stared at the 4 in shock as Naruto walked closer to him with a dark gleam in his eyes. Before Obito could do anything, Naruto's hand went in Obito's chest, causing him to gasp. Naruto grinned darkly as he looked at him menacingly. "Your soul will be trapped inside of my blade until I'm ready to devour you and send you to hell." Naruto stated coldly as he began ripping out Obito's soul with his bare hands, causing the Uchiha to scream in agony. Once Naruto had his soul, he looked at it as it looked like an orb, before changing his mind and devouring it right there and then. He then sliced off Obito's head and lit his body on his fire. "What do you say, you three? I think it's time to clean up the rest of his little minions, don't you think?" Naruto asked as he liked his tanto sadistically. The other 3 nodded with a dark smirk on their face as their eternal Mangekyo Sharingan glowed menacingly as the aura around them increased to new levels. To be continued. Chapter 22. "Yokomo, we got a new mission from Lord Third," Dog stated as he walked towards his captain. Komo looked up at Dog with a blank expression. "Who else is assigned to the mission with us?" he asked as he began to unwrap the bandages from around his eyes. "Weasel and Crow as usual. Seems like an important mission since it's S rank," Dog answered as he watched Komo take off the bandages from around his eyes. "You sure that's a wise decision to do? You just got your new eyes a week ago," Dog asked, slightly concerned. Komo looked up at Dog and flashed his new crimson eyes, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. I'll be fine, Kakashi. With me having Uzumaki and Senju DNA in my body, they healed rather quickly. I just kept the wraps around my eyes to see how it feels to be blind. Komo asked as he walked towards his locker and began dressing for the mission that was assigned. Dog sighed and shook his head slightly. That may be true, but are you mentally ready to be back in the field, Naruto? After what happened 2 weeks ago with Lord Fourth and Lady Kushina sadly passing. Kakashi asked his little brother in all but blood seriously. Naruto paused as he grabbed both of his katanas and stared at his reflection. To be honest, he didn't have enough time to really grieve for his parents' death. Due to him being an ANBU captain and the next successor for the ANBU commander spot, he's been taking missions back to back like it was nothing. To get his parents' death off his mind, he believed that the best option for him was to be numb to it and put it behind him, for now. Naruto sighed and skillfully strapped his twin katanas to his back. I'm fine, Kakashi. There's no need to worry about my mental health. Trust me, if it was really bothering me, I would have said something to you and the other two, as I see you three as my brothers. Naruto stated before grabbing his mask and putting it on his face. He then turned to Kakashi and flashed his Sharingan briefly. Enough of this talk, let's head to the Hokage's office. I'm pretty sure the other two are already there waiting on us. Naruto said as Kakashi nodded before the both disappeared in their respective body flicker. Hokage's office. Dog, Koro, I see you've made it. Good, now onto the details about your mission. Lord Third said as Koro walked to the front as Dog stayed behind him with Crow and Weasel standing next to him. What's the mission, Lord Third? Naruto asked as Lord Third took a puff from his pipe and exhaling the smoke from his lungs. He gained a serious look on his face, showing that this mission is showing high importance. Right, you four will go to the border of the Fire Country and meet up with Stone Village ANBU operatives. It seems that the cage of their respective village wants to peaceful negotiations. Your mission is to obtain the scroll and bring it back no matter the cost. Hiruzen stated as the other three operatives nodded their heads, except for Naruto. There is something more to this mission, isn't there? Naruto asked as Hiruzen smirked before looking at Naruto. Perspective as ever, I see. Yes, there is. That old bastard wouldn't want to negotiate anything with the Leaf due to his damn ego. I suspect it's set up, which is why I didn't send a group of Jonin to do this mission. This mission is S rank, borderline SS rank. Hiruzen stated. Naruto nodded, but in his mind he was thinking about many things before his eyes slightly widened. That old fool wouldn't, he said in slight shock. Hiruzen looked at his next potential successor for the Hokage seat with a knowing smirk. Indeed he would. I believe he's sending his Jinchuriki to send a message. But I'm always head of this senile fool. Which is why I requested you four. You four are perfect for this mission. And as your Hokage, I'm demanding you to make a statement. He thinks that our village is weakened with shinobi due to the Kyuubi attack. He thinks that we have lost power due to that. So I am demanding you to make a statement. Kill everyone you see there. Jinchuriki included. Hiruzen said in anger, shocking Naruto and the other three as well. I understand, Lord Hokage, Naruto stated in a monotone voice. Good, then you four are dismissed. Hiruzen stated as the top 4 ANBU in the village disappeared in their respective body flicker. Land of Fire border. This was definitely a setup. Naruto stated as he sensed over 40 ANBU and both of the stone villages Jinchuriki. That old bastard has to be on something. Sending one Jinchuriki was crazy enough, but sending both of them is just damn outrageous. Crow said as he shook his head. Weasel just nodded his head. Agreed. Whatever he had planned, it seems he just threw it out the window. This is basically a declaration of war. Weasel stated. Knowing that old bag of rocks, he has a raging hate boner for the Leaf, so whatever radical thinking he had, he just said fuck it and stationed them on our border. Dog added, causing the other three to sweet drop. So what's the plan, Captain? We already know their intentions. Dog asked as Komo stood there silently. I know we are supposed to be ANBU, but Lord Hokage did give us the go to make a statement. Plus that so-called scroll we are supposed to receive may be a scroll sealed with about 100 paper bombs, so I already don't trust that bullshit. Komo stated as the other three nodded. So, we going wild? Asked Crow. Yep, answered Dog. Indeed, nodded Weasel. Oh, you better fucking believe it. Komo stated with a dark and sick grin behind his mask. Person with least kills has to pay for our meal when the mission is over. Weasel asked. I'm in, Crow exclaimed. Bet, Dog stated with a smirk. Say no more, Komo said. On the count of 3, Dog said. 1, Crow started off as unsheathed his tanto. 2, Weasel said as he unsheathed his tanto as well. 2.5, Dog said while unsheathing his chakra saber. 3 motherfucker, Komo finished as he unsheathed both of his katanas and rushed into enemy territory. The IWA ninja didn't know what hit them as they heard their comrades being slain. We are being attacked, and Iwa nobody couldn't even finish his words as katana was thrown directly inside of his mouth, piercing through the back of his head. Komo had teleported to the katana and slashed the poor man in half. Shut the fuck up and burn in hell, you damned cunt, Komo said in a dark voice before looking towards Dog. Yo Dog, catch. He threw his katana towards Dog, who caught it instantly and added his lightning chakra to the blade and slashing 3 Iwa ninja's head off. Hey Crow, heads up. Before throwing Komo's katana in Crow's direction, who caught it while in midair. Crow then proceeded to make after images of himself and kill multiple Iwa shinobi with katana. He then looked towards Weasel's direction and smirked. "Oi Weasel, you got something in the mail," Crow shouted as he followed suit and threw the katana towards Weasel, who caught the sword and laced it with fire chakra before skillfully slashing the throats of multiple enemy ninjas. He then threw the katana in the air, kicked it towards a group of enemy ninja, causing Komo to teleport to the sword and slicing their head off with immense speed and efficiency. 10 minutes later. "That was a nice little workout," Dog stated as he stretched his muscles. "I agree, I haven't been able to let loose for a while now, it felt good to cut the restraints off for once," Crow added. "Agreed, it feels good to not hold back my strength every once in a while." Weasel nodded. "True, but we've got bigger fish to fry now," Komo stated as he looked towards the two Jinchuriki, who was already using their Biju chakra. "Ah shit, I forgot about them," Crow commented. "Not going to lie, I did too," Dog added. "I forgot they were even here," Weasel stated in a deadpan voice. "We're all on the same page. But let me handle these two. I want to try something," Komo stated as dark black chakra began surrounding him. His eyes evolved to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan as he began to float into the air. "Is he doing what I think he's doing?" Crow asked. "It seems like it, he's most definitely doing that," Weasel and Dog answered. "Steady, steady," Komo whispered to himself as his Susanoo began to take a humanoid form with samurai armor. "Just one more push," he stated with a maniacal look in his eyes. Finally, his perfect Susanoo was formed, and just like him, it wielded two katanas. Komo looked towards the two-tailed beast and smirked evilly as they fired two-tailed beast bombs towards him. His Susanoo then slashed the two-tailed beast bombs in half, causing them to explode. The Susanoo then unsheathed its wings and flew at immense speeds and kicked both of the tailed beasts before releasing large chakra chains and pinning the tailed beast down, which resulted into them getting their chakra taken. The tailed beast couldn't do nothing but accept their death as they got the last of their chakra taken and dissolved from the world. Naruto felt slight pity for them, but he knew they would return in a span of 5 years. Naruto dropped out of his Susanoo and walked towards his team with a smirk. He was getting powerful day by day and he knew he would reach his goal. His dream. To surpass his grandfather, Madara Uchiha. From that day forward, the elemental nation knew that a wielder of a perfect Susanoo has been reborn. And his potential would grow to new heights. And from that day forward, those 4ANBU gained a nickname across the elemental nations and their leader received his own alias. The Four Horsemen of Konoha and their leader, the Biju Slayer. Special Chapter Sneak Peek. We see a man in a white suit walking towards a house in the cold harsh winter. But this man was no ordinary man. This man was a demon. The king of demons to be exact. Muzan Kibutsuji, the king of demons of over 1,000 years, was walking to this house for one specific reason. To create a demon who can conquer the sun. But when he got there, he noticed something strange. This house felt protected. It was littered with talisman everywhere. From the house to the trees. This place felt sacred and protected. Muzan got a random chill up his spine. Something in his body was telling him not to go near this house at all. Or it will cost him his life. He stilled his nerves and took another step. A step that he would soon regret. He stepped on a string that was hidden under the snow that caused chimes to ring throughout the forest, causing his breath to slightly hitch and causing him to take a step back. He was trembling. This was too eerie for him. His danger senses was telling him to run and hide now. This was like when he first met that man, no, this way worse than what he felt with that man. A deep bowl came from the woods, causing Muzan to turn towards the howl, but it kept getting louder and the sound of it covered the whole forest. Sweat began dripping from his face profusely. He swallowed hardly as he began to panic in fear. He stopped moving as he heard a deep growl coming from behind him. He slowly turned around and his eyes widened in shock as he saw an all-black wolf that stood taller than him with crimson red and gold eyes look down on him. Muzan quickly backed away and stared at the wolf. This wolf was no ordinary wolf. This had to be a demon of some sort, he thought. Then it spoke. "How long has it been, Muzan Kibutsuji?" It asked in a deep dark voice, causing Muzan's danger senses to go off the map. "It seems my student didn't defeat you. I'm glad he didn't, since I get to meet personally. Face to face, after so many years, and to think you would come right to me and try to kill my student's descendants. You have a lot of pride of thinking that you're untouchable, don't you?" The wolf spoke again, shocking Muzan to his core. This thing couldn't have trained that man. "No, I won't accept it," Muzan thought in anger and fear. "Thing, that's kinda disrespectful, don't you think? You should learn how to respect your elders, brat. After all, I've lived longer than you. I was even there when you were born, sadly," the wolf stated, causing the king of demons to pale. Read my mind," Muzan thought in absolute fear. What are you?" Muzan yelled. The wolf only chuckled before black smoke began to cover its body, causing Muzan take a few more steps back to be cautious. "What am I? I'm many things. To some people I'm savior. To some, I'm the most evilest person to walk the planet. A blessing from Kami to purify this world, or a curse from the Shinigami to eradicate the planet. But you will remember by Naruto Uzuka's, the teacher of the man you hate the most, the protector of his bloodline, and the first ever demon slayer." The man introduced himself, standing at 7 feet 5 with all black on and a red kimono with black flames at the bottom. He had earrings similar to his student, but they were different. It was a black fox with 9 tails pointing up at the golden sun as it roared to the sky. He had a katana that was longer than Muzan's body strapped to his side. His face blank and his eyes held no emotion. Just like that man. But most importantly, Naruto started off as his eyes turned crimson red as his Sharingan activated. I am God brat, you are nowhere near that moniker to call yourself that, and to me that's disrespectful. Naruto finished darkly as he released a little bit of his killing intent on the Demon King. Muzan began trembling with so much fear than he's ever had in his life. This man is worse than him. This man is a monster in human flesh. He can kill me at any moment. To be continued.